Chapter 142. Chain A.S.S.A.S. Signations. Chapter 142. Chain A.S.S.A.S. Signations. A 128 restriction spirit artifact was practically the utmost limit of a spirit artifact. If more restrictions were added, the spirit artifact would find it very hard to withstand the oppression of the restrictions. The final outcome would be the destruction of the spirit artifact. Furthermore, spatial spirit artifacts were extremely scarce. A 128 restrictions spatial spirit artifact was even more valuable then. If this spirit artifact were known to the outside world, it would surely set off a wave of bloodshed. Yi Yuan did not expect that Yuan Fei actually possessed such a spirit artifact. "Where did your spirit artifact come from, Yuan Fei?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Back then, when I was at peak tier 2, although I awakened inherited memories, I remained unable to find the juncture for a breakthrough. Hence, I hardened my heart and entered the depths of the endless forest alone to seek out the opportunity for a breakthrough. Who knew that I would randomly barge into a human grotto? This spirit artifact was obtained from inside that grotto." Yuan Fei did not hide it and explained to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was surprised. "A human grotto? Isn't the endless forest under the rule of demonic beasts? Why would there be a human grotto?" Yuan Fei shook his head and said that I don't know, but I acquired this spirit artifact from the outermost area of that grotto. The inhibitions inside are overly powerful. I simply dare not go in too deep. Back then, I obtained several demon spirit pills and this spatial spirit artifact inside the grotto, and then quietly retreated. I only broke through to tier 3 after swallowing the demon spirit pills. Oh, there's actually such things like demon spirit pills inside the human martial artist grotto. Looks like you, Yuan Fei, really have a tremendous fortune. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be low," Yi Yuan said admirably. From Yuan Fei's recount of the situation, his luck was simply freaking amazing. Yuan Fei was only at peak tier 2 back then. Entering deep into the endless forest was simply no different from courting death. But not only did he not die, he even bafflingly obtained the opportunity to break through and successfully broke through to tier 3. And now, Yuan Fei encountered Yi Yuan. This could no longer be described as good luck. Accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, as long as Yuan Fei did not die, his future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Just like Yuan Fei said himself, meeting Yi Yuan was his greatest fortune. "Thank you, young master," Yuan Fei exclaimed respectfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Looks like this human grotto should be the temporary dwelling of some extremely powerful existence. This endless forest is really such an interesting place." Yuan Fei's words filled Yi Yuan with a deep curiosity about that grotto. After he became stronger, he must absolutely pay a visit to that grotto. "All right, there's no time to lose. Yuan Fei, quickly pack up and put your clansmen inside the spatial spirit artifact. Then follow me. You and your clansmen just stay inside the spatial spirit artifact normally to cultivate. When I need you, I'll naturally call for you," Yi Yuan instructed. "Yes, young master," Yuan Fei acknowledged and started to carry out the great migration feat. This Crimson Summit Ridge was also a rich treasure land. Apart from the Crimson Soul GRAS, there were quite a few other precious medicinal herbs. As for those things, Yi Yuan naturally would not waste them. He made the apes pack them all up and deliver it inside the spatial spirit artifact. Of course, to the present Yi Yuan, the most precious was still the Crimson Soul GRAS. Yi Yuan got 3 to 4 stalks of it from Yuan Fei and made him keep the rest away inside the spatial spirit artifact. Once everything was settled, Yuan Fei and his clansmen all entered the spatial spirit artifact. Then, the spatial spirit artifact shrunk to become a small bead the size of a soybean and was carried on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro continued down the ridge. The Crimson Summit Ridge, originally bustling with noise and excitement, was abnormally still now. But this sort of situation would not last long. What the endless forest lacked the least were demonic beasts. This place would soon be occupied by other demonic beasts. There would naturally be a bout of fighting and killing over this, but that had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. It could be said that he returned fully loaded from this trip to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Not only did he obtain the Crimson Soul GRAS, he even subdued a Tier 3 demonic beast. Feng Zhiro felt that she was still dreaming even now. This entire day and night's experience was overly bizarre. Am I still dreaming, Yi Yuan? Do we really subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast? You can pinch yourself. If it hurts, that means you aren't dreaming. Ouch! I asked you to pinch yourself. What did you pinch me for? You're actually in so much pain. Looks like this really isn't a dream, but I still feel like this isn't real. Yi Yuan, if you let out the Ape King and his clan, wouldn't they be able to directly obliterate the state of Qin? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Don't be silly. Yuan Fei can't be exposed. He can only be used during crucial moments. Just think about it. If a Tier 3 demonic beast appeared in the human territories, what would be the outcome? Furthermore, Yuan Fei and the rest are hiding inside the spatial spirit artifact. If the spatial spirit artifact is exposed, forget about me. Even the state of Qin will face annihilation. So we must keep our mouths tightly shut after we return. Understood? Feng Zhiro had a casual personality. She just felt that having a Tier 3 demonic beast subordinate was very glorious. She honestly did not think that the consequence would be so severe. No way. I was still thinking about bringing Yuan Fei out to show off just now. They actually can't even show their faces? Feng Zhiro felt dejected. Yi Yuan put on a solemn face when he saw that and said, Senior apprentice sister, you must treat this matter as if it didn't happen when we return. Or else, the consequences are not something that you and I can bear. Fine. I understood already. I won't even tell Auntie. Just relax. Feng Zhiro just had a more roguish personality, but she was no fool. Yi Yuan already spoke to such an extent, she obviously knew propriety. Especially that spatial spirit artifact. That was virtually a ticking time bomb. The duo chatted as they walked and quickly descended the mountain. The Crimson Soul GRAS was already obtained, so the next step was the Pine Yang fruit. The place the Pine Yang fruit grew at was called Gray Pine Forest. It was not really an extremely dangerous place, just the territory of a Tier 2 demonic beast. Now that they had Yuan Fei, plucking the Pine Yang fruit was effortless. Walking, the pair reached a dense forest. Killing intent appeared in a flash without any warning signs. An arrow sped through layers of trees and shot toward Yi Yuan's heart at extreme speed. The distance of this arrow was neither too far nor too near. It made Yi Yuan unable to detect it in advance, and also did not give him the slightest bit of time to react. However, Yi Yuan managed to react to it. His sensitivity towards Qi activities was incomparable with regular essence Qi realms. Spirit Void Shattering SPAC was executed right away as he leaped to the side, barely evading this arrow. Just as Yi Yuan was planning on summoning Yuan Fei out, warning bells appeared again. A figure charged out from the GRAS, straight for the direction he dove towards. That was to say, this evasion by Yi Yuan positioned him perfectly for the next wave of signation. A saber beam flashed past, and a powerful aura came from straight ahead. That was a full-powered attack from a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan also unleashed a palm, except that this palm of his was not aimed for the sin, but toward the ground. Stacking waves layered palm. 8th layer wave. Rumble. Dirt flew everywhere. And then Yi Yuan's figure could be seen forcefully changing its direction, and he had a close shave with that saber. Qi. This saber still managed to graze lightly Yi Yuan's arm. However, it was not over yet. A third attack headed for Yi Yuan once more. This was a chain signation precise to the limits. The other party calculated all of Yi Yuan's reactions. Yi Yuan was in deadly danger. Chapter 143, 9 Swords Stance Completed. Chapter 143, 9 Swords Stance Completed. The AS-SA-S signation this time was interconnected, making a chain attack. It virtually took into account Yi Yuan's every reaction. Just now, Yi Yuan borrowed the recoil from the 8th layer wave to barely avoid the second attack. But now, Yi Yuan was in midair. The third attack connected seamlessly without giving Yi Yuan any opportunity to catch his breath. The grasp on timing was precise, and coordination was marvelous. It was virtually flawless. More importantly, the strengths of these three people were extremely strong. All of them at the 5th level spirit condensation realm and above. For 3 5th level spirit condensation realm and above martial artists to lay down such an ingenious killing trap, it was simply an unavoidable, certain death scenario. Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro also reacted in a flash and was about to go over and help Yi Yuan. But right then, another figure flashed out and shot directly at Feng Zhiro. Your opponent is me. An azure figure attacked Feng Zhiro with unimaginable speed. It's you, Su Yishan. Feng Zhiro angrily exclaimed in shock. The two people instantly exchanged a blow. They were actually on par. If not, who do you think it is? Nan Feng Zhiro, this young master has chased after you for so much, but you refuse to give any face. Today, I'm going to let you taste this young master's prowess. Su Yishan smiled nastily. As the Su family's young patriarch, Su Yishan was naturally aware of Nan Feng Zhiro's true identity. The Su family's relations. H.I. plus P with the imperial family had always been very delicate. Su Yishan had also pursued Nan Feng Zhiro for a very long time in the academy, but Nan Feng Zhiro always spoke bluntly to him. Su Yishan had been pursuing Nan Feng Zhiro. On the one hand, it was in consideration for the Su family's interests. On the other hand, it was obviously because of Nan Feng Zhiro's beauty. Not only was Nan Feng Zhiro's looks outstanding, but she was also a famous ice beauty. How could Su Yishan not be moved? Nan Feng Zhiro involuntarily flew into a great rage upon seeing Su Yishan tease her with words. Such gall, Su Yishan. I'll definitely return and report to Imperial Father about this incident and make him administer punishment onto your Su family. Su Yishan sneered coldly and said, Then, you have to be able to go back first. The dazzlingly gorgeous senior apprentice sister and the super genius both fell in the endless forest. Truly lamentable. With the likes of you? Nan Feng Zhiro said with similarly a cold sneer. Over here, Su Yishan intercepted Nan Feng Zhiro. On the other side, Yi Yuan already arrived at the critical juncture of life and death. Yi Yuan could naturally call out Yuan Fei at this time, but after he summoned him, he would already be a dead man. The Chang Trio brothers were clearly unaware that Yi Yuan had subdued Yuan Fei, but their chain A.S.S.A.S. signation this time coincidentally sealed shut the possibility of Yi Yuan summoning Yuan Fei. Changwon was born cautious. His investigation concerning Yi Yuan was also quite thorough. Regardless of how much of a wastrel Yi Yuan was in the past, he was now currently an opponent that barred absolutely no negligence. If they looked down on Yi Yuan just because he was at the Essence Chi realm, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. In reality, Yi Yuan's performance affirmed Changwon's thoughts. If it were some other Essence Chi realm martial artist, that deadly arrow from Chang 3 would have already pierced through his heart. But not only did Yi Yuan evade Chang 3's arrow under the situation where it was impossible to change his body's inertia, he forcefully altered directions in midair. This could no longer be described as being tough. 2 5th level spirit condensation realms immaculate A.S.S.A.S. signation was actually dodged ingeniously by a 9th level Essence Chi realm. But that was alright, because Changwon himself was the person in charge of the final strike. Changwon, a 6th level spirit condensation realm expert. Since the beginning when Yi Yuan entered the area they were lying in wait, Changwon was already ACCU. mulating his energy and waiting to release it, all for this final lethal blow. This strike was a 6th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist's most powerful strike. Due to the addition of that 8th-layer wave from Yi Yuan earlier, his current airborne speed was even faster than before, and Changwon's speed was greater than Changtu's. That was to say that Yi Yuan's and Changwon's speed, which was greater than Changtu's, were coming together. Changwon also used a sword. It seemed as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan being gored through and breathing his last. Careful, Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Zhuro was entangled by Su Yishan and could not free herself. But she saw the scene of Yi Yuan about to be killed. Better take care of yourself first, Princess Nanfeng. Seeing Nanfeng Zhuro's reaction, Su Yishan also felt a wave of delight. That hateful Yi Yuan was finally about to die. Boom! Nanfeng Zhuro was sent flying and spat out blood on the spot. But at the same time, the script did not play out according to Changwon's plan. The tip of Changwon's sword was about to stab Yi Yuan when the scene before his eyes suddenly blurred. 9 Yi Yuans actually appeared at the same time in front of him. After images? Yi Yuan was currently airborne. How could he possibly create after images? And these 9 Yi Yuans were incomparably realistic. Just which one was the real body? Changwon's divine sense swept across these 9 figures instantaneously. But to his shock, he discovered that these 9 silhouettes were actually all real bodies. What sort of situation was this? Seeing ghosts? However, Changwon was currently like an arrow fitted to a string, being at the point of no return. He could not tolerate any hint of hesitation. Paltry tricks. It's just camouflage. Changwon chose the centermost Yi Yuan without hesitation. That was also his initial target. Creating afterimages under this sort of situation, it was 10 to 1 a camouflage. The aim was to confound Changwon's senses. And the true body had never changed from the very beginning. Swuz. H. Plus Changwon's body pa S. Said through the afterimage just like that. There was no unsmooth feeling of penetrating a body. He pa S. Said through the air. Changwon's heart involuntarily sunk. To deal with a 9th-level essence chi realm, the 3 brothers employed all of their skills to its limits and meticulously laid out this certain death situation. The result was just making Yi Yuan suffer some light injuries. When setting up the scenario, Changwon had absolute confidence that let alone a 9th-level essence chi realm, even a 7th-level spirit condensation realm would suffer major losses when caught unprepared. Towards Yi Yuan, Changwon had already placed great emphasis until he could not think any higher of him. But the outcome still exceeded his expectations. All the way up to now, Changwon could not figure out just how Yi Yuan created 8 afterimages while in an airborne state. Also, just which one was his real body. Bang! The Yi Yuan behind Changwon fell heavily onto the ground. Changwon also landed softly, appearing to be very relaxed without Yi Yuan's shabby appearance. Yi Yuan stood up and dusted off the S bits on his body and said calmly, "I really have to thank the 3 of you. Without you guys, I'm afraid that my 9-sword stance wouldn't be completed so quickly." On the boundary of imminent danger, Yi Yuan remained calm and immediately entered heart like still water state. Under that sort of situation, just now, the more he panicked, the more certain he would die. Yi Yuan understood that to shake off this strike, he could only utilize the 9-sword stance's movement technique. But his 9-sword stance was incomplete. There must be a foothold to execute the movement technique, but he was currently suspended in midair. In the moment of crisis, relying on heart like still water state, Yi Yuan stimulated his potential to the greatest extent and finally completed the 9-sword stance. Chapter 144. You're really a genius. Chapter 144. You're really a genius. Meanwhile, the Chang brothers gathered together. The complexions of the trio did not look too good. Hearing the meaning of Yi Yuan's words, their painstakingly designed killing scenario actually helped Yi Yuan to have a breakthrough. That movement technique, just now, was very profound. Even Changwon, the 6th-level spirit condensation realm, was actually unable to differentiate which was the true body. Yi Yuan, You aren't naive enough to think that you can retreat safely after evading our ambush, right? Although that move just now was incomparably profound, your cultivation realm is still too low, Chong Won said in a low voice. Chong Won designed this death trap as a precautionary, resolute measure to resolve a complicated problem, all done to prevent unnecessary complications. Even if they did not ambush with his cultivation realm, killing Yi Yuan was as easy as taking something out of his pockets. Not to mention, there were even Chong 2 and Chong 3 by his sides. Hurry, you guys are thinking too much. Why do I have to retreat? If I didn't have a breakthrough at the last moment just now, I would already have been killed by you all. How can I let you off so easily? Though Yi Yuan said these words while smiling, those familiar with him knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. It was just that Yi Yuan's threat sounded rather comical. A 9th level Essence Chi Realm rookie actually threatening 3 5th level Spirit Condensation Realm and above experts. No matter how they looked at it, it just seemed like stubbornness. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the Chong Trio brothers involuntarily exchanged glances. They were wondering if Yi Yuan had a problem with his brain. With their understanding of Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan might be very unbridled, he never did something he had no confidence in. However, the current circumstances did not seem to allow him to be overbearing. Yi Yuan could not naively think that he was a match for the three of them, right? Yi Yuan, I think that you haven't made clear the situation, right? Chong Won asked rather bafflingly. Of course I understand the situation. The three of you are the Su family's lackeys, right? Received that old dog Su Yubai's order to come and kill me, yes? No. Yi Yuan scoffed coldly. Chong Won had clearly heard of the power of Yi Yuan's eloquence, so he did not plan on bickering with him. He nodded and said, You're mistaken. Elder Su did not order us to come. We're under the family head's command to come and kill you. Yi Yuan was taken quite by surprise. Family head? Su Ishan's old man? Well, same thing. Looks like I really have to give a good one to the Su family when I return. Otherwise, they will really think that this little lord is nice to provoke. Chongwon felt rather confused, although he went through an in-depth investigation on Yi Yuan before this task. This was his first time meeting Yi Yuan after all. Only now did he discover that Yi Yuan's personality was entirely different from what he understood. In his impression, Yi Yuan was calm and steady, seemed like he was reckless, but entrenched himself at every step. But now, Yi Yuan was clearly an incomprehensible good-for-nothing from a wealthy family. He completely could not make clear of the situation. If not for Yi Yuan's performance being overly stunning just now, Chongwon might even think that Yi Yuan was a moron. Just as Chongwon was dazed, Yi Yuan pointed at his nose and scolded, Hey, do the three of you still have a sense of shame? A 6th level spirit condensation realm, 2 5th level spirit condensation realm, came to kill me and yet dare not do it openly. Instead, you guys used this sort of underhanded sneak attack tactics. Indeed, the type of master one has will have the same kind of lackeys. Su Yubai, that old dog, is also so sinister and enjoys sneak attacking others. You are all indeed cut from the same cloth. Chongwon was scolded by Yi Yuan until he was stupefied. He unwittingly started to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was really just a hothead? A 100% good-for-nothing silk pants? Of course, Yi Yuan's talent was beyond all doubts. He was definitely a peerless genius. Even the young patriarch, Su Yishan, would have to admit defeat. Other than this, was Yi Yuan really a rash fellow? Was his actions back in the Danwu Academy just a random coincidence? Yi Yuan finished scolding the Chong brothers and turned his head towards Su Yishan. He started to curse. Su Yishan, you tortoise's grandson, you only know how to bully women. If you have the capabilities, then come and one-on-one with this little lord. Spineless fellow. Want to kill me, but dare not make a move in the academy. You even run all the way to the endless forest to do this. In the future, when the Su family lands in your hands, it will be squandered away to nothingness eventually. Oh no, the Su family won't be able to exist for a long time. When I go back, I'm going to beat the Su family until they can't raise their heads. Sui Shan was currently in a heated battle with Nanfeng Jiro when he suddenly heard Yi Yuan's cursing and could not help burning with rage after hearing it. Forcing Nanfeng Jiro back with a blow, Sui Shan arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a few leaps. Nanfeng Jiro also followed tightly behind and came to Yi Yuan's side. Both parties entered stalemate. Yi Yuan casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Nanfeng Jiro. Then he said with a smile, "It's been hard on you, senior apprentice Sister Nanfeng. Eat it. No need to mind this sort of small injuries." Nanfeng Jiro caught the medicinal pill, but lowered her head instead. She knew that her ident. 1. Tai had already been made aware to Yi Yuan, making it rather awkward. Don't get KY Yi Yuan. Even if you avoided the Chong brothers' ambush, do you think that you can still exit the endless forest today? Sui Shan was displeased when he saw Yi Yuan's composed appearance. Shouldn't the current Yi Yuan be in a panic? Yi Yuan stared at Sui Shan and said with a smile, "I don't plan on leaving the endless forest." Humph. Good that you know. The endless forest is so fun. I still plan on playing for a few more days. As for whether you guys can walk out or not, that I dare not guarantee. Is your brain spoiled, Yi Yuan? Can't you tell what kind of situation you two are currently in? Just now? I heard that you want to fight one-on-one, yeah? Sui Shan stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a fool. Yi Yuan beamed and said, "That's right. Does the dignified Su family's young patriarch only know how to bully women? If you have the capability, let's go one-on-one." Ha ha ha. Sui Shan roared with laughter when he heard that and said, "All right, I'll fight you one-on-one. But it's us as a group fighting you alone." Yi Yuan's face fell after hearing that, and he said in terror, "Sui Shan, are you a man or not? If you have the capabilities, let's fight one-on-one." Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Sui Shan felt incredibly venting. He chuckled and said, "Yi Yuan, I think your brain really broke down. The four of us combined can kill you like slaughtering a dog. Why should I entertain you with a duel? Do you think this is the academy?" Yi Yuan stared at Sui Shan, who looked proud of himself, and suddenly grinned, smiling very happily. "You can still laugh when death is knocking, Yi Yuan. I gotta hand it to you. Chong 1, Chong 2, Chong 3, kill Yi Yuan. Leave Nanfeng Jiro alive. I still have a use for her," Sui Shan ordered. While the Chong brothers were secretly displeased that Sui Shan was still useless fool at such a time, they would not refute Sui Shan's words. After all, he was the future Su family's family head. Just as the Chong brothers were prepared to make a move, their face suddenly changed. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus in a blink, hundreds of white-colored apes appeared in front of their eyes, enclosing them in the center together with Yi Yuan. The weakest one of these white apes was at the initial stage tier 2. Haha, Sui Shan, I found out that I really like your idea of one-on-one. All of us versus you guys. Man, you're really a genius to even come up with this sort of one-on-one method. Yi Yuan looked at Sui Shan as he burst into laughter. Chapter 145, Complete Breakdown. Chapter 145, Complete Breakdown. Well, what's going on? Sui Shan stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene and could not even hear Yi Yuan's mocking him. Several hundred long-armed stone apes appearing out of thin air. This visual impact was seriously enormous. With their vision filled with tier 2 long-armed stone apes, this sort of pressure was absolutely unforgettable for life. Sui Shan could even feel his own legs quivering. Not just Sui Shan, the Chong brothers were also completely dumbstruck at the moment. Even though they had experienced too many things, they had never seen such a huge occasion before. These hundreds of tier 2 long-armed stone apes was enough to plow the Su family one time over. Although the majority of these long-armed stone apes were at initial stage tier 2, there were also quite a number of middle stage and late stage tier 2. Just one middle stage tier 2 demonic beast was enough for him to choke over. What kind of outalk me if hundreds were added up? At this moment, their nerves were already tense to the limits. Spatial spirit artifact. It must be a spatial spirit artifact. If not, it's impossible to contain so many demonic beasts. Yi Yuan, he actually has a spatial spirit artifact. Chang Wan suddenly exclaimed in shock. Spatial spirit artifact? How's that possible? Even though the truth was in front of his eyes, Su Yishan still felt that it was unreal. That's right. It is indeed a spatial spirit artifact. I didn't think that you would have such knowledge. Quite a figure. However, you offended this young master. This is the most foolish thing you've done in your entire life. Although it was just a few short breaths of exchange, Yi Yuan could tell that among these four people, Chang Wan served as a brain center character. With Su Yishan's personality, it was impossible to lay down such an elaborate killing trap to wait for the hare to land in it. The absolute strength of the four of them was much greater than Yi Yuan's pair. There was simply no need to be so cautious. That final strike from Chang Wan was remarkably brilliant. In fact, it was a flawless blow. Yi Yuan truly arrived at the borders of life and death at that time. If not for him remaining calm in the final hour of peril and having broken through at the last moment, he would already be a corpse now. From this, one could see that this Chang Wan was absolutely a very nasty character to deal with. But sadly, his opponent was Yi Yuan. He was a young master who would definitely avenge any grievances, not some old good-to-shoes who returned good for evil. Towards Yi Yuan's words, Chang Wan did not refute them, because he knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. The stupidest thing that he, Chang Wan, ever did in his life was to offend Yi Yuan. Chang Wan was naturally crystal clear on Yi Yuan's actions in the Dan Wu Academy and knew about his personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Hence, he dismissed the thought of begging for mercy. Fight it out, brothers. Ignore those demonic beasts and directly kill Yi Yuan. Chang Wan was also a very decisive person as he directly laid down an order. When Chang Wan's command was issued, he took the lead to burst towards Yi Yuan. Chang 2 and Chang 3 and Big Brother had incredible synergy. Following closely behind, the trio charged towards Yi Yuan in a triangle formation. This was Chang Wan's dying act. Facing so many Tier 2 demonic beasts, he did not feel that he could kill Yi Yuan. However, what made Chang Wan speechless and pleasantly surprised was that these Tier 2 demonic beasts actually did not react at all to this. These demonic beasts unexpectedly did not move out to stop the three of them. Could it be that these demonic beasts were just what Yi Yuan pulled out to intimidate them? Yi Yuan could not command these demonic beasts at all. This discovery filled Chang Wan with wild elation. Haha, nearly got hoodwinked by you. So, you can't command these demonic beasts at all. Brothers, kill him with me. Chang Wan roared with laughter. Yi Yuan did not take any actions. He just looked at Chang Wan with a smile that was not a smile filled with ridicule. Humph, at gates of death already, and yet you're still pretending there. Wind Thundersword. Chang Wan's sword appeared in front of Yi Yuan once again. But this time around, Yi Yuan did not exhaust all his energies to defend. He remained motionless there. Right at this moment, a white figure flashed out from the side and grabbed hold of Chang Wan's sword very violently, twisting it into SCRAP metal. Boom, boom, boom. One exchange. 3 palms landed respectively on Chang 1, Chang 2, and Chang 3's chest. This figure was as fast as lightning. The 3 of them did not even make clear of what it was before being sent flying out. T-tier, 3 demonic beast. Chang 1's face finally flickered as he stared at that white ape built like an iron peg. Oh, in horror. Only now did he know why Yi Yuan did not move this whole time. Because he did not need to move at all. With a Tier 3 demonic beast guarding by the side, why would he need to make a move personally? However, why would a Tier 3 demonic beast obey Yi Yuan? He was merely an essence Qi realm martial artist. Chang 1 suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had just descended down the Crimson Summit Ridge and finally understood some things. His complexion changed greatly against his will. You brought the entire Crimson Summit Ridge's long-arm stone ape clan under your control. Chang 1 stared at Yi Yuan with dread. You finally realized. I even thought that you were pretty smart. Didn't think that you're so slow. That's right. Yuan Fei and his clansmen will be following me in the future. Of course, it was not because Changwon was dumb, but because the impact he received today was too tremendous. An Essence Chi realm martial artist subduing the entire Crimson Summit Ridge's long-armed stone ape clan. If this spread out, other people would surely treat him like a lunatic. However, this sort of impossible matter genuinely happened. How is this possible? The Ape King is a Tier 3 demonic beast. Why would he willingly obey you? Also, humans and demonic beasts have a language barrier. How can you possibly subdue him? Changwon questioned unwillingly. Do you feel that I have a need to answer your question? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Changwon only asked because of the burning uncertainty in his heart. Truthfully, he did not hope for Yi Yuan to answer him. Changwon sighed and shut his eyes painfully. He gave a long exhalation and said, "Sigh, the Su family going against you is the Su family's greatest failure. Perhaps the Su family will vanish entirely from the scene of the state of Qin because of this. Make your move." Yuan Fei waved his long arm, and immediately, over a dozen Tier 2 long-armed stone apes rushed up, carrying away the Chang brothers who already had no means to retaliate. Before long, blood-curdling screams came from far away, making the scalp of those who heard it tingle. The long-armed stone apes were originally wild and untamable. They had always just killed any human martial artist they saw. Only Yi Yuan, who knew the universal beast language, could communicate with Yuan Fei, who activated his spiritual wisdom. Otherwise, their end result would not be much better than the Chang brothers. Each one of the wretched screams transmitted into Su Yishan's ear, impacting his mind repeatedly. It already completely collapsed his mental defense. Su Yishan only abruptly roused with a jerk after Yi Yuan slowly walked towards him. He retreated nonstop, all the way until he imped into long-armed stone ape before jumping in fright and dodging hurriedly. Why, Yi Yuan? I was wrong. I deserve death. I deserve death. I beg you, please don't kill me. It's all because Su Yubai, that old B.A.S.T.A.R.D. forced me. It's all because he forced me. Su Yishan could not hold on any longer and slammed his knees onto the ground as he begged for mercy by shouting himself Hoa. R.S.E. Chapter 146. Feeding Moves. Chapter 146. Feeding moves. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan kneeling on the ground with snot dripping from his nose and said with a smile, I also didn't say that I'm killing you. Young Master Su, look how frightened you are. Su Yishan was already like a bird startled by the TWANG of a bowstring right now. His brain was already no longer in charge. Hearing that Yi Yuan had the intention to let him off, he spontaneously became overjoyed and said, Why, you're for real? Then I can go. Of course you can't go. All of my secrets have already been seen by you. If you were to leave and spread outside that I possess a spatial spirit artifact, then wouldn't I die without a burial place? Su Yishan was so terrified that his legs weakened. Yi Yuan's meaning was to kill him for sure. Don't worry, I can swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not spread the things I saw today. Su Yishan then raised his hand and looked as if he was really about to swear a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, That isn't necessary, Su Yishan. I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. After you kill me, you can leave this place. Su Yishan was stunned and quickly returned to his wailing and said, Why, young Master Yi, great hero Yi, I really know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. I shouldn't have brought people into the endless forest to come and kill you. Yi Yuan also did not expect Su Yishan to be so spineless. That normally haughty bearing was all gone. At this time, he was like a despicable person devoid of any sense of shame. Sometimes people were like that. Without arriving at the final juncture of life and death, one could never see through a person's true character. People who normally appear to be incomparably lofty would become shamelessly menial when facing death, while those who typically appeared to live a licentious life and had improper conduct would remain incomparably unperturbed in the face of death. There were numerous manners of life. It was very clear that Su Yishan belonged to the former. If Yi Yuan made the long-armed stone ape's attack, Su Yishan might still give a desperate struggle. But Yi Yuan surrounded him and did not kill him yet. Also, with the Chong brothers' horrifying way of dying as the precedent, Su Yishan's mind collapsed entirely. Yi Yuan suddenly pulled a long face and said solemnly, "I have no time to joke with you. If you don't want this opportunity, I can kill you right now." The current Su Yishan was clearly someone who yielded to force but refused a soft approach. With Yi Yuan riling up, the words sunk into Su Yishan instead. But," Su Yishan stammered. "But I'm not a match for you, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Su Yishan lowered his head. Clearly, he tacitly agreed. But at such a time, he did not dare to say these words out. "This little lord asks to fight one-on-one. It means one-on-one with you. You don't need to doubt this. However, the one-on-one I mentioned is not right now. There are also conditions for giving you this chance." Hearing Yi Yuan say that, Su Yishan's eyes lit up as he felt like he had grasped hold of his final life-saving straw. "What conditions? As long as I can do it, I'll comply. Well, I feel that my cultivation is almost consolidated. After my cultivation realm consolidates, I can break through to the spirit condensation realm. At that time, we'll have a death match. But before then, in order to help me consolidate my cultivation realm, I'll have to trouble you to feed me moves," Yi Yuan said. "SPI spirit condensation realm? So quickly?" Su Yishan was stunned. Yi Yuan had just broken through to peak 9th level essence Qi realm not long ago. He was in a breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm now. Who among martial artists, when breaking through a major realm, was not filled with trepidation, as if they were treading on thin ice? Back then, when Su Yishan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, he prepared for a full half year, all the way until he was very certain before he dared to take this step. And at that time, Su Yishan was already at half-step spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan was obviously still just peak 9th level essence Qi realm now. Could it be that he wanted to break through to the spirit condensation realm directly? Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the state of Qin, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm must go through the process of half-step spirit condensation realm. This was something everyone knew. Never had anyone been foolish enough to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm. Not that it was impossible to break through directly, but because the success rate of a direct breakthrough was too low. So low that body dared to attempt this step. The success rate of breaking through directly from 9th level essence Qi realm to spirit condensation realm was so low that it was negligible. With such a low success rate, who would dare to try it rashly? Yi Yuan had not broken through to 9th level essence Qi realm for long. Now, he wanted to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this possible? None of your business whether it's fast or not. Either way, you can forget about escaping if I don't break through to the spirit condensation realm. Hence, you'd better pray for me to break through earlier, Yi Yuan said coolly. But if I win you, what if you go back on your words then? Su Yishan was not a fool either and inquired about his doubts. That will have to depend on my mood. Doesn't matter to me anyway. But you cannot take this gamble. Lose, you're a dead man. Win, you can go back and continue to be the Su family's young master. This is your only chance. Up to you whether you want to or not, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Don't. I want this chance. Of course I want this chance. Su Yishan hurriedly said. This was Su Yishan's sole lease on life. He would be a fool to give it up. Yi Yuan could completely make those demonic beasts destroy him right now. But he just had to find trouble for himself. How could Su Yishan give up this opportunity? Yi Yuan nodded and said, since that's the case, you have to remember, you can only defend and not attack. Fully be my human sandbag. At that time, I'll let Yuan Fei watch the battle by the side. If you have the slightest intention to attack, you'll die horribly. Su Yishan had certainly thought of harming Yi Yuan when the latter was feeding moves, but now that Yi Yuan said that, he immediately tossed this idea out of his mind. You gotta be joking. A tier 3 demonic beast watching the fight by the side. If he revealed even a trace of killing intent, the other party would finish him off without hesitation. If Yi Yuan was an ordinary 9th level spirit condensation realm, then forget about it. However, it was impossible for Su Yishan to kill in one strike with Yi Yuan's practical combat abilities. Hence, he better obediently became his human sandbag. Are you joking, Yi Yuan? You're only at the peak 9th level essence chi realm, not even at half-step spirit condensation realm. How are you going to break through to spirit condensation realm? I know already. You must be messing with Su Yishan. Nanfeng Jiro was pleasantly surprised that she discovered something. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm within a few days is a must. It has to happen even if it can't. If I don't break through, I can't even refine the Essence Yang pill, and Lure can't be saved. Therefore, I have to break through to the spirit condensation realm by hook or by crook. But you aren't even half-step spirit condensation realm. What kind of C-R-A-P is half-step spirit condensation realm? Essence Chi realm to spirit condensation realm is meant to be done in one shot. You people separating it into half-step spirit condensation realm and spirit condensation realm are actually self-ruining your foundations, making spirit condensation realm's foundation unstable. Upon mentioning half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan's face was filled with contempt. But everybody impacts the spirit condensation realm from half-step spirit condensation realm. Could everyone be wrong? Nanfeng Jiro refused to accept. Yi Yuan retorted with a question after hearing that. Are those everyone you say more amazing than my master when added up? My master said it's good to break through directly. Do you think that he would harm me? Nanfeng Jiro had nothing to refute with. Chapter 147. Commencing Breakthrough. Chapter 147. Commencing Breakthrough. Rumble. An 8th layer wave from Yi Yuan was easily warded off by Su Yishan. Chi. Another absolute yang finger from Yi Yuan shot towards Su Yishan with abnormally fierce, incomparable force, but was defended by him again. However, Yi Yuan did not feel dispirited. In fact, he became more excited as he fought. He completely did not need to consider the problem of defense, as he unleashed all the moves he knew over and over again. While the threat to Su Yishan was not great, the other party was very ragged-looking. Yi Yuan's attack was not something which could be released by the average 9th level Essence Chi realm. Even if he did not use his strongest trump card, the 9-sword stance, his attacks could cause substantial damage to 2nd level spirit condensation realm martial artists. If Su Yishan had not broken through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, just these moves could exhaust him to death. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was attacking all out wildly, while Su Yishan could only endure being hit. Under the waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's attack became fiercer. Yi Yuan already continued the reckless attacks for 2 days. These 2 days, apart from eating, sleeping, and mediation, Yi Yuan spent the rest of the time training with Su Yishan. With such a free human sandbag, hitting it was very delightful and satisfactory. The more Yi Yuan hit, the more excited he got. The more he hit, the more he did not know fatigue. Sometimes, when he got excited, he could fight for several hours at a time. In contrast, Su Yishan was already on the verge of collapse, being tormented by Yi Yuan. He simply could not understand how Yi Yuan had such incredible endurance when he was merely a 9th level Essence Chi realm. With such a powerful attack, logically speaking, the expenditure of Essence energy should be enormous. But Yi Yuan could fight for several hours at a time and did not need to consume chi returning pills. Even if he was the one doing the frenzied attacks, he probably could not sustain for 2 hours. However, were 4th level spirit condensation realm and 9th level essence chi realm on the same level? Not that Su Yishan did not think of sneak attacking Yi Yuan, but Yuan Fei's aura remained indistinctly locked onto him this whole time, leaving him not daring to make any reckless moves at all. Su Yishan believed that as long as he retaliated once, what awaited him was definitely a lightning blow. He had already witnessed the terror of this ape king. He was completely unable to last even around with him. These 2 days, Yuan Fei had also been observing Yi Yuan's wanton attacks the whole time. At times, his gaze was S-H-I plus Ning. It was uncertain what he was thinking. Rather, it was Nanfeng Zhiro who had nothing to do these 2 days. But she also had a knot in her heart which was unresolved and was somewhat weighed down with worries. Yi Yuan had heard Nanfeng this surname. Most likely, he already guessed her ident. One tie, Nanfeng was the imperial surname. Body was unaware of it in the state of Qin. Nanfeng Zhiro and her auntie were already considered very good friends with Yi Yuan, but they had always concealed their ident. One tie, no matter what, it was not very justifiable. These 2 days, Yi Yuan was consolidating his cultivation realm at full force, so he completely did not bother about this matter. Once he broke through his cultivation realm, would he dig into this matter? Would he drift away from her? Nanfeng Zhiro started to become somewhat anxious about her gains and losses. After another day said, Yi Yuan continued to unleash his wanton attacks on Su Yishan as usual. Suddenly, Yi Yuan halted his attacks and sat down cross-legged. Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes and seemed to have guessed something. His body moved, and he instantly appeared between Yi Yuan and Su Yishan, isolating the two. Su Yishan also seemed to have guessed something and knew that it was impossible for Yuan Fei to give him the opportunity to get close to Yi Yuan. Hence, he withdrew to the sides sensibly and meditated on his own. Yi Yuan wanted a breakthrough, and Su Yishan also needed to recuperate. Though he did not feel that Yi Yuan could directly break through to the spirit condensation realm, it was still best to prepare for everything. What kind of joke was this? 9th level essence Qi realm directly breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Even his old man did not dare to do that back then. Not only his father, Su Yulin, but also Lord Dean, Wan Donghai, Nanfeng, these well-known crystal formation realm experts, who among them was not a peerless talent back then. But not one of them dared to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm when they were at the 9th level essence Qi realm. What kind of joke was this? Transitioning from half-step spirit condensation realm was the method to impact the spirit condensation realm fumbled out by countless ancestors. Does Yi Yuan wish to challenge countless ancestors with his own strength? Even a genius like Su Yishan prepared for a full half-year's time. Back then, when Nanfeng Zhiro broke through to the spirit condensation realm, the amount of time she prepared for was a little lesser than Su Yishan, but there was still 4 to 5 months' time. However, Yi Yuan did not make any preparations at all. He only used a few days to consolidate his cultivation realm and then directly initiated breakthrough. If he succeeded, then what did these so-called geniuses even count as? Nanfeng Zhiro saw that Yi Yuan was preparing to break through and also became nervous immediately. Even though Yi Yuan said it like he was very confident, this sort of matter, like challenging the limits known to martial artists, still made Nanfeng Zhiro feel quite worried. A major realm could not be broken through as and when one liked. Facing the breakthrough to spirit condensation realm body dared to be negligent in the least bit. Because if the assault failed, they would suffer varying degrees of injuries, possibly even facing the risk of a drop in cultivation. Although it could be cultivated back once more, the difficulty when impacting the bottleneck next time would increase tremendously. This was also why all martial artists would be extremely prudent when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. You must succeed, Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Zhiro silently cheered. She knew that if Yi Yuan could not break through, Lu'er would die for sure. Once Lu'er dies, the blow to Yi Yuan would definitely be huge. This was something which Nanfeng Zhiro did not wish to see. Yi Yuan just sat cross-legged like that for an hour, the aura on his body gradually stabilizing. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Retrieving a spirit surge pill from his storage ring to consume, he said to Yuan Fei, "Yuan Fei, help to guard me. I'm going to begin the breakthrough. I Su Yishan properly and don't let him escape." Be at ease and breakthrough, young master. There's Yuan Fei here for everything, Yuan Fei answered. Yi Yuan nodded and shut his eyes again. Not far away, Su Yishan witnessed this scene and was secretly alarmed in his heart. Yi Yuan could actually really communicate with this demonic beast. No wonder he could subdue this tier 3 demonic beast. There was really innumerable secrets on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan adjusted his condition and consumed the spirit surge pill, and he officially commenced the attempt to break through into the spirit condensation realm. While the onlookers felt that Yi Yuan impacting the spirit condensation realm was filled with incomparable danger to the party involved, Yi Yuan, it was not really a very amazing thing. His understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy Serpa said any so-called expert in the state of Qin considerably. Those crystal formation realm experts' understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. To them, the spirit condensation realm was a Ma's sivrage. To Yi Yuan, the spirit condensation realm was merely a small threshold. That's all. The spirit surge pill entering his abdomen was just like tossing a small pebble onto the surface of a peaceful lake, breaking the original equilibrium state of essence energy within Yi Yuan's body. Practically instantaneously, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's dantian seethed. Woo! Woo! A whirlwind started to howl underneath Yi Yuan. This whirlwind continuously enlarged, expanding more, whipping up fallen leaves. The essence energy tempest commenced. Chapter 148. 9 drops of spirit liquid. Chapter 148. 9 drops of spirit liquid. A vortex formed from the essence energy tempest brought forth a violent tornado, and this storm grew increasingly larger. The endless forest was originally a land rich with essence energy. Yi Yuan recklessly absorbed all the essence energy converging without any care, flowing into his dantian. What's going on? This essence energy storm is not right. Su Yishan exclaimed in shock. Back then, the essence energy storm he caused when he himself broke through to the spirit condensation realm was simply a small apprentice in the presence of a great sorcerer when compared to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest gave him the feeling like it was a great flood or savage beast, incomparably violent. With such violent and turbulent essence energy gusts, I plus ing into the dantian ceaselessly, would it not burst the dantian? He burst it. Burst it. Let's see how you posture after it bursts. Su Yishan was chuckling inwardly over his misfortune. But just as he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others, his collar was suddenly grabbed from behind, lifting him up like carrying a baby chick. Yuan Fei carried Su Yishan and speedily headed for the distance. Nanfeng Jiro followed behind them. The essence energy tempest formed from Yi Yuan's breakthrough grew larger and larger, almost about to spread over here. Hence, Yuan Fei decisively brought everyone to retreat a certain distance away. Su Yishan, who was being dragged, felt unbearable shame and humiliation. But facing a tier 3 demonic beast, what could he do? He did not wish to end up like the Chong brothers, being torn to shreds by those Nabal apes. Yuan Fei landed far away after a few flashes, roughly 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan. Even with such a distance, they could still feel that surging essence energy storm. The expansion of the essence energy storm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew even larger. Yi Yuan was situated in the eye of the essence energy storm, oblivious to all that was happening in the outside world. Currently, all of his thoughts were placed on refining essence energy. Unlike the wild essence energy in the outside world, the essence energy inside Yi Yuan's body was impossibly tame. If the essence energy in the outside world was a violent wild beast, then the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was a powerful beast tamer. Essence energy, which went through its domestication, became very obedient. Yi Yuan was currently revolving the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Mortal Chapter's second phase's cultivation method. He also did not expect that breaking through to the spirit condensation realm would actually require such an enormous amount of essence energy. No wonder Spirit Bristle Divine King, that fellow, was so powerful. This was only breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and the necessary essence energy was already so titanic. If one entered the Divine King realm, just how terrifying would the quant 1 tie of essence energy required be? Yi Yuan was just like a diligent little bee, refining the essence energy nonstop using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, then sending it into his Dantian. The essence energy within the Dantian ACCU mulat more and more, gradually inflating Yi Yuan's Dantian to the limit. And right now, the critical juncture of breaking through to the spirit condensation realm had arrived, and that was to gather the qi and liquefy it. However, Yi Yuan did not bother about the essence energy inside the Dantian, but continued to refine essence energy ceaselessly, steadily pouring it into the Dantian. Yi Yuan's Dantian was inflated even much more bigger, with the risk of exploding at any time. If it did not take measures right away, it could really be like how Su Yishan desired, stuffing the Dantian so full it explodes. No way, right? Is Yi Yuan still refining essence energy? His Dantian is probably about to explode from fullness, right? Turns out he didn't even know how to impact the spirit condensation realm to actually wager with me by making such a shameless claim. Ha ha! Su Yishan was full of delight from his misfortune. Nanfeng Zhiro glared viciously at him and said angrily, "Shut your mouth for me. If Yi Yuan dies, the Ape King will kill you too. Therefore, you'd better pray for him to survive. At least that way, you theoretically still have the possibility of staying alive." Su Yishan was full of disdain as he said, "Even if he breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, it's merely first-level spirit condensation realm. I'm a small stage higher than him. You're so sure that he can defeat me?" Nanfeng Zhiro sneered coldly and said, "Wasn't Lin Tianqing also a small stage higher than Yi Yuan back then? And what was his end result? Do you think that Yi Yuan is a fool to suggest such a duel under the circuit stance where he had no confidence? I dare to bet that as long as he enters the spirit condensation realm, killing you will be as simple as slaughtering a dog. Humph. Then he has to break through to the spirit condensation realm first. You look at him. Right now, what's the difference from suicide?" Su Yishan remained stubborn. Nanfeng Zhiro did not make any sound this time. Yi Yuan's actions were truly no different from committing suicide. What Yi Yuan needed to do at this time was to gather the qi and liquefy it, not to refine essence energy. No matter how large a martial artist Dantian was, it also could not contain so much essence energy. Nanfeng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan in the distance, her eyes full of concern. Rather, it was Yuan Fei who stared at Yi Yuan glowing eyes, uncertain whether it was worry or REA's assurance on that ape face. Yi Yuan naturally did not know what they were thinking. Just as his Dantian was about to blow up, a warm qi flow poured into the Dantian, enveloping the violent essence energy. This flow of qi was precisely the medicinal strength transformed from the spirit surge pill. This flow of medicinal strength was just like a tight pocket, wrapping up all the inflated essence energy tightly inside. No matter how they swelled up, it was to no avail. With the assistance of the spirit surge pill's medicinal strength, Yi Yuan's Dantian swiftly recovered to its original size, while that newly refined essence energy was compressed by the medicinal strength. Finally, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's body reached saturation. He was unable to continue refining essence energy, so he started to condense the gathered qi into liquid according to the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts method. As soon as the cultivation method was revolved, the essence energy within the Dantian started to form a cyclone, while at the same time, the medicinal strength of the spirit surge pill and the essence energy which were refined had fused together, causing the essence energy inside Yi Yuan's Dantian to become even more Ma.'s sieve. The Spirit Surge pill already contained Ma.'s sieve amounts of essence energy to assist martial artists to break through to the spirit condensation realm under the effects of other medicinal herbs. The pill formula of the Spirit Surge pill was not much to Yi Yuan, but it could absolutely give rise to a storm of blood in the state of Qin. This was the best supplementary medicinal pill which Yi Yuan knew to attack the spirit condensation realm. Under the guidance of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, the cyclone inside Yi Yuan's dantian became increasingly smaller and ever more condensed. The originally formless essence energy actually transformed into a hazy mist inside his dantian. However, the mist was unstable at the moment and had yet to truly form the liquid state of essence energy. This was also the most crucial moment of gathering qi to liquefy it. These mists seemed to be only a step away from liquefied essence energy, but this was also the most unstable period. Once a rebound occurred, the essence energy would swiftly return to its original state. If it was minor, the martial artist's cultivation realm would fall. But if it was severe, the dantian would suffer damage, affecting future cultivation. The incredible aspect of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was that it was matchlessly tyrannical. With such an overbearing cultivation law, how could it possibly give these mists the opportunity to rebound? Under the overwhelming oppression of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, these mists finally continued to condense together. Drip. A liquid state of essence energy dripped down. The first spirit liquid had completely taken shape. However, this was merely the beginning. Drip, drip. Drops of spirit liquid fell down. At the end, 9 drops of spirit liquid completely took form. 9 drops of spirit liquid, huh? Didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would actually be so perfect, way stronger compared to my previous life. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. However, the breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm was not over yet. Chapter 149, Divine Soul Transformation. Chapter 149, Divine Soul Transformation. How is it? Dumbfounded, right? Nanfeng Zhuro glanced at the slack-jawed Sui Shan and appeared to be very pleased with herself, as if she was the one who broke through. Sui Shan was truly befuddled. The essence energy, which Yi Yuan absorbed, was multiple times of others. With such a colossal amount of essence energy, should it not burst the dantian? Could it be that Yi Yuan was a natural-born freak with a dantian several times larger than the average person? What kind of joke was this? This was not a genius, but a freak. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it totally did not look like his dantian was multiple times bigger than others. However, how on earth did he do it? Hey, do you want to guess how many drops of spirit liquid Yi Yuan's formed? I guess that it's definitely 7 drops, maybe even 8 drops. Sui Shan jumped like a cat that had its tail stepped on when he heard that. 8 drops? How's that possible? Forget about our state of Qin. Even in the entire tranquil cloud sex domain, the current highest record is just 6 drops. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan is, 7 drops is the pinnacle already. How can it possibly be 8 drops? Why can't it be possible? You said that it was impossible for him to break through directly to the spirit condensation realm. But now, didn't he break through? Furthermore, you also saw that essence energy storm just now. It was multiple times the size of when we broke through. Such a terrifying essence energy storm. Condensing 8 drops shouldn't be strange either, right? Perhaps a lot of the essence energy was wasted by him. That must be it. Idiot. You still refuse to accept reality, even now. Nanfeng Zhiro could not be bothered with him anymore. 9 represented the pinnacle of numbers. As a first-level spirit condensation realm martial artist, the most was condensing 9 drops of spirit liquid. During the process of martial artists cultivating essence energy, it was also the process of using essence energy to strengthen the entire body. It was just that the strengthening effects for the divine soul were too poor and very hard to detect. But every breakthrough in a major realm would cause a qualitative leap in terms of body strengthening. The divine soul would also follow and experience a qualitative change, resulting in a one-time transformation. However, even after martial artists break through to the spirit condensation realm and their dantian receive an immense boost, it could at most endure a total of 9 drops of spirit liquid. Any more would only result in the dantian to burst. Each one of these 9 drops of spirit liquid contained a colossal amount of essence energy. Every drop was virtually the total sum of essence energy held in reserve by essence chi realms. One could imagine just how formidable 9 drops of spirit liquid was. However, for a martial artist to achieve 9 drops of spirit liquid when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, it could only be described using these words: as difficult as ascending to heaven. The vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists condensed between 1 to 3 drops. Some genius martial artists could condense 4 drops and above, such as Nanfeng Jiro and Sui Shan. They both condensed 4 drops of spirit liquid, but above 4 drops, there would be a huge spike in difficulty. Because the more spirit liquid that was condensed, the more essence energy would be required. And a martial artist's dantian simply could not support such horrifying essence energy. The reason why Long Tang could suppress all with his 3rd level spirit condensation realm cultivation was that he condensed 5 spirit liquid drops. Each realm breakthrough in the spirit condensation realm, due to limitations of the dantian, could only once again condense the same amount formed at the 1st level spirit condensation realm. That was to say, when Long Tang was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, he already had 15 spirit liquid drops, while other 4th level spirit condensation realm students merely possessed 16 spirit liquid drops. To perception geniuses such as Long Tang, such a minute difference was simply unworthy of being mentioned. Hence, he could firmly occupy the place of number 1 on the martial roll. In other words, the number of spirit liquid drops condensed when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm represented the kind of heights a martial artist could reach in the future. Just think about it. When a 9 spirit liquid drops martial artist is at the 9th level spirit condensation realm, it would be 9 by 9, 81 spirit liquid drops. While a 1 spirit liquid drop martial artist would only have 9 spirit liquid drops. It was simply impossible to compensate for this sort of difference with other aspects. Of course, the vast majority of martial artists were at 3 drops and below. Hence, the difference between them would not be overly distinct. It was just that if 3 drops and below martial artists did not have any heaven-defying lucky chances, they would stop at the spirit condensation realm in this lifetime. Desiring to break through to the crystal formation realm would be impossibly difficult. To want to break through to the crystal formation realm, one must possess at least 4 spirit liquid drops and above. Even so, not everybody could break through to the crystal formation realm. The more spirit liquid, the greater the chances of advancing to the crystal formation realm. However, there were merely a meager 2 martial artists who condensed 6 spirit liquid drops when they were at the 1st level spirit condensation realm in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect domain. One of them was the current Tranquil Cloud sect leader, Yin Traceless. The difficulty of condensing 6 spirit liquid drops was evident from this. As for 7 drops and above, those were all myths. At least within the Tranquil Cloud sect's domain, condensing 7 spirit liquid drops was completely unheard of. This was also the reason why Sui Shan was so astonished. Even if he did not believe Yi Yuan could condense 8 spirit liquid drops, he could not refute the fact that Yi Yuan condensed 7 spirit liquid drops. That was because the quant. 1. Tie of essence energy which Yi Yuan absorbed just now exceeded the amount he absorbed back then by quite too much. If Far Serpa S. said the volume of essence energy required for 6 spirit liquid drops, which was to say, Yi Yuan had already Serpa S. said everyone in the Tranquil Cloud sect domain. This fact made Su Ishan infinitely depressed, endlessly jealous, and also utterly terrified. Sure enough, the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness already far exceeded his understanding. 7 spirit liquid drops. That meant that no matter how casually Yi Yuan cultivated in the future, he could cultivate to the crystal formation realm. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was already so terrifying while at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Now that he condensed 7 spirit liquid drops in one go, what extent would his strength soar to? If he knew that Yi Yuan did not condense 7 spirit liquid drops, but instead the 9 drops which he dared not even think about, who knew what he would think? In reality, not only Su Yishan dare not imagine it, but even Nanfeng Jiro also did not dare to imagine that. She said 8 spirit liquid drops, just to ridicule Su Yishan. Honestly speaking, even she did not really believe that Yi Yuan could condense 8 spirit liquid drops. Because that would be too inhuman. 9 drops of spirit liquid, huh? Didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would actually be so perfect, way stronger compared to my previous life. Yi Yuan also felt rather emotional. In his previous life, Yi Yuan only condensed 7 spirit liquid drops. Among the pinnacle powers in the divine realm, 7 spirit liquid drops were not considered very impressive. The true blue geniuses all condensed 9 spirit liquid drops. In the lower realms, 9 spirit liquid drops were something which only existed in the legends. But in the divine realm, there were a few people who could achieve it. Of course, that was also because Yi Yuan did not hold any interest in the martial path. Otherwise, with his degree of monstrousness, 9 spirit liquid drops was not at all that amazing. But this time around, under the double effects of the Spirit Surge pill and the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, he finally achieved the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly felt his divine soul quiver and a head-splitting pain transmitted over. See, so painful. Is it starting? Condensing spirit liquid was only fulfilling half of the breakthrough to spirit condensation realm. There was still another half, which was the baptism of the divine soul. This was the true sense of the first qualitative change of the martial artist's divine soul. It was of vital importance. Chapter 150, Sudden Change in Situation. Chapter 150, Sudden Change in Situation. Crack, crack. The initially vast, clear skies of the endless forest had an abrupt change and was covered up by layer upon layers of dark clouds. Countless streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, while the sound of rolling thunder came from the far away to near. What happened? What's going on? Su Yishan's complexion turned ashen. He had never seen such abnormal weather and could instinctively sense that things were not quite right. The feeling that this sudden change in the situation did not seem to have formed naturally. Rather, it seemed like a phenomenon brought about when some powerhouse broke through cultivation realms. Yuan Fei's eyes shone like he seemed to know what was happening. Hence, he lightly patted Nanfeng Jiro's shoulder, and his other hand picking up Su Yishan like a baby chick as he shot away, even further in the distance. This time around, Yuan Fei moved away, even further away from Yi Yuan, a distance of several miles. Smack! Yuan Fei casually threw Su Yishan down, but his gaze was fixed firmly at the place Yi Yuan was breaking through. Nanfeng Jiro also caught up right then as she stared at Yuan Fei in total bewilderment. She really wanted to ask Yuan Fei just what in the world happened, but they were unable to communicate, so Yuan Fei would not understand even if she asked. But looking at Yuan Fei's actions, could it be that the source of this phenomenon was actually Yi Yuan? How is this possible? Such a phenomenon was impossible to have even if one broke through to the crystal formation realm, let alone breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Just what on earth happened on Yi Yuan's body? Su Yishan picked himself up rather miserably and just happened to meet Nanfeng Jiro's baffled gaze. He involuntarily became P.I.S. said, "Don't look at me. How would I know what happened? This Yi Yuan is a natural-born freak." Freak! Freak! Su Yishan did not dare to get mad at Yuan Fei, so he could only say freak 3 times consecutively to express his displeasure, and at the same time conceal the deep shock within his heart. Through Yuan Fei's reaction, Su Yishan clearly also realized that the source of this phenomenon was Yi Yuan. However, he just could not figure out how Yi Yuan could invoke such a horrifying phenomenon when he was merely breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Nanfeng Zhiro was speechless for some time before she said, Yi Yuan's gathering qi and then liquefying it is already completed. Now, it should be the divine soul transformation. But would the divine soul transformation invoke such a phenomenon? Could it be due to him condensing 7 spirit liquid drops? I already said that I don't know. Divine soul transformation is just symbolical. How can it possibly trigger such a phenomenon? Su Yishan said crossly. Nanfeng Zhiro thought about it for a long time and also could not come up with an explanation. She could only observe Yi Yuan's movements closely. Meanwhile, over 10,000 miles away, at the Tranquil Cloud sect, an old man filled with a sage-like bearing broke out of his seclusion and looked at the phenomenon in the distance with a grave expression. It's over at the endless forest. What happened? Could another Tier 4 demonic beast be born? But it's also not possible for Tier 4 demonic beasts to trigger such a phenomenon. Somewhere deep in the endless forest, an elderly man who was only skin and bones looked at the phenomenon towering the skies with a similarly solemn expression. Which old demon broke through? Such a level of phenomenon is simply inconceivable. I'd better stay further away from him. Breaking through in the endless forest, doesn't this fellow scared of provoking that old demon in there? Although the elderly man was very curious about what happened, he still turned around and left without looking back. Over at the other side of the endless forest, this place was hailed as a land forbidden to humans, the 10,000 Demons Valley. There were countless powerful demonic beasts within. In the deepest part of the 10,000 Demons Valley, inside a cave, a youth actually sat there cross-legged. The youth was presently training in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes. He murmured to himself, "It's the aura of a human." To think that such a heaven-defying existence appeared once again among the humans. What a pity. I'm also at the most critical juncture right now. Otherwise, I would go and meet him. Finus. Plussing, the youth shut his eyes again, cutting off all of his senses. This instant, countless masters in the endless world was startled by the phenomenon caused by Yi Yuan. It was just that no matter how they thought, they did not imagine that such a level of phenomenon was caused by a puny little spirit condensation realm. However, Yi Yuan's current body condition was not great. See, why is the divine soul transformation in the spirit condensation realm so painful? Yi Yuan was currently experiencing a head-splitting pain, his divine soul feeling like it was being shredded, making him wish that he was dead. Yi Yuan had the past experience of breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. So of course he knew what the spirit condensation realm's divine soul transformation was all about. But now this sort of agony had greatly said his experience. Art! Yi Yuan finally could not take it anymore. He clutched his own head and started rolling around on the ground in anguish. In the distance, Nanfeng Zhiro, who saw the situation, was greatly alarmed. She was about to launch herself over when she was stopped by Yuan Fei. Ape King, can't you see how much pain Yuan is in? Quickly go and save him. Nanfeng Zhiro was almost in tears. Yuan Fei just shook his head and did not have any intention of heading over. Yuan Fei, Yi Yuan is your master. If something happens to him, you'll also suffer retribution. Nanfeng Zhiro threatened when she saw that she could not persuade Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei waved his hands again and continued to be unmoved. Nanfeng Zhiro saw Yi Yuan rolling around nonstop on the ground, appearing like he was in increasingly tormenting pain and could no longer endure it. She raised a palm to attack Yuan Fei. However, Yuan Fei's speed was even greater than hers. He directly gave a hand chop to the back of Nanfeng Zhiro's neck, and Nanfeng Zhiro promptly fainted. Su Yishan, who was watching at the sides, was unclear what was going on. Did this Yuan Fei really want to see Yi Yuan die? However, Yuan Fei did not give him much time to ponder. With the same hand chop down, Su Yishan also fainted. Finus. Plussing these, Yuan Fei seated on the ground and quietly watched Yi Yuan, who was struggling on the ground. The current Yi Yuan felt that his entire body was about to be ripped apart. Even as somebody who had been through 2 lives, he had never tasted this sort of feeling. Ji Qingyan was an expert in terms of souls. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to become the youngest alchemy emperor. However, he had never experienced this sort of torment even during his previous life, where he broke through so many cultivation realms. This was only breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan's mind was on the verge of being extinguished. During this time, it was the desire towards life which sustained him, making his soul preserve that last trace of clarity and eternity. He, Ji Qingyan, wanted to take revenge. He, Ji Qingyan, wanted to charge back to the divine realm and kill that traitor with his own hands. Ji Qinglan was still living well in the divine realm. How could he, Ji Qingyan, die just like this? Yi Yuan was unresigned. Using his last trace of clarity, Yi Yuan revolved the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. This was his first time revolving the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation in this lifetime. Because cultivating soul strength below the spirit condensation realm did not hold any meaning whatsoever. Even so, Yi Yuan's familiarity towards the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation originated from the deepest parts of the soul. In his previous life, he cultivated this technique countless times. This skill was akin to a part of his body. In his previous life, Ji Qingyan did not hold much interest toward cultivation methods and was also uninterested in martial techniques. He was only infatuated with soul manuals. As an alchemist, Ji Qingyan could not do without soul manuals. However, the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, which had proved effective every time, actually failed this time. How is this possible? Chapter 151, Divine Text. Chapter 151, Divine Text Arg. What's going on? Yi Yuan howled agonizingly in his mind. The 1,000 augmenting soul incantation was an absolutely powerful soul cultivation method in the divine realm. Ji Qingyun and his father only became renowned throughout the divine realm because of cultivating this technique. But now, even the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation could not resolve the issue of the divine soul tearing. It was but a one-time simple breakthrough. How could something like this happen? Just as Yi Yuan was completely helpless and hovering on the edge of absolute despair, his divine soul once again underwent an abnormal change. Numerous golden-colored unknown texts slowly drifted into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, akin to the trickling of a stream, immediately noise. H.I. Plussing Yi Yuan's divine soul. These golden texts were incomparably profound and mysterious. Each word vanished after entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, and Yi Yuan's divine soul was also being repaired. Gradually, the pain of the divine soul being torn apart lessened, all the way until it disappeared entirely. However, the inflow of these gold texts did not end. They continued to enter Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Not only did it fully mend Yi Yuan's divine soul, it even nourished Yi Yuan's divine soul, strengthening it slowly. Were these texts to actually have such a miraculous effect? Even being an U.S. Trias alchemy emperor in his previous life, Yi Yuan had never seen such an abstruse and abnormal thing before. Merely the text itself could strengthen the divine soul. Just what kind of heaven-defying means was this? Could these texts be a soul cultivation method? Then if one grasped these texts, wouldn't they become a heaven-defying existence? Could it be that these texts had already transcended this world and were the legendary divine script? For the sake of researching the alchemy path, Yi Yuan had read extensively on all books in his past life and learned countless languages. But he actually could not recognize any of these golden words. Where did these words come from? Why did they enter my sea of consciousness? Yi Yuan was currently full of doubts and questions. The breakthrough in cultivation realm this time was way too abnormal. It had already said Yi Yuan's understanding. Yi Yuan's divine soul no longer hurt anymore. But to his dismay, he discovered that he could not do anything. He could only let those texts enter his sea of consciousness freely. Since he could not do anything, then Yi Yuan might as well just lay there and start to savor these golden texts. With this bout of savoring, Yi Yuan immediately felt that these golden texts were out of the ordinary. Between each brush and stroke, it divulged the allure of Tao. This was an indescribable, sort of boundless feeling, as if what these texts were currently describing was this stretch of heaven and earth. This feeling even gave Yi Yuan an illusion of tearing through the firmament. Ji Qingyun was formerly a divine king powerhouse, but his cultivation realm was completely piled up using medicinal pills. He did not necessarily have a very deep understanding of heavenly Tao. Even so, he was a genuine divine king. His comprehension of the heavenly Tao was extremely deep. But when he looked at these texts, Yi Yuan felt that his understanding was worse than Dog's. H-I plus T. In front of these characters, Yi Yuan felt that his understanding of heavenly Tao was just like a toddler learning how to walk. Even if Yi Yuan could not understand them, the impact of the deep, resonant feeling of the boundless great Tao contained within these words pierced deep into the soul. Could these words really be the divine script? An existence lording above divine king? But where did they come from? Could it be that these texts automatically entered my sea of consciousness with my one-time breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm? But I didn't step on sh*t today. Yi Yuan knew that he picked up a treasure. With his knowledge and horizons, he naturally knew the extraordinariness of these words. Even the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art was likely not as good when in front of these characters. Even if these characters were not the legendary divine script, it was also an existence which could cause a frenzy in the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan was certain that once somebody in the divine realm knew that he possessed these texts, they would tear his divine soul into shreds with any hesitation and use all kinds of methods to search it out from his sea of consciousness. Even if they could not understand the contents of these texts, just placing it inside the sea of consciousness and giving it a look every day would be tremendously helpful to martial artists. The maxim of great Tao contained within these words might be able to help lead martial artists towards the deity realm. It's the deity realm. Just by thinking of these two words, Yi Yuan could not stop his body from trembling a little. Which martial artist did not yearn for the deity realm? Even Ji Qingyun, who had no interest in the martial path in his previous life, fervently pursued that legendary alchemy G-O-D realm. To want to become an alchemy G-O-D, first, one's divine soul must step into the deity realm. Without a deity-level divine soul, how could one possibly refine out deity rank medicinal pills? Presently, Yi Yuan could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills because these pills were too low-leveled. The requirements towards divine soul were not high. But as the level of the medicinal pill rose in tier, the difficulty of refining would also become increasingly difficult. Without the support of a powerful divine soul realm, it was impossible to refine them. If not for the sake of letting the divine soul undergo a transformation, Yi Yuan would not even be bothered to advance to the divine king realm. The deity realm could absolutely drive all martial artists insane. Yi Yuan produced a series of conjectures about these golden texts. Firstly, could these golden texts be a soul cultivation method written using the divine script? Highly probable. That was because these texts could be used directly on the soul. Not only did it repair his damaged divine soul, it even nourished and strengthened his divine soul. Secondly, if one could completely comprehend these golden characters, did that mean that they could break through the chains of heaven and earth and gain access to that deity realm which enraptured all? Also possible, but Yi Yuan felt that it might not be so easy. The profundity of these golden texts could no longer be described using words. Even with Yi Yuan's peerless talent, he was unable to comprehend 1/10,000th of it. It was easier said than done to want to comprehend it thoroughly. Apart from this, the reason for the deity realm to dwindle to zero was unknown. But most likely, it was not as easy to take that step as mastering a set of cultivation law. Even if this set of cultivation law was a deity realm cultivation method. 100,000 years ago, all the deity realm powerhouses in the divine realm vanished overnight. Body knew where they went, and body knew why they disappeared. But ever since then, the divine realm had never given birth to another deity realm powerhouse. Not just that, all the secrets involving the deity realm also seem to have vanished overnight since then. 100,000 years had set in time, had buried even more secrets in oblivion. Today, body knew how to break through to the deity realm anymore. In these 100,000 years, there had been countless dazzlingly shocking geniuses who wanted to try all sorts of means to smash the fetters. In the end, it all came to naught. There were even some unrivaled powerhouses who fell during midway, leaving behind infinite regrets. Ji Qingyun had once been hailed as the genius figure most likely to break through to becoming an alchemy god. But even that was only everyone's flattery, or perhaps it was everyone's affirmation of him. Because body truly felt that he could genuinely break through to the alchemy god realm. That was because this was 100,000-year shackle. Body could break it apart. While Yi Yuan's imaginations were running wild, that sheet of golden texts already completely entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Just as Yi Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, his entire being was like he got shocked by lightning. His divine soul also shuddered as tears started flowing out. Chapter 152. A father's love is akin to a mountain. Chapter 152. A father's love is akin to a mountain inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Two faint silhouettes stood as they faced each other. Yi Yuan looked at this kindly but big and tall figure as he wept bitterly. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I should have long thought of this. In this whole wide world, who would do all this for me except for you? Yi Yuan's tears covered his face as his emotions were virtually crumbling. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had always been calm and collected. He had never lost control of his emotions like this before. He had buried the hatred at the bottom of his heart all along and placed all of his energy on cultivation. He only hoped to be able to charge back to the divine realm one day and kill that traitor. But this time around, facing this person, he could no longer keep his cool. This was the father who raised him, taught him alchemy, and taught him cultivation. The most powerful alchemy emperor in the divine realm, Ji Zhengyang. A man would not shed tears easily unless his heart was broken. Ji Zhengyang had an amiable appearance and did not develop a baleful aura from being murdered by that traitor. His gaze toward Yi Yuan was filled with tender love. Ji Zhengyang smiled kindly and said, Yin, to be able to see you reincarnate and get a new lease on life, Father is very comforted. Has all been well? Good. Good. Everything has been good for this child. I just often miss Father very much. Yi Yuan choked. Haha. What's the point of missing a dead person? Since you have a new ident. 1. Tie a new life, you should go and live that new life. Don't wallow in the past. The Medicine King Hall is already the past. Things that had happened, just let them be. Ji Zhengyang smiled and said very nonchalantly. How can I? Father's dead of grat. 1. Tude for raising me up. Even if Yun'er is ground to dust, I wouldn't dare to forget. And that traitor, how can I dispel my grinding hatred if I don't tear his corpse to shreds? Yun'er dare not forget the scene of Father's death. With heaven's grace, I, Ji Qingyun, came back to life. How can I be considered human if I don't avenge this enmity? Ji Zhengyang stretched out an illusionary hand and lightly caressed Yi Yuan's head like the past. Except, the current Ji Zhengyang was a remnant soul without a corporeal body. How could he touch Yi Yuan? However, Ji Zhengyang did not seem to mind this. Although his hand said through Yi Yuan and did not touch anything, his face still revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. Oh Yun'er, you reviving is not some heaven's blessing. It's Father who used a divine soul secret art to send you to the lower realms. But Father did not send you to the lower realms to hope for you spend your days living in hatred and be blinded by hatred. That way, you would become a machine for revenge. That's not the outcome I wish to see. Ji Xingyang sighed and said. Yi Yuan trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Him reincarnating was actually due to Father using a great arcane ability? How? How is this possible? However, Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and immediately said agitatedly, Father, since you have this kind of powers, did you also arrange yourself to reincarnate? Where did you reincarnate? I'm going to find you. Ji Xingyang smiled and said, You're overthinking it, Yin Ji Kanglin's scheme for such a long time. How could he give Father a chance for my divine soul to escape? Back then, Father already expended all my effort to send you away. It was only because he underestimated Father's strength that I could give you a slim chance of survival. At that time, my divine soul was almost entirely pulverized by him. It was in an extremely frail and weak state, but did not dissipate. It was merely because his divine soul realm could not detect my presence. Hence, I concealed within the void and waited until he was killing you to execute an almighty deception secret art to make him think that your soul already dissipated. Then my remnant soul brought your divine soul to shuttle through the void and enter the lower realms. Only now did Yi Yuan knew that his reincarnation was not accidental, but a feeble thread of hope sought out for him by Ji Xingyang risking the complete exhaustion of his divine soul. Ji Xingyang described it easily, but Yi Yuan could feel the peril back then. Ji Kanglin's divine soul realm was not low, and it was absolutely impossible for him to not discover a remnant soul. Ji Xingyang had to outsmart Ji Kanglin's probing and go into hiding, and he also needed to execute the secret art to make Ji Kanglin think that Yi Yuan was already dead. Then he shattered the void to bring Yi Yuan to the lower realms. This process was an extremely huge drain on the divine soul. If not to save him, Ji Xingyang completely had the ability to escape alone. With Ji Xingyang's divine soul realm, reincarnating was not something hard. However, Ji Xingyang did not do so. Instead, he did everything he could to leave this thin thread of hope for him. This was the choice made by a father before he died. Such a father's love akin to mountains and oceans. How should Yi Yuan repay it? He had no chance to. If he could, Yi Yuan would rather that the person who died was him. But Yi Yuan knew that his father's remnant soul could not hold on much longer. This farewell would be forever. Father, When Ji Xingyang finished talking, Yi Yuan was already choking through sobs. No one knew a man better than his own father. Ji Xingyang had never doubted his son's filial piety. Hence, he smiled and said, Yinner, Father did not tell you all these to make you think about revenge and whatnot. I only wish for you to know that Father only hope you will live on well and not become a machine seeking revenge. But Ji Kanglin is so treacherous. Are we going to let things go just like this? Yi Yuan asked very unwillingly. Ji Xingyang shook his head and said, Father did not mean that. I also know I can't stop your vengeance. You have your memories of your previous life. Ascending to the divine realm in the future is a certainty. You'll also meet Ji Kanglin sooner or later. But Father does not wish for you to be completely clouded by hatred. What's the difference between the such of you and a walking corpse? If you really kill Ji Kanglin, then your life would completely lose meaning. At that time, you'll also lose yourself, and your cultivation realm will no longer advance too. Yinner, you have to halt your footsteps to pay attention to the people around you. Don't let down their expectations of you. You are no longer Ji Qingyan now. Yi Yuan's mind trembled. Images of Yi Heng, Run Hongling, Lu Nanfeng Ruoqing, Nanfeng Zhuro, Hu Yin Yan, Tang Yu involuntarily appeared inside his head. That's right. I'm no longer Ji Qingyan anymore. I'm currently Yi Yuan. I have a family, teachers, and friends. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Father, this child understands. Be at ease. I'm still your son, Ji Qingyan. However, I'm also Yi Hang and Rin Hongling's son, Yi Yuan. I won't disappoint you all. Ji Xingyang had a smile in his eyes. Clearly, he was very pleased with his son. In fact, he had always been very pleased with his son ever since his birth. Even though they were separated by life and death today, it was enough for him to know that he was living on well. Haha, when has my Yuner ever disappointed me? However, you have to promise, Father, in the future when you return to the divine realm, you have to act within your capability. Never forcefully do things. While Ji Kanglin might be powerful, it's impossible for him to overturn the Medicine King Hall alone. There's definitely an even more powerful person behind him. Ji Xingyang warned him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, Father. This child knows what to do. Father, this child will definitely step into the deity realm in this lifetime and attain the long-cherished wish from our previous life." Chapter 153, Medicine God's Soul Canon. Chapter 153, Medicine God's Soul Canon. Seeing Yi Yuan mention the deity realm, a yearning look also appeared on Ji Xingyang's face. Deity realm? That's truly a long-cherished Wisconsin H. Plus Yuner. Father believes that you can crack this 100,000-year mystery and step into the deity realm. Ji Xingyang chose to believe Yi Yuan's wildly rampant words when he heard it without any hesitation at all. Father, you can actually send this child down to the lower realms to reincarnate. Just what realm did your divine soul reach? Yi Yuan voiced out the query in his heart. Yi Yuan's previous life's divine soul was also very powerful. Yet, he was unable to achieve reincarnation, let alone talked about resurrecting other people. Therefore, he was very curious just how strong Father was to actually let him resurrect. Ji Xingyang smiled and said, "As long as you properly study the medicine God's Soul Canon, with your talent and perception, reaching my level is not something hard." Medicine God's Soul Canon? Could it be those golden characters that enter my sea of consciousness? Yi Yuan asked in amazement. That's right. Father's divine soul realm subsequently soared fiercely due to the effects of studying the medicine God's Soul Canon daily. So that's how it is. No wonder Father can refine a half-step divine pill. So it's actually due to obtaining such a mystical arcane canon. Could it be that Father's divine soul really reached the legendary half-step deity realm? Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Ji Xingyang shook his head and said with a smile, "What half-step divine pill? That's all concocted by Ji Kanglin. That medicinal pill was at most slightly stronger than peak tier 9 medicinal pills. How can it be worthy of being called a half-step divine pill? As for divine soul realm, I'm still very far away from half-step deity realm. If I reached the half-step deity realm, how could Ji Kanglin have the opportunity to lay hands on me? However, the more I understand the medicine God's Soul Canon, the more I feel that the deity realm is vague and abstruse." Yi Yuan was also formerly a divine king realm. He could naturally sense the mythical and illusory allure of the deity realm. But hearing Ji Xingyang say that, he felt that the future would be riddled with difficulties. This medicine God's Soul Canon was so mystical, and it was actually unable to help Father step foot into the deity realm. "Father, where did you get this medicine God's Soul Canon from? Why have I never heard of it before?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Father acquired this medicine God's Soul Canon from a Fall Mountain Range. But this medicine God's Soul Canon is only an incomplete canon. To this date, I also don't know its origins. When I obtained it, it was only a tattered book, very inconspicuous. But when I used divine sense to inspect it, these golden characters actually automatically imprinted within my divine soul. I was also unable to retrieve it. I could only study it every day, all the way until my divine soul realm had some breakthrough. Then only I was barely able to control these golden characters, Ji Xingyang explained. It's actually the Fall Mountain Range. No wonder. Roughly 10 years ago or so before Father died, you joined hands with numerous divine king powerhouses to barge into the Go Fall Mountain Range together. I'm afraid that the medicine diesel cannon was obtained during then, right? Yi Yuan had a look of realization. Divine king experts were indeed pinnacle existences in the divine realm. However, it was not like they could travel freely anywhere around the world. In the divine realm, there were some forbidden places. Even if divine king experts entered, just a moment of carelessness and there would be the risk of Paris. I plussing. The Fall Mountain Range was one of them. As the name suggests, a place where even deity realm powerhouses had a parish. What did divine king experts count for? Of course, there was another saying about the Fall Mountain Range. Countless eons ago, an earth-shattering great war took place in that place. Those Partic 1p aiding the Great War were all deity realm powerhouses. In that battle, many deity realm experts fell. Hence, that place was later called the Fall Mountain Range. But too much time had passed, said. As for which saying was true, it could no longer be determined. Only one thing was certain. That was the Fall Mountain Range was an extremely perilous place, but also a place with tremendous lucky chances. This medicine soul cannon might have been a soul cultivation method left behind by some deity realm expert. Ji Xingyang nodded and said, "That's right. It was obtained back then. You have also seen the medicine soul cannon and should understand its allure. I was also unable to grasp these golden characters back then, so I temporarily did not tell you. Later on, when I planned to impart you the medicine soul cannon, that unexpected incident happened. Sigh. Truly fate makes a fool out of men. With your talent, if you were given several hundred years to comprehend the medicine soul cannon, you might really achieve half-deity realm. To divine king experts, several hundred years was not considered long. It might just be the duration of a retreat. For Ji Xingyang, to give Yi Yuan a time limit of merely several hundred years, it was clear just how confident he was in his son's talent. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, "Father, perhaps this lifetime is my opportunity. In my previous life, I neglected the martial path. Even if I had acquired the medicine soul cannon, I might not be able to reach half-deity realm. In this life, I'll pour my heart into the martial path and pursue that unparalleled deity realm. I absolutely won't let Father down." Ji Xingyang smiled and said, "I naturally won't be disappointed. Father has already observed your new body. You cultivated very well, and your foundation is also very solid. You condensed 9 spirit drops, and the divine soul transformation was also very flawless. As long as you take each step forward firmly, stepping into the deity realm in the future is definitely not a dream. All right, time is almost up. Father should go. In the future, when Father isn't by your side, you have to take good care of yourself." As he was talking, Ji Xingyang's body became increasingly faint. This was the sign of a remnant soul about to vanish. Plus Yi Yuan's eyes instantly blurred once again. The father and son barely managed to reunite, yet it was so fleeting. This goodbye was forever. Yi Yuan desperately tried to grab hold of Ji Xingyang. But how could he clutch a remnant soul on the verge of disappearing? "Don't worry, Father. This child has already grown up. I'll take good care of myself. I'll definitely step into the deity realm in the future. Even if I have to try every means, I'll definitely find a way to revive you," Yi Yuan said with tears in his eyes. "Haha, silly boy. Life and death are set by the heaven. You just have to live well by yourself, and that would do." Ji Xingyang's remnant soul gradually became fainter, hazier, and finally vanished into nothingness. Once again watching his father leave him, Yi Yuan felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He only hated himself for being too weak. If he had Father's former strength, he could surely hold on to Father's divine soul and even revive him. But right now, he was unable to do anything. Yi Yuan once again experienced that sort of deep helplessness. He disliked this sort of feeling very much. Yi Yuan must definitely step into the deity realm in this lifetime. The heartless heavens treat everything as straw dogs. Yi Yuan have to carve out my own great Tao and oppose this heaven. At this point, Yi Yuan already returned to reality. Yi Yuan howled at the skies. At this point, Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm was finally completed. The heaven and earth phenomenon faded away as if it had never appeared. Yuan Fei brought the unconscious Nanfeng Jiro and Su Yishan in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had not yet completely recovered from his grief. Seeing Su Yishan, his killing intent involuntarily surged. Chapter 154. How can you be so strong? Chapter 154. How can you be so strong? What happened to me? Yi Yuan, you're fine. That's great. Nanfeng Jiro slowly woke up. Seeing Yi Yuan safe and sound, she could not help being overjoyed. Unknowingly, Nanfeng Jiro's concern towards Yi Yuan had already become an involuntary habit. It's just breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. What could happen? Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the grief in his heart and said with a forced smile, "But you really frightened people to death just now. Rolling on the ground while clutching your head, I even thought you. I saw your distressing appearance and wanted to come over to help you, but I was knocked unconscious by this fellow." Humph. Nanfeng Jiro pointed at Yuan Fei and said with a displeased look, "If not for Yuan Fei being too powerful, she probably would have swung her sword over at this time. He's right in not letting you come over, so don't blame him anymore. My divine soul transformation is different from others. I'll experience a type of special baptism. That's why it's so painful. Earlier, the several dozen feet radius around me was extremely dangerous. Your divine soul would have suffered injuries if you came over rashly," Yi Yuan explained. Nanfeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan with suspicion and then looked at Yuan Fei. "Really? Of course it's true. If not, you can feel my soul strength, and you'll know that what I said isn't false." As he spoke, Yi Yuan released his soul strength. Yuan Fei and Nanfeng Jiro clearly felt that surge of soul strength. You actually directly broke through to middle-rank alchemy master's soul strength? Nanfeng Jiro had a face as if she saw a ghost. Even her speech became stammers. By the side, Yuan Fei also found unexpected. Two A-L-S flickered. Clearly, he was also very surprised. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist's soul strength followed their cultivation realm. The level of cultivation would possess a matching soul strength, apart from those people with naturally powerful divine souls. Before Yi Yuan's broke through, his divine soul was roughly the same as the average person. Even if he went through divine soul transformation, it should have only been to the extent of low-rank alchemy master's soul strength. How could he directly possess middle-rank alchemy master's soul strength? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't I say just now? My divine soul transformation is different from others. Having experienced such a painful divine soul baptism, what I obtained was naturally more than others. But, if you possess middle-rank alchemy master soul strength, wouldn't you be able to directly refine high-grade tier 2 medicinal pills?" Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in shock. She recalled that Yi Yuan could refine tier 2 medicinal pills when he was at the 4th level essence chi realm. Then did that not mean that he possessed the strength of a high-rank alchemy master at minimum currently? Wasn't this too quick? High-grade tier 2? Even if I didn't reach middle-rank alchemy master soul strength, that's also not an issue. To Yi Yuan, these medicinal pills from the state of Qin had no challenge at all. Refining high-grade tier 2 medicinal pills were too easy. The real challenge was those medicinal pills which Serpa said high-grade tier 2. If Yi Yuan's soul strength did not have a breakthrough, there might really be some difficulties in refining it. After all, tier 2 medicinal pills were way harder than tier 1 medicinal pills. To go even further by leaping ranks to refine medicinal pills, the difficulty naturally also increased. Nanfeng Zhiro sucked in a deep breath before saying, Sui Shan was really spot on about something. Yi Yuan was stunned and asked, What did he say about me? You're a freak. 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 It was rare for Nanfeng Zhiro to acknowledge something Sui Shan said, because each and everything that happened on Yi Yuan's body could not be described using the word normal, so it could only be described using freak. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, How rare for Sui Shan's appraisal of me to be so high. In order to thank him, I'll give him a chance to fight fairly. Nanfeng Zhiro was greatly startled when she heard that and quickly said, You aren't really going to go one-on-one with him, right? You just broke through. With Yuan Fei and me around, you don't have to be swayed by personal feelings. The meaning of that was that Yi Yuan was obviously not Su Yishan's match. Nanfeng Zhiro's thinking was not wrong. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, and he was surely even more impressive after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. He had just broken through after all, and Su Yishan was 3 minor realms higher than him. This distance could not be compensated so easily. Nanfeng Zhiro knew that after the spirit condensation realm, jumping ranks to battle would be even more difficult because the disparity between each minor realm was even greater. A 3-spirit liquid drops, 1st level spirit condensation realm, and a 2nd level spirit condensation realm, who likewise condensed 3 spirit liquid drops. There was a whole 3 spirit liquid drops difference between them. That also meant that the difference in essence energy quant 1 tie between them was 100%. It was very hard to compensate for this sort of disparity without heaven-defying methods. Between Yi Yuan and Su Yishan, there was a full 3 minor realms gap between them. There was even a minor stage in between. The disparity in between was too big. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Relax, I know what I'm doing. Right then, Su Yishan also slowly awakened. Seeing Yi Yuan's currently sizing him up with ill intentions, his hard S.H.I. plus Vered for no reason. Come on, Su Yishan. I said that I'll give you the chance to duel me. Now, let's carry out a one-on-one deathmatch. Yi Yuan's words carried an imposing air as if he showed disdain on everyone. You really want to go one-on-one with me? Su Yishan clearly also did not dare to believe it. Yi Yuan's advantage over here was too clear. There was simply no need to do this sort of foolish thing. What? You're unwilling? Yi Yuan's tone turned icy. Willing? Of course I'm willing. Su Yishan hurriedly responded. At this point, he already had no choice. Since Yi Yuan himself was being stupid, then wouldn't he be as dumb as Yi Yuan if he did not grasp this opportunity well? It was just that he was worried Yi Yuan merely only using him to measure his strength, and he would still make Yuan Fei kill him in the end. If it were him, he would definitely do that. You don't have to worry. Yuan Fei and senior apprentice sister Nanfeng won't attack. As long as you can kill me, you can leave this place. I'll make Yuan Fei hold back senior apprentice sister Nanfeng and not let her attack. Yi Yuan saw through Su Yishan's concerns and said calmly, Yi Yuan, you. Nanfeng Zhiro immediately jumped up, but was held back by Yuan Fei. Su Yishan could not help becoming ecstatic when he saw this scene. These few days had been too aggrieved for him. Having lived for nearly 20 years, he had never suffered such injustice before. Yi Yuan, you asked for it yourself. Then don't blame me for not holding back. You aren't naive enough to think that you're really my match after just breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, right? One-on-one isn't the time for being a training partner anymore. Su Yishan laughed madly. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, So much C.R.A.P. Come on. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and attacked Yi Yuan with a punch. If in the past, Yi Yuan would definitely evade this punch at the first moment. But now, Yi Yuan did not run or dodge. He directly struck out with an 8th layer wave. The two of them clashed together. Rumble. After an intense collision, the pair each retreated several steps. An incredulous shock was written all over Su Yishani's face. Didn't you just broke through to the spirit condensation realm? How can you be this strong? Chapter 155. Venting Emotions. Chapter 155. Venting Emotions. Sui Shan was all too familiar with Yi Yuan's moves. Stacking waves layered palm. 8th layered wave. But the question was, how could the 8th layered wave have such incredible power? It was actually not at a disadvantage when class I plussing with his palm. No matter how strong the 8th layered wave was, it was just a tier 1 martial technique. Yi Yuan had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm. A first-level spirit condensation realm using a tier 1 martial technique could actually have a draw with a 4th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist like him. Since when were tier 1 martial techniques so powerful? Since when were first-level spirit condensation realms so strong? Yi Yuan curled his lips and said with displeasure, "Indeed, tier 1 martial techniques are no longer suitable." Yi Yuan had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm. Apart from the movement technique Spirit Void Shattering SPAC, all his martial techniques, including the Absolute Yang Finger, were all tier 1 martial techniques. Using a tier 1 martial technique to battle a 4th-level spirit condensation realm was clearly not quite enough. That clash just now looked to be evenly matched, but in reality, he was at a clear disadvantage. The impact Yi Yuan suffered was much greater than Sui Shan's. The distance he retreated was also farther. Nanfeng Jiro also had her mouth wide open when she saw this scene and no longer struggled in Yuan Fei's arms. It was very clear that this scene gave her a similarly huge shock. Even though that palm from Sui Shan just now was not his strongest move, he did not hold back any strength. Middle rank tier 2 martial technique plus 4th-level spirit condensation realm strength. No matter how one looked at it, the outcome should be Yuan heavily injured and puking blood. However, Yi Yuan merely moved back a few steps. Nanfeng Jiro suddenly thought of something and asked out loud, "Yi Yuan, just how many drops of spirit liquid did you condense?" With Nanfeng Jiro asking, Sui Shan also perked up his ears. He was also very curious whether it was 7 drops or 8 drops. Yi Yuan did not turn his head back and just said casually 9 drops. Sui Shan's eyes popped out. "And I 9 drops? Impossible. How can there possibly be a person who can condense out 9 spirit liquid drops in this world and not have their dantian burst?" Yi Yuan said calmly, "You don't know. Doesn't mean that there isn't. The state of Qin is merely a small place. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well." What kind of joke is this? I don't believe it. Frog at the bottom of a well? You said like you aren't someone from the state of Qin. Haha, I know. You must have only condensed 7 drops and want to make yourself look good. Either that, or you're trying to shake my state of mind. Not that Sui Shan was unwilling to believe, but because 9 spirit liquid drops were truly even more mythical than legends. The way he perceived it, it was completely impossible to appear. And yet, Yi Yuan said he condensed 9 spirit liquid drops, shattering the absolute of Sui Shan's knowledge. Hence, he chose to not believe. But deep down inside, a discordant voice was telling Sui Shan that what Yi Yuan said was true. Otherwise, how could one explain why Yi Yuan could pair a tier 1 martial technique with his first-level spirit condensation realm and be equally matched with him? Even though Sui Shan had never seen 7 spirit liquid drops martial artists, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for 7 spirit liquid drops martial artists to possess such a powerful strength. That was to say, Yi Yuan condensed at least 8 spirit liquid drops, maybe even a 9 drops, which Sui Shan was reluctant to admit. I was just stating a fact, not to make you believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The outcome won't change, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Humph. I don't believe you then. No matter how monstrous you are, you're just at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Can you oppose the heaven? Sui Shan said indignantly. After that, Sui Shan rushed forward and collided together with Yi Yuan. The pair's movement techniques were quick to the extreme. They turned into 2 streaks of afterimages and clashed together nonstop. In a blink, they had crossed over a dozen exchanges. Sui Shan's movement technique goes without saying. He also trained in a high-grade tier 2 movement technique, not at all inferior to Nanfeng Jiro's spirit swallow dance. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm and had the support of immense essence energy, the true might of the first stage of the spirit void, shattering S.P.A.C., also emerged. His speed was actually even slightly faster than Su Yishan. Outsiders could not tell, but Su Yishan's senses were incomparably clear. Just because of that tiny bit, his attack was forever half a beat slower than Yi Yuan's. This also resulted in him being unable to unleash his full power each time. Yi Yuan's 8th layer wave and absolute yang finger were tier 1 martial techniques with tremendous power. Especially the absolute yang finger, its power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as it was during the essence chi realm. While it could not cause real harm to Su Yishan, it made him unable to leave it unrestrained. Yi Yuan made use of this half-a-beat advantage, coupled with the powerful might of the absolute yang finger and the 8th layered wave, to forcefully fight Su Yishan to a draw. This sort of feeling made Su Yishan so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Currently, he was somewhat regretting playing such large stakes with Yi Yuan. He should have used his most powerful move right from the start and fight Yi Yuan to the death. Under the current situation, it was no longer possible even if he wanted to withdraw from the fight. It was like Yi Yuan went mad. He pestered him dead from the start till the end, without giving him any chance to catch his breath. Damn in it. To think that his movement technique is so strong. I fell for his trick. Su Yishan silently cursed as he dealt with things. His present thoughts were very simple. To find a chance to break free from the battle, and then unleash a big move. However, Yi Yuan just refused to give him this chance. The current Yi Yuan was like an old bull which did not know fatigue. All his moves greeted Su Yishan's body like a raging tempest. Having just parted forever with his father, Yi Yuan's heart carried boundless grief. He turned this sorrow into battle power and unleashed it all on Su Yishan's body. The current Su Yishan was just the target to vent the emotions in his heart. Just like this, the two of them exchange over 100 rounds and 100 breaths of time. Boom! Another clash, but this time the pair separated. Yi Yuan finally gave up his entanglement with Su Yishan. The negative emotions in his heart were almost vented finish. After pulling apart, the pair were panting heavily. Clearly, such high-frequency clashes were very taxing on their stamina and essence energy. After panting a few times, Su Yishan recovered first. He said furiously to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, don't think that you're very impressive just because your movement technique is fast. If you have the capability, try breaking apart this move of mine for me to see." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Su Yishan raised both palms towards the skies. It was precisely the starting motion of the heaven-flipping palm. Su Yishan was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Displaying the heaven-flipping palm, right now, could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as back in the academy. An Astonis. H.I. Plussing aura undulated out. It actually made people feel that the sky was rent asunder and the earth was split open. Yi Yuan breathed in deeply and recollected his feelings. He took out the Canghua sword and said lightly, "The warm-up exercise is already done. Now, I'll send you on your way with a 9-sword stance which was completed because of you guys signation. Finus. H.I. Plussing. His silhouette split, and 9 yuans appeared in front of Su Yishan's eyes. Su Yishan's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw the situation. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually still hiding such a formidable move. Changwon's fight only lasted for an instant. Back then, he was battling with Nanfeng Jiro and did not witness how Yi Yuan avoided the signation. Also, during the subsequent spars, Yi Yuan did not use this move either. No matter how one looked at this, the 9 silhouettes gave Su Yishan an enormous shock. Chapter 156, Divine Soul Mystic Art. Chapter 156, Divine Soul Mystic Art. A terrifying sword intent similarly undulated out class. H.I. plussing with Su Yishan's aura. It was actually not at a disadvantage at all. Su Yishan had an extremely strong impression of this sword intent. Back then, for Lu Ruoshui, Su Yishan was put into a sorry state by Yi Yuan. It was due to being struck by this sword intent. However, the current Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art could not be mentioned in the same breath as it originally was anymore. Yi Yuan's sword intent realm was exceedingly high. It was just that he did not have the essence energy to match it. The Yi Yuan today had already broken through to the spirit condensation realm and condensed 9 spirit liquid drops. Displaying the might of the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art would naturally be several levels higher than what it was in the Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan no longer lined up in a straight line when he executed the 9-sword stance this time, but instead, it was 9 disorganized figures. After the 9-sword stance was completed, Yi Yuan could already freely display these 9 silhouettes and also freely control the timing of releasing the sword beams. This way, the might of the 9-sword stance would be much greater. The sword beams released by the 9 disorderly silhouettes would be much harder to defend than if they lined up in a row. Also, Yi Yuan now could freely adjust the entire sword beam releasing duration according to the opponent's situation. This alteration in rhythm was the hardest to be on guard against. If the opponent was not overwhelmingly more powerful than Yi Yuan, then how could they defend the second sword beam when they had just blocked one sword beam and not mustered up new strength? This was the greatest aspect of this 9-sword stance that Yi Yuan created. Powerful sword intent synchronizing with multivariate attacks could let Yi Yuan's power soar once again. Su Yishan instinctively sensed that things were not right. But right now, it was like a notched arrow that had to be released. Since he could not differentiate which was Yi Yuan's true body, he would just directly sweep across with the wind from his palm. With his powerful strength of 4th-level spirit condensation realm, he would directly crush Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan had condensed 9 spirit liquid drops, the disparity between them was still enormous. If he did not make good use of this advantage, then he would have completely no chance of victory at all today. The heaven-flipping palm by itself held incredible power. Among the Su family's Tier 2 martial techniques, it was also a pinnacle existence. After breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, Su Yishan had faith that he could rely on the heaven-flipping palm to crush 5th-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Su Yishan was indeed a genius. He also had rich experience in being in critical situations and was not those sort of flowers which grew up in a greenhouse. But sadly, he met Yi Yuan. Just as he was prepared to release the heaven-flipping palm, his brain suddenly blanked out. His divine soul sunk into a disoriented and hazy state. However, Su Yishan rapidly regained consciousness. Except that when experts exchange blows, that split second of delay was ample to cause lethality. The 9-sword beams whistled out and arrived in front of Su Yishan dazzlingly. Su Yishan only regained consciousness at this time. It was already too late to want to circulate his strength to defend. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9-sword beams struck Su Yishan's body solidly and instantly broke his protective essence energy, destroying his internal organs. What happened? This was the last thought that went through Su Yishan's mind. But he would never know. Nanfeng Jiro swallowed hard and felt somewhat parched. When the world happened just now, she also really wanted to know. At that final moment, just now, Su Yishan clearly hesitated for a bit. Just that short moment cost him his life. But in that sort of life and death juncture, why would he waver? Was this any different from suiciding? Nanfeng Jiro knew that it was definitely something Yi Yuan did, but she did not know what method he used. Speaking of which, after Su Yishan broke through in Cultivation Realm, he was actually already on par with her. Yi Yuan could kill Su Yishan, so he naturally also had the ability to kill her. Nanfeng Jiro unwittingly thought back to 2 months ago, that scene where she almost killed Yi Yuan. Just 2 months, and he already caught up, even Serpa. Said her. To think that she, Nanfeng Jiro, had always boasted she was a genius. But in front of Yi Yuan, she was nothing. Senior apprentice, Sister Nanfeng? Senior apprentice, Sister Nanfeng? What is it? Nanfeng Jiro only reacted after Yi Yuan called out twice in a row. It's late. We should go. It had already been 5 to 6 days since they entered the endless forest, and Yi Yuan still had 2 medicinal herbs which he had not acquired. Since this matter was settled, he naturally did not want to continue delaying. If not for the fact that he needed to break through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan would have long let Yuan Fei kill Su Yishan and would not have let so many things happen. Nanfeng Jiro followed behind Yi Yuan somewhat dejectedly, utterly unlike her usual self. Along the way, the two were very silent. Neither opened their mouth to speak. After 4 hours, Nanfeng Jiro finally could not resist and opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, don't you have anything you want to ask? When you want to talk, you'll obviously say it. If you don't want to talk, then it's also meaningless if I ask. Yi Yuan just replied nonchalantly without turning his head back. Nanfeng Jiro glared at Yi Yuan's back view somewhat resentfully and said discontentedly with pouting lips, Tisich, this guy who doesn't understand women. This princess will talk about it, all right? My father is Nanfeng. I'm called Nanfeng Jiro. My aunt is called Nanfeng Ruoqing. My father is the ruler of the state of Qin. Is this fine? I already knew this long ago. I know that you are aware, but you should at least show me your attitude, right? Nanfeng Jiro was so exasperated by Yi Yuan that she gritted her teeth and halted her steps to stomp her feet. She shouted loudly at Yi Yuan's back view, hiding our ident. 1. Ties from you is my aunt and my fault, but we also have difficulties that we can't say. It's so inconvenient to enter the academy with my aunt and my ident. 1 tie. That's why we concealed our surnames. Initially, I also planned on telling you when we get back, but didn't I not have the opportunity this whole time? Yi Yuan also stopped and turned around. Looking at Nanfeng Jiro, he suddenly smiled and said, Senior apprentice sister Nanfeng is thinking too much. If I really have any attitude, I would have long left you behind and ignored you and not stand here talking to you. Not having an attitude is the best attitude. Nanfeng Jiro bit her lips and then said angrily, Then why didn't you say that earlier? I even thought that you were really angry. You also didn't ask me, Yi Yuan replied very innocently. Nanfeng Jiro thought about it and felt so too. It seemed like it had just been her imagining all sorts of things from the start. She had not even asked this fellow. Perhaps even this matter of concealing their ident. 1. Ties did not count as something in this guy's heart. Fine then. I was the one who imagined things. Then you tell me, when you killed Su Yishan, why did he slow down by half a beat? Nanfeng Jiro had a carefree personality. Knowing that Yi Yuan was not angry, this matter was directly filtered out by her. Nanfeng Jiro became that unruly little princess once again. About that, it's a divine soul mystic art, the G.O.D. stunning spike. It can make people lose focus for a short period of time. Yi Yuan did not have any intention of hiding it and said it directly. Divine soul mystic art. You actually even know divine soul mystic arts. Nanfeng Jiro exclaimed in astonishment. This is just the shallowest type of divine soul mystic art. What's there to get excited about? Not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but this G.O.D. stunning spike was really the crudest one among the divine soul mystic arts he knew. Chapter 157, Demonic Beasts, Fierce Battle. Chapter 157, Demonic Beasts, Fierce Battle. The G.O.D. stunning spike was just a simple way of using soul strength to attack the opponent's divine soul. It was not all that profound. If Su Yishan were prepared beforehand, Yi Yuan would not even have succeeded. After all, Yi Yuan only had middle-rank alchemy master soul strength. It was roughly the same as Su Yishan. This attack of his took him by surprise. Of course, divine soul mystic arts were not much to Yi Yuan. But in mortal countries like the state of Qin, it was absolutely an exceedingly rare existence. Even if it was the crudest type of divine soul mystic art. When the state of Qin's martial artists fought, they would not even think of the other party using divine soul mystic arts because this thing was too rare. Hence, martial artists who possess divine soul mystic arts tend to succeed in sneak attacks. It was just that too few people knew it, so scarce that there simply wasn't any need to be on guard against it. There was no need to go so far as to be on guard against the opposing party's divine soul mystic art every time one fought a battle. Being distracted like that was, on the contrary, a big taboo. Yeah, I should have thought of it long ago. Other than divine soul mystic arts, how could Su Yishan have made this kind of low-level mistake? Nanfeng Jiro muttered. Yi Yuan turned to go. Nanfeng Jiro quickly recovered and hurriedly chased after, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan and said, Yi Yuan, teach me this divine soul mystic art, okay? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, not okay. Seeing Nanfeng Jiro's face change instantly, Yi Yuan quickly said, right now, your matter at hand is to cultivate the water-defying incantation. Wasting time on other matters would only delay your cultivation. After your water-defying incantation is completed, I'll teach you an even stronger one. Only now did Nanfeng Jiro's rage transform into joy as she said, you were the one who said it. If at that time you don't teach me, I will. I will. Nanfeng Jiro said, I will for a long time and could not think of an even better threat. Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer beneath hers. What could she threaten Yi Yuan with? Relax. I have plenty of divine soul mystic arts. As long as you can cultivate to a sufficient realm, I have as many as you want. Let's go. Yi Yuan said very generously. The previous lives Yi Yuan virtually gave up on a martial path, but had researched quite a bit in terms of divine soul. Therefore, he also cultivated many divine soul mystic arts. Of course, the aim of him cultivating the divine soul was still for alchemy. These divine soul mystic arts helped Yi Yuan to better understand the divine soul. He naturally enjoyed it tirelessly. A day later, Yi Yuan brought Nanfeng Jiro and Yuan Fei to the Grey Pine Forest to harvest the Pine Yang fruit. This place obviously also had powerful demonic beasts to guard it. However, it was merely a Tier 2 demonic beast. Yi Yuan released Yuan Fei, and that demonic beast immediately started quaking. It did not reveal the slightest hostility from the start till the end. The hierarchy in the demonic beast world was more stringent. When a Tier 2 demonic beast faced a Tier 3 demonic beast, there was only the word submission. Obtaining the Pine Yang fruit effortlessly, Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the Blackwater Ravine. It was also the habitat of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. The Blackwater Ravine was to the east of the Crimson Summit Ridge, roughly over 1,000 miles away. It was 600 miles from the borders of the Endless Forest and also an extremely perilous land. But to the current Yi Yuan, it was not all that dangerous. With a Tier 3 demonic beast following by his side, he could go anywhere he wanted to in the 1,000-mile radius of the Endless Forest. However, Yi Yuan normally would not let Yuan Fei follow by his side, but made him stay inside the spatial artifact. Not only there were many students partic 1p, aiding in the trial inside the Endless Forest, but there were also even more demonic beast hunters. If they encountered anyone, they could only silence them permanently. Yi Yuan did not wish to murder innocents, so it was better to lay low. Also, Yi Yuan had the intention of tempering himself when he entered the Endless Forest. If he made Yuan Fei take the front for everything, it would lose the meaning of tempering. A day later, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro finally arrived at the Blackwater Ravine. This place had babbling brooks with a beautiful forest. It was quite a nice place to go to. The 600-mile region is a boundary. Here, Tier 1 demonic beasts and Tier 2 demonic beasts mingled together. Of course, this was also not an absolute assumption. However, that martial artist which Yi Yuan treated was pretty unlucky. To have encountered the 7-colored flowing cloud python here could be considered super lucky. According to the description by that martial artist, Yi Yuan determined that 7-colored flowing cloud python might be middle stage Tier 2. This strength might not require Yuan Fei to come out. He might be able to handle it himself. But Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent. The 7-colored flowing cloud python did not only have a formidable poisonous breath, but its fleshy body was also very powerful. If one were to accidentally brush past by it, they would definitely suffer. According to the records, this Blackwater Ravine was originally a late-stage Tier 1 demonic beast territory. But who knew when it became occupied by the 7-colored flowing cloud python? I reckon that there must be something that the 7-colored flowing cloud python likes here. Otherwise, it would not cling to this place. We might even obtain something nice. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice to Nanfeng Jiro. Nanfeng Jiro was already long used to Yi Yuan's encyclopedic knowledge. She just asked, "Then what do we do now? Lure it out and kill it?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No rush. Let's sneak inside and check out the situation first." The pair swallowed the breath-concealing pill and quietly sneaked into the Blackwater Ravine. Traversing past layers of the dense forest, the two finally arrived close to the stream of water. But right at that moment, from an empty SPAC beside the stream, a series of intense fighting clamors sounded out. Yi Yuan pulled aside the tree, leaves to sneak a glance, and actually saw two demonic beasts currently in the midst of a fierce battle. One of them was a black python, roughly 10 foot long. Looking closely, one could see that there was indeed a 7-colored stripe at its vital point. It was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python, and the other demonic beast was a mighty white tiger, similarly a Tier 2 demonic beast, except that the white tiger's strength was a stage lower than the 7-colored flowing cloud python, just low stage Tier 2. The battle between the two was very intense. However, the 7-colored flowing cloud python clearly held the absolute upper hand. That white tiger was currently already covered in injuries. Bright red blood completely dyed that body of white fur, making it look very miserable. However, that white tiger seemed to be very stubborn. It refused to take even a step back despite being injured to such an extent. Instead, it roared and took the initiative to attack the 7-colored flowing cloud python. That manner of appearance showed that it clearly intended on taking it down with it. "Yi Yuan, why doesn't that white tiger run away when it can't beat it?" Nanfeng Jiro transmitted. Evidently, she also found it very strange. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and similarly transmitted his voice. "No idea. Maybe it has some reason that it can't retreat. Demonic beasts also have reasons. I think it's just stupid and just have to fight to the death with that python. Could they be SNATC Hing territories? Such severe injuries. Even if it wins, it most likely won't be able to survive. All life has spirituality. Even demonic beasts have feelings. You've also seen Yuan Fei. Low-tier demonic beasts don't have such complex emotions, but it refuses to fall back despite knowing that it's no match for it. I'm afraid that it really has its reasons." While speaking, Yi Yuan pulled the tree leaf aside even more. The pair's visual field became even wider. Entering their sight was a tiny white tiger the size of a cat, was currently quivering there. Nanfeng Jiro could not contain her surprise as she turned to look at Yi Yuan. Chapter 158, Sword Driving Technique. Chapter 158, Sword Driving Technique. The little white tiger bared its fangs as the fur on its entire body stood on its ends. A low cat-like roar even came out of its mouth every now and then. No matter how one looked at it, it looked very cute. And yet, under this sort of tragic circumstance, the little white tiger's roar seemed to be so helpless and pitiful. Yi Yuan's heart shuddered for no reason, as if he saw the former him. "Yi Yuan, let's save that white tiger. Look at that little white tiger. It's really so pitiful." At this time, Nanfeng Jiro's words sounded out by Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan turned to look, but saw that Nanfeng Jiro's face was already covered in tears. Clearly, she was deeply touched by that white tiger's profound parental love. Under this sort of situation, it was obvious that waiting for the white tiger and the 7-colored flowing cloud python to fight until both were heavily injured would be the best, but Yi Yuan really could not do it. Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just nodded slowly and took out the Tsanghua sword, saying to Nanfeng Jiro, The weak point of the seven-colored flowing cloud python is that seven-colored flower. This is the high ground, an excellent place for ambush. Plusing. I'll go down and lure it over here. You find an opportunity to kill it in one blow. Nanfeng Zhiro nodded with all her might. The current her was also filled with a powerful resentment towards that python. At the moment, the black python and white tiger was intoxicated with the intense battle. The white tiger suffered setbacks repeatedly, but refused to back even one step. The white tiger was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only relied on a single obsession to forcefully hold on and not collapse. That black python locked onto an opening and shot forward abruptly, directly targeting the white tiger's lower jaw. The white tiger's actions already could not keep up with the black python at all any longer. If this bite landed, the white tiger will die without any doubt. Right at this time, a white light sneak attacked the black python's face with lightning speed. This happened too suddenly. The black python was unable to react to it at all. The white light directly struck its eye. PHHSSSDT. The black python's eyes instantly became a B-L-O-O-D. Why mess? An awful shrill cried out. The black python rolled on the ground in pain. The enormous body twisted nonstop, and its tail swept around randomly filled with attack power. Even Yi Yuan did not dare to rush up rashly at this time. He just gave the dying white tiger a look. The white tiger gazed towards Yi Yuan with full grat. The little white tiger saw that the black python suffered injuries and plucked up its courage to come over to its mother's side. It used its tiny tongue to nurse its mother's wounds while periodically giving off whining sounds, appearing to be in great sorrow. However, this scene did not continue for too long. The black python roused from its pain, and a grating howl indicated that it was currently in an enraged state. The black python used its remaining eye to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just looked at it smilingly and even crooked his finger at it, seemingly very contemptuous. That seven-colored flowing cloud python flew into an even greater rage seeing the situation. With a swoosh, it vanished. Yi Yuan was prepared long ago and naturally would not be successfully ambushed by it. Similarly, with an instant flash, Yi Yuan vanished on the spot. That black python struck thin air. Big stupid snake, I'm over here. Yi Yuan once again crooked his finger at the black python over at the other side. The seven-colored flowing cloud python seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words. It rushed towards Yi Yuan once more recklessly. Yi Yuan's movement technique was not much slower than the seven-colored flowing cloud python. He evaded once again. Having repeated this twice, as long as Yi Yuan dodged one more time, the seven-colored flowing cloud python would enter the place where Nanfeng Zhiro was lying in ambush. Nanfeng Zhiro was also sharpening her blade as she stared fixedly at the seven-colored flower at the black python's vital point. Yi Yuan dodged and entered the ambush radius. Just as he taunted the black python once again and Nanfeng Zhiro was on the verge of striking, the black python actually hesitated. This black python is naturally cunning. It actually grew suspicious of my actions. Yi Yuan's cursed in his heart. The Tsanghua sword shook, and a sword beam fired out again. Except, the black python that was prepared would not be struck so easily. It avoided it with a slide of its body. It was just that after the black python dodged, it still did not head over here. A bad premonition arose in Yi Yuan's heart. Indeed, the black python suddenly turned around and actually charged towards the white tiger. In it. Yi Yuan silently cursed and chased over with his sword. Nanfeng Zhiro laid in ambush for so long, but that black python actually ran away. She could not help feeling very depressed. However, her lying in ambush did not hold much meaning anymore at this point. With a large stride out, she also chased after. This black python was abnormally cunning. Even though it gave away its back to Yi Yuan currently, it swayed around. There was simply no way of getting an accurate aim. Yi Yuan fired out multiple sword beams in a go and was evaded by it. In a blink, the black python was only several dozen meters away from the white tiger. This distance was merely an insignificant matter to it. The white tiger was already on the verge of death at the moment. After that fierce burst of strength just now, Pa S said it could no longer muster up strength at this time. It was not the black python's match from the start, and was even bitten several times by the black python. Currently, it was not only covered in wounds, but it was also already deeply poisoned. How could it have the strength to resist? Seeing the black python pounce over, despair showed in the white tiger's eyes. Its gaze turned towards the tiny white tiger by its side, as its eyes were full of unwillingness and helplessness. The little white tiger did not appear to be as frightened as it originally was at the current moment. Instead, it was snarling, baring its teeth at the black python and waving its claws about. It was sufficiently imposing, but sadly, it was too weak and tiny. Nanfeng Juro was greatly anxious when she saw the situation. A series of sword beams shot over. It was just that her sword beams were much weaker compared to Yi Yuan's. Even if there were occasionally a few which landed on the black python's body, it neither hurt nor itched. Yi Yuan knew that it was too late. He immediately gritted his teeth. There's only this move. Little white tiger, if I slip up, don't blame me. In a thought, Yi Yuan lightly tossed the Canghua sword up into the air, and then put his both hands together to form a sword, pointing it towards its Canghua sword. A strand of soul strength wrapped around essence, energy, escaped from the fingertip and directly penetrated the Canghua sword. Just like that, the Canghua sword actually suspended in midair. Sword driving technique. Go! Yi Yuan pointed with one hand. The Canghua sword turned into a streak of flowing light as it swooshed out, directly piercing the black python. The black python seemed to have sensed something. The speed of it pouncing towards the little white tiger became slower, but its body's swaying became even more P-R-O, Noun said, and even more difficult to pinpoint. Canghua sword speed was even faster than the sword beams released by Yi Yuan earlier. Even so, this sword still missed. The black python gave off that horrible grating howl once again, as if it was expressing a victory declaration. Yi Yuan's face darkened, but his fingertip still pulled backward again. The Canghua sword rapidly drew a lone line across the air and turned into a streak of flowing light, shooting towards the black python once more. This time around, because the Canghua sword was too near to the black python, the black python did not expect this sword could actually return after going off. Being caught off guard, it was pierced through by Yi Yuan. SSS. The black python started rolling on the ground in agony once more, but it did not die straight away. This sword did not stab its vital areas. Senior apprentice sister, quickly go and follow up with a strike. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and shouted. With a cling, the Canghua sword dropped on the ground. Yi Yuan was also sitting slumped on the ground, his entire person completely exhausted. Only now did Nanfeng Juro recover from her surprise and hurriedly swung her sword to follow up with a blade. However, before Nanfeng Juro even approached, the black python's tail swept by, nearly hitting her. Nanfeng Juro was very anxious. She did not expect that this black python's vitality was actually so tenacious. She was actually unable to approach momentarily. Just then, a streak of white light flashed across. Chapter 159, Natural-Born Sovereign. Chapter 159, Natural-Born Sovereign. Yuan and Nanfeng Juro both stared wide-eyed as they watched this scene in disbelief. The little white tiger scurried to the black python's vital spot like lightning. Russ. H.I. Plussing at that seven-colored flower and biting down on it. SSSSS. SSSSS. The black python itself also did not think that this little white tiger would actually take advantage of his misfortune to profit from it. Furthermore, it could have bitten any other place, yet it just had to bite down on its vital spot. This was lethal. The black python shook its body repeatedly, trying to shake off that little white tiger. However, the little white tiger's teeth locked down on that seven-colored flower securely and refused to let go. No matter how much the black python rocked, it just did not loosen up. Initially, the black python had its vital spot bitten. It already could not unleash a tenth of its full strength. With the addition of the injuries from battling the white tiger, along with the wounds Yi Yuan inflicted, it would no longer move anymore after some time. It was just that it still twitched every now and then. A Tier 2 middle-stage demonic beast was actually bitten to death by a little white tiger, just like that. Even though the black python was already unmoving, the little white tiger still refused to release its bite as it chomped down firmly without letting go. Yi Yuan picked up the Sanhua sword, walked over to the black python's side, and petted the little white tiger's small head. The tiny white tiger seemed to have understood and only let go then. Yi Yuan was also afraid that the little white tiger did not bite viciously enough and supplemented another stab on the seven-colored flower, thoroughly ending the seven-colored flowing cloud python's life. After the little white tiger released its bite, it no longer bothered with the black python, but instead returned to its mother's side and used its tiny tongue to lick her wounds. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Zhuro turned to look at each other and also did not know what to say. The two of them expended such an enormous effort, but the result was that it was this little fellow who gave the killing blow. But the speed which the little fellow displayed just now also made them have a completely new appraisal of it. Once this little fellow matures, it would be an absolutely terrifying character. Nanfeng Zhuro glanced at the white tiger lying on the ground and looked at Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan understood her meaning, but he shook his head and said, "She is too gravely injured. Moreover, she's also poisoned by that seven-colored flowing cloud python. There's already nothing I can do." Nanfeng Zhuro said without any sign of giving up, "Didn't you bring a lot of medicinal pills? There should be detoxification pills and healing pills, right?" Yi Yuan sighed and said, "It's useless. Demonic beast physique is different from humans. They must use corresponding medicinal pills. The medicinal pills I brought along is no use to her." The medicinal pills used by demonic beasts formed a system of its own. They were different than the medicinal pills used by humans. Also, only Yi Yuan, this sort of alchemy Tao great master, could achieve such brilliant accomplishments in both systems at the same time. However, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Presently, there was no pill refinement room here. Without ingredients, no matter how amazing Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible for him to pull medicinal pills out from nothing. Yi Yuan saying this was the equivalent of sentencing the white tiger to death. Nanfeng Zhuro could not bear it. Seeing the whimpering little white tiger, her tears started overflowing uncontrollably once again. Yi Yuan also found it hard to endure. He was not a person overflowing with Kampa. Shaun. It was just that the scene just now was overly similar to his experience in his past life. Although the white tiger was just a demonic beast, he still felt as if he experienced it himself. The white tiger's eyes, which were originally already shut, gradually opened at this time. It also seemed to have recovered a bit of consciousness. Seeing its mother open her eyes, the little white tiger involuntarily started jumping about in front of her in joy. The white tiger's gaze was full of loving kindness, completely unlike a fearsome demonic beast. Except, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Zhuro both knew that this was the white tiger's final radiance before death. Most likely, it was already done for. The white tiger looked at the little white tiger with tender love, but its gaze plus feeded to Yi Yuan as it revealed an imploring intention. After that, she used all the strength in her body to use her head to push the little white tiger to Yi Yuan's feet. This white tiger was actually entrusting her child to him. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan did not wish to become a nanny. He still had many things he needed to do and had no time to waste in this area. Even though he pitied this mother and son pair very much, he still felt that it was rather troublesome to ask him to raise this little white tiger. The white tiger clearly saw through Yi Yuan's reluctance and could not help but give a low roar, akin to a final lamenting whine. The intent of begging was already very clear. Nanfeng Zhuro could not help flying into a rage when she saw Yi Yuan hesitating. "Yi Yuan, do you still have any sympathy? The little white tiger is already so pitiful. It lost its mother when it's so small. Leaving him here unchecked will cause him to be killed by other demonic beasts. If you aren't taking him in, I'll shelter him. Come, little white tiger. But the little white tiger did not approach Nanfeng Zhiro, but jumped back. It was evident that it was unwilling to leave its mother. The white tiger gave another roar, and her gaze became stern. The little white tiger looked like a child who did something wrong as it lowered its head, but it still headed over to Yi Yuan's feet. When Nanfeng Zhiro saw this, her temper rose again. Hey, little fellow, is your brain even working? He doesn't even want you. Why did you run over to him for? Quickly come over to my side. As she spoke, Nanfeng Zhiro reached out to hug the little white tiger, but the little white tiger squeezed in between Yi Yuan's legs and just refused to let Nanfeng Zhiro hold it. Like this, Nanfeng Zhiro became even more livid. She was originally someone with a fiery temper, but her goodwill was taken for ill intentions. It would be weirder if she did not get angry. Run some more. Keep running. Do you believe whether or not I'll yank your ears? Nanfeng Zhiro had her hands on her hips as she said with an enraged face. But the reply was a cat-like roar. This one human and one tiger actually started to play catching around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was driven to a point where he was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh by Nanfeng Zhiro. It turns out that this woman did not differentiate between demons or humans when she lost her temper. All right. Stop circling. Keep going in circles, and I'm going to get dizzy. I'll keep the little white tiger, all right? Yi Yuan said impatiently. Yi Yuan pulled Nanfeng Zhiro off and lowered his body to speak to the white tiger. Don't you worry. Since I promised you, I'll take good care of him. Following me, his power in the future will definitely be above yours. You can go in peace. Not that Yi Yuan was callous, but it was because this white tiger was already done for long ago. The reason why it still did not pass away was because Yi Yuan had yet to promise it. There was plainly a language barrier, but the white tiger seemed to have understood what Yi Yuan said. It gave off another low roar as if it was thanking Yi Yuan, and then gradually it fell silent. The little white tiger also seemed to have sensed something. It whined mournfully as it came to its mother's side, wanting to prop up its mother using its small head. But the white tiger did not react in the slightest. Nanfeng Zhiro's tears poured out once again when she saw the situation. The awe of a tiger presently earlier was all gone. Such an emotional woman. Yi Yuan sighed and directly sat down on the spot, swallowing a medicinal pill to begin recovering. The sword-driving technique was also a divine soul secret art with extremely powerful might. It was just that it was still somewhat forceful for the current Yi Yuan. Just using it for a round trip just now already severely overdrew his essence, energy, and soul strength. After adjusting his condition for some time and waking up, Yi Yuan discovered that the little white tiger was currently circling around him. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, the little white tiger wagged its tail and tunneled into Yi Yuan's bosom. I'm perplexed. You don't even want him, so why does this little white tiger stick to you so? Nanfeng Zhiro said very defiantly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This is charisma. I was born with the demeanor of a sovereign and can attract countless others to follow me. Yi, this little white tiger, is not normal. Just as Yi Yuan was blowing his own trumpet, his expression changed. Chapter 160, Divine Beast Progeny. Chapter 160, Divine Beast Progeny. What is it? Is there something wrong with the little white tiger? Nanfeng Zhiro's heart plummeted as she quickly asked. Yi Yuan did not reply her, and just turned the little white tiger all over to inspect several times, and also used divine sense to investigate. His expression became increasingly solemn. Nanfeng Zhiro was an anxious person. Seeing Yi Yuan mess around for so long and refusing to say anything, and his expression becoming uglier, she could not help asking anxiously, Just what is going on? Talk. Seriously, you'll be the death of me. You won't die, right? Only now did Yi Yuan look at Nanfeng Zhiro as if he was staring at AR. AR, die. He couldn't be better. Nanfeng Zhiro finally let out a sigh of relief, but immediately said huffily, If he's fine, then what are you pulling that long face for? Deliberately scaring me? Why can't you finish saying everything in one go? Just what happened to him? It can be counted as we picked up a treasure. This little thing has a huge background. Yi Yuan kept away his serious expression and seemed rather excited as he said, "Huge background? Isn't it just a little white tiger? What background can it have? If it has backing, then why would it be forced to such an extent by a big black python?" Nanfeng Zhiro asked in suspicion. She looked left and right and could not see just which aspect of this little white tiger was extraordinary. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "How many times have I told you? Knowledge is power. Why don't you have any progress at all up till now? Without knowledge, even if you entered a treasure mountain, you'll also return empty-handed." Nanfeng Zhiro glared. "Are you telling or not? Why do you have so much nonsense?" "Forget it. I already told you to educate yourself. It's true. That white tiger is just an ordinary white tiger, but this little white tiger is very different. Have you ever heard of the 4 phases divine beasts?" "Of course I heard of that before. The Eastern Azure Dragon, the Western White." Nanfeng Zhiro was in the midst of talking when she suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, You aren't about to tell me that this little white tiger is the white tiger divine beast?" Nanfeng Zhiro was stunned by Yi Yuan that even her words became stammers. What kind of concept were divine beasts? They were the absolute sovereigns of this world. Possessing the name of a divine beast, it was an existence that would surely step into the deity realm in the future as long as it did not die. Yi Yuan casually picked up a little white tiger, and it was the sovereign of the West, the white tiger divine beast? Are you kidding? But Yi Yuan gave a laugh and said, "Of course he isn't a divine beast. However, he truly has the bloodline of the white tiger divine beast. It's just that his bloodline is too thin. Wanting to become a divine beast. Too difficult, way too difficult." Yi Yuan naturally did not find it nice to say some things. In the divine realm, there were numerous demonic beasts that possessed divine beast bloodline. It was just that true, pure-blooded divine beast bloodline could no longer be found today. Because in this stretch of heaven and earth, there was no longer the existence of deity realm. Naturally, there was also no existence of divine beasts. Possessing a faint divine beast bloodline, future accomplishments would definitely be extraordinary. As long as the strength of the bloodline is sufficient, stepping into the Demon Emperor realm was virtually guaranteed. Demon Emperor realm was equivalent to the human divine king realm. Also, the majority of divine beast progenies possessed innate divine abilities. Once they stepped into the Demon Emperor realm, their power would become incredible. In terms of the divine realm's pinnacle battle strength, there was actually not much difference between humans and the demon race. But if he truly possessed divine beast bloodline, even if he doesn't become a divine beast, he should also be very amazing in the future, right? Nanfeng Zhiro asked. Exactly. This little thing also has a name which belongs to itself, the flowing light white tiger, a branch of the white tiger divine beast progenies. I truly did not expect that an ordinary white tiger could actually give birth to a flowing light white tiger. Looks like this little fellow's ancestral origin is not simple. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. A flowing light white tiger? No wonder when he wanted to kill this black python earlier, his speed was so fast. Really akin to a bundle of flowing light. The flowing light white tiger is renowned for its speed. A mature, flowing light white tiger, at the bare minimum, has the strength of Tier 5, taking form. At that point, his speed can compare with flying profound artifacts. Yi Yuan explained. So incredible? Then didn't we acquire a treasure? Nanfeng Zhiro exclaimed in surprise. Above spirit artifacts were profound artifacts. The speed of flying profound artifacts was quick to the point it was inconceivable. The speed of flowing light white tigers could compare to flying profound artifacts. One could see the extent of their speed. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "You're thinking too much. A flowing light white tiger, from newborn to maturity, need at least 1,000 years. After he grows up, I'd have long reached the divine king realm." Nanfeng Zhiro curled her mouth and said with disdain, "Keep bragging. Divine King Realm even. I've never even heard of what Divine King Realm. Utter bulls. Hi plus T." Not that Nanfeng Zhiro was ignorant, but because this place, the state of Qin, was too small. Starting point determines one's horizons. How could the people of the boundless world know how the realms in the divine realm were divided? If they could rise to a certain realm, their horizons would naturally broaden. Towards Nanfeng Zhiro's disdain, Yi Yuan just smiled but did not explain. He and Nanfeng Zhiro were simply not on the same level. There was naturally no way of communicating. But with me around, his realm might catch up to, maybe even Serpa S. Yuan phase within 10 years. Nanfeng Zhiro said with a smile. So fast? You aren't bragging again, are you? Nanfeng Zhiro asked in disbelief. Well, have you ever seen me brag? This little fellow's foundation is much better than Yuan phase. As long as I use medicinal pills to supplement, his future accomplishments definitely won't be low. Furthermore, this small fellow has already awoken its bloodline just now. Its future cultivation speed would be very rapid. Yi Yuan explained. About this point, Nanfeng Zhiro did not doubt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's attainments in the alchemy Dao had already completely exceeded her understanding. He would frequently pull out medicinal pills that she had never even heard of. Also, he dared to promise Yuan Fei to let him break through to Tier 4. It was likely not spoken carelessly. Then would it not be a very effortless thing for him to help a little white tiger? Fine, I know that you're amazing. The little white tiger is so adorable. How about we give him a name? Look how white and fluffy he is. Why not call him Whitey? Nanfeng Zhiro directly decided it. Roar! The little white tiger roared in a low cat-like tone to show its protest. Clearly, it disliked this name. Nanfeng Zhiro fumed and said, "Humph. Even if you don't like it, you'll have to accept it. It's Whitey. When he runs, it looks like a beam of white light. I say, call him White Light, how's that?" Yi Yuan was asking the little white tiger. The little white tiger arched in Yi Yuan's bosom. It was clear that it tacitly approved of this name. Haha, then in future, you're called White Light, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph, you ungrateful tiger. Just now, who was the one fighting hard before managing to keep you? This fellow was prepared to abandon you. He isn't a good person. Nanfeng Zhiro said crossly. Roar. What replied her was White Light's angry roar. All right, don't delay any more time here. We still have to search around this Blackwater ravine. Perhaps there's good stuff. This 7-colored flowing cloud python definitely discovered something to hang on here and not leave, Yi Yuan said as he interrupted Nanfeng Zhiro's provocation. The pair found a place to bury the white tiger and also retrieved the 7-colored flowing cloud python's inner core, then brought White Light into the depths of the Blackwater ravine. Chapter 161, Blood Bodhi. Chapter 161, Blood Bodhi. The 2 humans and 1 tiger walked towards the deep parts of the Blackwater ravine. Roughly after 15 minutes, an enormous cliff in front cut off their path. Ye no path? There isn't even anything good on the way here, Nanfeng Zhiro said dispiritedly. Yi Yuan also halted his footsteps, surveying the surroundings. He also failed to discover anything useful. This whole road here, he had been paying attention to the surroundings. If there were any natural treasures, it absolutely could not escape his eyes. But up until now, he also did not have any discovery. Could it be that the 7-colored flowing cloud python truly just took a liking to this place and wanted to have it to itself? That doesn't make sense. With that big black python's strength, it could totally go into the deeper areas to occupy even better territories. Why did it choose here? Yi Yuan also remained puzzled after pondering over it. Haha, didn't you boast that you're all-knowing? To think that you also have times where you stumble. What knowledge is power? Now, knowledge has become a popped bubble, right? Nanfeng Zhiro ridiculed relentlessly. Towards Yi Yuan's repeated verbal attacks on her being brainless, Nanfeng Zhiro held a deep grudge against it. Women bore grudges the most. Beautiful women harbored resentment even more. It was just that every time, Yi Yuan's prediction was all very accurate. Nanfeng Zhuro kept being unable to get a hold of something, so she had no way of retorting. This time, it was not easy for her to see Yi Yuan shrivel. Nanfeng Zhuro naturally chose to hit a person who is down. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched. He had the sort of feeling like he dug a hole for himself to jump into. However, he kept feeling that his judgment was not wrong. The problem was, where was the natural treasure? Yi Yuan, please, next time, don't you. Yi White Light, where are you going? Nanfeng Zhuro was currently reproving Yi Yuan, but White Light turned into a beam of white light and ran towards a cliff. Yi Yuan's eye involuntarily lit up when he saw the situation. Could it be that this little fellow knew where the stuff was? White Light came to the cliff and directly ran upwards, stepping onto a piece of rock, and then left jump, right leap as he scaled up like it was flat ground. An extremely high place, White Light's figure flashed and suddenly vanished. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Zhuro looked closely and saw that there was actually a little cave there. White Light entered the cave. Could there really be something good? Nanfeng Zhuro muttered to herself. At this time, she clearly also guessed what White Light went over to do and could not resist quietly cursing, hoping that White Light just went to play. It would be best if it did not find anything. Even though White Light did not come out yet, not knowing why, Nanfeng Zhuro felt that her face was somewhat burning hot. So, it's hidden in such an obscure place. No wonder I couldn't find it, even after searching for so long. I didn't think that White Light actually had this sort of ability. Yi Yuan was also very surprised by White Light's abilities. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan was also relieved. Most likely, it was fruits or something similar, so White Light smelled it. Before long, White Light's figure appeared at the entrance once again, except that this time, his mouth held a tiny object. White Light clamped down on that tiny object as it ran down the cliff, arriving at Yi Yuan's side. White Light's mouth held a flower stem. A tiny fruit grew on it. It said this thing over to Yi Yuan and even wagged its tail in a bid to garner likes, looking rather cute. Yi Yuan smiled as he petted White Light's little head to show encouragement. He picked up that tiny fruit rather excitedly because he had already recognized this tiny fruit. It's actually blood bodhi. No wonder that 7-colored flowing cloud python is attached to this place. Turns out that it's for this. Nanfeng Zhuro was rather embarrassed, said, but she was unable to resist her curiosity and secretly sized up that tiny thing. That was a tiny blood-red fruit, which did not appear to be very eye-catching. If it were her, most likely when she saw it, she would have treated it like she didn't see it and directly it over. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny when he saw Nanfeng Zhuro wanting to speak, but stopping in her furtive appearance. Aware that girls are thin-skinned, Yi Yuan also did not agitate her anymore, but explained. This blood bodhi is good stuff. This is a tier 3 medicinal herb. It's also exceedingly rare. If that 7-colored flowing cloud python swallowed this item, it would most likely directly break through to late-stage tier 2 demonic beast. Nanfeng Zhuro saw that Yi Yuan did not have any intention to reverse checkmating her and could not help quietly letting out a sigh of relief. But her mouth still remained stubborn as she said, I also didn't make you explain. Fine. It's me who likes to show off and just have to explain for you to listen, all right? Only then was Nanfeng Zhuro pleased. But she immediately could not hold back her curiosity. So she asked, since this blood bodhi is so incredible, why did it not eat this for so long? Yi Yuan smiled and said, also counts as that fellow being unlucky, I guess. If what I predict is right, this blood bodhi was not yet ripe before. Immaturing was also a matter of these 2 days. He had yet to eat it when he encountered the white tiger and us, which let us pick up a ready-made freebie. But it will be a reckless waste of D's gift to let it eat this thing like that. Using this to refine a tier 3 medicinal pill, the Bodhi pill, it can let crystal formation realm martial artists rise a minor realm unconditionally. Furthermore, there's completely no side effects. Nanfeng Zhuro could not help opening her mouth wide after listening to it all. Unconditionally letting crystal formation realm martial artists rise by a minor realm Just what kind of concept was this? 4 crystal formation realm martial artists. Forget about breakthrough a minor realm. Even if there were a tiny bit of advancement, it would require the ACCU, mulation of time. Among the state of Qin's crystal formation realm martial artists, apart from the Lord Dean and the Alchemist A.S. Association's Lord Wu Daofeng, who were at the 2nd level crystal formation realm, the rest were all at the 1st level crystal formation realm. Nanfeng Zhuro's father, Nanfeng Yi, who was also the ruler of the state of Qin, had already broken through to the crystal formation realm for over 20 years. However, he still remained at the 1st level crystal formation realm. It was clear just how challenging a matter it was for crystal formation realm martial artists to want to advance a step forward. There were 2 high-rank alchemy grandmasters in the state of Qin, but they were unable to refine medicinal pills which could allow crystal formation realm martial artists to directly break through a minor realm. Yet Yi Yuan could. If Yi Yuan displayed this medicinal pill in front of these people, there would only be 2 outcomes. The first was that they kill Yi Yuan, then fight to the bitter end for this single medicinal pill. There was another, which was to follow behind Yi Yuan and hope to obtain his favor so that he would bestow that medicinal pill to him. Even the 2 high-rank alchemy grandmasters would be unable to remain unperturbed when they see the Bodhi pill, right? In reality, when Yi Yuan said he could help Yuan Fei break through to Tier 4, Nanfeng Zhiro still did not have much of a concept, because that was too far away from her. But to help crystal formation realm martial artists rise a minor realm, the shock this brought her was tremendous. Nanfeng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan with eager eyes, an appearance like she was holding back the words at the tip of her tongue. Yi Yuan laughed out loud and knew what she was thinking of right away. He said, "Relax, this blood Bodhi can refine at least 10 Bodhi pills. When the time comes, I'll save 1 for your father." Yi Yuan finished speaking. Nanfeng Zhiro's face reddened, but she still said gratefully, "Thank you." Yi Yuan said deridingly, "You've never thanked me regarding your own matter, but you thank me for your imperial father's matter. It really makes me feel overwhelmingly flattered. However, you also know that I just broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Wanted to refine the Bodhi pill? Most likely, I still need a few days." Nanfeng Zhiro did not lose her temper this time around. Instead, she hurriedly shook her head. "No rush. There's no hurry." Chapter 162, Medicinal Pill Dealer. Chapter 162, Medicinal Pill Dealer, the Lotus Moon Gorge. An immensely vast gorge, which took up a huge area, was located over 1,000 miles from the endless forest. The 1,000-mile radius was the limits for spirit condensation realm martial artists. The danger would increase significantly when heading further north. The 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest was mostly the territories of Tier 2 demonic beasts. Only in extremely few places would there be Tier 3 demonic beasts, such as the Crimson Summit Ridge. Rather, beyond the 1,000-mile radius, the number of Tier 3 demonic beasts would have substantial increase. Under normal circumstances, spirit condensation realm martial artists were absolutely unwilling to cross this 1,000-mile marker. Normally, the Lotus Moon Gorge was a land where few traversed. But these few days, there were more and more human martial artists gathering at the Lotus Moon Gorge. Their strength also became increasingly more powerful. From the weak 1st level and 2nd level spirit condensation realm martial artists to the 8th level and 9th level spirit condensation realm martial artists, there were numerous of them here. Among them, there were even some human martial artists who were the same as Su Yubai, being at the half-step crystal formation realm. Then in the depths of the gorge, unusual undulations were faintly reverberating out. Everyone knew that there were extremely rare natural treasures about to be born. On the other side of the gorge, large numbers of Tier 2 demonic beasts similarly gathered, facing the human camp across the distance. Both sides maintained relative restraint and did not come to blows. In reality, when the Lotus Moon Gorge demonic beast outbreak started, humans and demonic beasts both had frictions which were not small. But following the increase in the number of human martial artists and demonic beasts, and along with the increase in cultivation realm, both sides fell into a stalemate. because even more powerful experts appeared on both sides, so the restraint became even stronger. Crystal Formation realm martial artists appeared among the human martial artists, while Tier 3 demonic beasts also appeared among the demonic beasts. Even though Tier 3 demonic beasts were unable to communicate with humans, their intelligence was no longer low. Naturally, they did not wish to suffer too great a loss of power before the treasure was born. The human martial artists also felt the same. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro were currently hanging around those low-level human martial artists. Presently, Yi Yuan's and Nanfeng Jiro's attire had already been changed into ordinary demonic beast hunter outfit. Even Nanfeng Jiro's face was now different. Otherwise, with her appearance, it was very easy to stir up unnecessary trouble. There were too many experts in this place. Drawing people's attention was clearly not a wise move. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan initially planned to let Nanfeng Jiro head back first, and he would come here alone. But when he mentioned letting Nanfeng Jiro go back first, Nanfeng Jiro flew into a rage and wielded her sword to fight with Yi Yuan. The result naturally concluded with Yi Yuan losing, so he had no choice but to bring her along. But Yi Yuan raised a demand, which was that no matter what situation it was, she had to obey him. This was Yi Yuan's bottom line. Lotus Moon Gorge could not be compared to previously. The pair's strength was too weak. They could only fish in muddied waters. If they did not lay low, they would only be eaten by others until not even bones were left. At that time, even if there was Yuan Fei around, they might not obtain any advantage. Currently, on the human side of the gorge, they basically existed in small groups of 3s and 5s. Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro formed a small team. Among these groups, they should belong to the lowest level of existences, so they obviously would not draw people's attention. Yi Yuan, did you manage to inquire any information when you went out just now? Nanfeng Jiro asked through transmission. And I heard some things, but the majority of them were rumors. However, what's basically confirmed now is that what's going to be born should be a fire tribute treasure. According to the undulations coming from the depths of the gorge, it would be a matter of these 2 days, Yi Yuan replied. But there are so many people, and they are so powerful. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists also appeared. Do we have any chance? Nanfeng Jiro originally did not think that there were actually so many people gathered here. She thought that it was only an ordinary treasure. Who knew that after arriving, they would see so many spirit condensation realm martial artists, which instantly put a damper on their mood. So many experts. How could it come to their turn? She admits that Yi Yuan was very amazing, but his cultivation realm was too low after all. Dealing with 1 or 2 people was not yet an issue, but with so many people, how should they make a move? Furthermore, the current distribution of terrain was completely divided based on strength. Those half-step crystal formation realm, 9th level, 8th level spirit condensation realm martial artists were basically in the innermost area. Once the treasure was born, they would definitely be the foremost to charge inside. How could they, these outer ring martial artists, get their turn? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, natural treasures are obtained by those who are fated for it. Doesn't mean that their strength is high and they would definitely obtain it. With me, Yi Yuan around, why do they even bother? TCH, keep bragging. How do you know that you're the fated person? Nanfeng Jiro had a scornful face. I said before, a naturally born sovereign. Who else but myself? Yi Yuan boasted without shame. Enough C. R. A. P. Be serious. What on earth should we do? Nanfeng Jiro was thoroughly defeated. What else can we do? Conserve strength and build up energy, then wait and see. The moment the treasure is born, there would definitely be a violent clash between the human martial artists and demonic beasts. At that time, you just have to stay out of trouble, and that will do. Let me handle the rest, Yi Yuan said. Nanfeng Jiro felt that she became a burden in a flash. Ani clearly made her come and protect him. But up till now, why did Nanfeng Jiro feel that it was always Yi Yuan protecting her? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current strength was already not beneath her. He did not even require her protection anymore. This world changed too quickly. Just as Nanfeng Jiro was cursing inwardly. A hubbub of voices was heard. Excellent medicinal pills. Top-quality medicinal pills. Drunken Star Manor's products are definitely the cream of the crop. Tier 2 Qi Returning Pill. Tier 2 Heart Protecting Pill. Tier 2 Healing Medicine. Tier 2 Detoxification Pill. All sorts of medicinal pills are available. A martial artist wearing gray shouted at the top of his voice. This shout immediately drew the attention of many martial artists. The majority of these martial artists were demonic beast hunters who had already been roaming within the endless forest for a very long time. All the necessary medicines on their bodies were pretty much all gone. For a medicinal pill merchant to suddenly appear at this time, it naturally stirred up quite a commotion. When Yi Yuan heard that someone was selling medicinal pills, he also could not help but look over. Many people were already surrounding him. At this time, perhaps a medicinal pill could save lives. However, Yi Yuan's nose lightly moved and already sniffed out that those medicinal pills were fake goods. While the outer appearance was virtually the same as some medicinal pills from the Drunken Star Manor, the medicinal effects were most likely not even 50% of them. Yi Yuan just gave a faint smile and no longer bothered with the things happening over there. What he needed now was to remain low-key, not to be in the limelight. Nanfeng Jiro seemed to have seen that something was wrong and could not resist asking, "What are you smiling for? Does that person have a problem?" "There's no issue with the person. The problem lies with the medicinal pills. But eating them won't kill people anyway, so let him be," Yi Yuan said indifferently. "No way. How did you see it?" Nanfeng Jiro was at the very least an alchemist, but she could not see any issue at all. The medicinal pills ingredients don't have any problem. It's just that when refining, mist yuan water was added in. The portion originally capable of refining one medicinal pill was refined into 4/5 pills by him. The medicinal effects would naturally be much worse, Yi Yuan explained. "You saw that at a glance?" Nanfeng Jiro asked in shock. Chapter 163. Not buying. Chapter 163. Not buying. Not saw it, but smelled it. Yi Yuan pointed to his nose and said, "But the mist yuan water is odorless. How did you smell it?" Nanfeng Jiro asked in amazement. "The mist yuan water is odorless, but when mixed into medicinal pills, it would give off a faint sort of special fragrance," Yi Yuan said. "But you're so far away from there. Do you have a dog's nose?" Nanfeng Jiro was flabbergasted. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was similarly speechless. "Couldn't you make a better comparison? This is an ability that has been repeatedly tempered out." "Heh," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's sensitivity towards medicinal pills was etched deeply into the divine soul after repeated tempering. Virtually every type of medicinal herb, he was able to sensitively detect it. Rather than say it was the smell, it should be that it was his divine soul's instinctive reaction. After the incident last time, Nanfeng Jiro no longer doubted Yi Yuan. This fellow, as long as it was something which involved medicinal pills or herbal ingredients, his predictions and judgment were virtually 100% accurate. He had never made any errors. He said that these medicinal pills had problems, so these medicinal pills must have issues. Nonetheless, Nanfeng Jiro followed Yi Yuan and was not worried that the medicinal pills had problems. Who knew how many medicinal pills this fellow refined for this trip? It was like they were never-ending. Nanfeng Jiro knew that Yi Yuan clearly only prepared for a day. Where did so many medicinal pills come from? Nanfeng Jiro felt that she was becoming more and more interested in Yi Yuan. The more she could not understand Yi Yuan, the more she wanted to understand him. What sort of feeling was this? Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro were chatting over here, but that medicinal pill merchant's business was abnormally good. He had his hands full. "This brother, aren't you going to buy some pills? In a crisis, these medicinal pills can save lives. My medicinal pills are all Drunken Star Manor products. The medicinal effects are definitely exceptional." After that medicinal pill merchant busied himself for some time, he started to promote his medicinal pills to a cold-faced demonic beast hunter. Yi Yuan had long noticed that demonic beast hunter. When others were swarming to buy medicinal pills, he never moved. Not only did he not move, none of the 4 people in his small group moved. Not buying, The cold-faced man just lightly said these two words. "Brother, these medicinal pills of mine are top-quality medicinal pills. You're also aware of the Drunken Star Manor's pills. They are matchless in the state of Qin." The medicinal pill seller kept on praising the good points of the Drunken Star Manor's medicinal pills repeatedly. Hearing that medicinal pill seller praising the Drunken Star Manor so fervently, Yi Yuan also felt somewhat displeased. However, he also understood that he was doing business. Bragging a little was a necessity. But now was not the time to get angry, so he held it back. After that demonic beast hunter calmly listened to that medicinal pill seller's touting, he said two more words lightly, "Not buying." "I say, brother, why?" The medicinal pill seller was somewhat dispirited. That demonic beast hunter gave him a look and said, "I only buy Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's medicinal pills and nothing else." When Yi Yuan heard that, he promptly felt more soothed. There were still clear-minded people in this world. Once he said this, the medicinal pill seller became unhappy. "Brother, not that I'm reproaching you, but the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion is close to shutting down. What are you clinging onto that tree for? From the way I see it, before 1 month, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will definitely shut down. Could it be that you, brother, aren't going to eat medicinal pills in the future?" The icy-faced man gave the medicinal pill seller a cold glance and said, "The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion definitely won't shut down. Pavilion Lord Yi is currently in closed seclusion. After he exits seclusion, he'll definitely have means to turn the tide." Humph. Dream on. Who doesn't know that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion already doesn't have the strength to save the situation? How many days has it been? The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion remained silent this whole time, while the Drunken Star Manor already relied on the Essence Gathering Pill to completely dominate the state of Qin's medicinal pill market. In future, it will be the Drunken Star Manor having a monopoly. Furthermore, Manor Lord Wan has always been suppressing Yihang in terms of cultivation realm. What is the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion relying on to turn around? The cold-faced man gave a cold laugh. So what? The Drunken Star Manor appears to be dignified and honorable, but everyone is clear in their hearts how many filthy things they did secretly. Pavilion Lord Yi has a benevolent heart and mind. He treats us demonic beast hunters like brothers. I believe that heaven has eyes. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will surely tide over this crisis. After the man said all this, regretful expressions involuntarily showed up on the faces of those who originally bought the medicinal pills. Many of them had received the grave of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, but their support towards the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion at this time was inferior to this small team. Humph. Truly thickhead. All right, don't buy now. In the future, even if you beg to buy from me, I also won't sell to you. Finest. H.I. Plussing. The medicinal pill seller flicked his sleeves and left. The cold-faced man could not be bothered with him and sat back down. The medicinal pill seller was not too affected by it and continued to tout his medicinal pills. It was just that after that man caused such a commotion, his business immediately fell drastically. The cold-faced man stared at the back view of the medicinal pill seller and let out a cold snort. Right then, a voice from Dino's were secretly transmitted directly into his ears. The cold-faced man heard that, and his expression instantly changed. After musing for some time, he suddenly stood up. "Everybody, don't buy his medicinal pills. These medicinal pills are all fake. This fellow is a cheat." The cold-faced man shouted loudly. Hearing the cold-faced man shout, all those who bought the medicinal pills tensed up. What followed was using unkind eyes to stare at the medicinal pill seller. The medicinal pill seller was also greatly alarmed. He was somewhat guilty, but in front of so many people, he had to remain strong. "Don't slander me. It's fine if you didn't purchase, but you're even ruining my business here. Do you really take me to be easy to bully? These medicinal pills have a unique marking of the Drunken Star Manor. They are absolutely genuine goods. You dare to besmirch the name of Drunken Star Manor?" The medicinal pill seller said furiously. The cold-faced man smiled coldly and said, "Snort. It's true that these medicinal pills are from the Drunken Star Manor, But are the medicinal pills refined by the drunken star manner truly without problems? What problem is there? Say it. If you don't give a proper justification, then this grudge of ours is set. After returning to the capital, I'll pass these words to the drunken star manor. The medicinal pill seller threatened. These past 1 month, the drunken star manor had become incomparably domineering. The fragrant medicine pavilion gradually fell, and they virtually became a monopoly. The people who came out from the drunken star manor basically all had their noses pointed to the skies. Since this medicinal pill seller was selling the drunken star manor's pills, he definitely had significant ties with the drunken star manor. The cold-faced man remained unperturbed and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that the medicinal effects of these pills aren't even half of the finished products. What intentions are you harboring to use these medicinal pills to hoodwink everyone?" When he said this, everyone's faces changed again. While medicinal effects being insufficient is not a big issue, at the crucial time, it could kill. For example, a Tier 2 Chi returning pill. If the medicinal effects were lacking and could only recover a very small part of essence energy, wouldn't that be waiting for death? Hearing the cold-faced man said this, the medicinal pill seller did not get nervous. Instead, he smiled gleefully and said, "You say that my medicinal pill's effects are lacking. Won't we know after letting everyone try it?" Chapter 164. Try testing a few moves. Chapter 164. Try testing a few moves. Seeing the medicinal pill seller so full of confidence, the cold-faced man's heart started to falter. Could it be that he really fell for someone else's trap? That person said that he also received great kindness from Pavilion Lord Yi, which was why he wanted to expose this scammer. Could it be that he was simply S-C-R-E-W-I-N-G with him? While he was talking, the medicinal pill seller already walked in front of a martial artist he sold pills to earlier and sincerely invited him to test the medicinal pill. He even promised that as long as he was willing to test it, he would gift another 5 Tier 2 Chi returning pills. That martial artist was initially somewhat reluctant, but after thinking that at most it would be insufficient medicinal effects and should not have too big an effect on him, he nodded his head and agreed. The medicinal pill seller cupped his fists and said to everybody, everyone also saw that. "This brother over here refused to buy my medicinal pills. That's also fine. But now, he came out to defame my character. This one cannot turn a deaf ear to this. In order to prove my innocence, I invited this brother here to help test the medicinal pills. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" After the medicinal pill seller finished talking, there was someone who called out to the martial artist preparing to test. "Lin Feng, you aren't bought over by that guy, right?" "Bought over your granny. I, Lin Feng, have worked among demonic beast hunters for so many years. Who isn't aware of my character? If you don't feel assured, then come and test yourself." Lin Feng directly told him off. "Haha, we can trust you. Quickly test it, and tell us how you feel after trying it." "Don't worry, with so many people watching, could I scam everyone? Finest. H.I. Plusing." Lin Feng no longer dilly-dallied. He directly retrieved a Tier 2 Chi returning pill, just bought from the medicinal pill seller, and swallowed it. Having consumed the medicinal pill, Lin Feng meditated on the spot and started to refine the medicinal strength. Everybody was watching each and every one of Lin Feng's actions, especially the cold-faced man and his small team. Even though their expression remained cool and collected, their hearts started drumming long ago. The cold-faced man was currently somewhat regretting his impulsiveness earlier. But for the sake of benefactor Yi Hang, even losing face once was also worth it. Back then, the cold-faced man was heavily injured and dying, and also penniless. The drunken star manor straightaway barred him outside the door, but Yi Hang treated him for free. This grace, even if he were smashed to pieces, it would be difficult to repay. Hence, he only hesitated slightly when he heard that mysterious transmission just now before standing up right away. Making a mistake would at most be losing face once. At the most, he won't take part in this treasure-seizing operation. But if it were really true, then it would be a heavy blow to Drunken Star Manor's reputation, and also an opportunity for the fragrant medicine pavilion to come back from the dead. He was willing to gamble. Yi Yuan, why does that cold-faced man also know that the medicinal pills are fake? Could his standards actually be around your level? Nanfeng Zhuro could not help feeling astonished when she saw this situation as she transmitted her voice to ask. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I told him. I knew that it was your doing. But why would he listen to you, a stranger? I was just testing him, didn't think that he really stood up. I can let father take him in to be a retainer or something after going back. It's also time for our Yi family to nurture our own forces. And today, just take it as the first step to eradicating the Drunken Star Manor, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. You. Nanfeng Zhuro heard Yi Yuan say all that, but her expression turned even uglier. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't you worry. My father and I have no interest in secular authority. Why we're doing this is just so that the Yi family would have a relatively safe environment. If your imperial father can't set his mind at ease, in future, I can make father relocate from the state of Qin. No need. I'll do my best to prevent this sort of thing from happening. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not say anything else. He knew that Nanfeng, he was very fearful of the Su family and Wan family, which was why they secretly propped up his father, Yi Hang. But the Wan family had to be extinguished. As for the Su family, at least Su Yubai and Su Yulin, these two people he did not plan on letting off. That was to say, the Yi family would be a monopoly in the future. Would Nanfeng still be at ease? Nanfeng Zhuro was ultimately still a little girl. Unless she broke through to the crystal formation realm, her words would forever lack any weight. While talking, Lin Feng already finished refining. He opened his eyes, and everyone stared at him. Lin Feng stood up and slowly opened his mouth to say, There's no issue with the medicinal pill. My essence energy, which originally only had 50% or so left, has already recovered to 80% now. Once Lin Feng finished speaking, the medicinal pill seller looked at the cold-faced man with a pleased face. Brother, just what intentions do you have for slandering me so? Unless you are Yi family's minion and saw that things cannot continue for you all, that why you used this sort of underhanded tricks to besmirch the Drunken Star Manor? The medicinal pill seller no longer hid his support and directly opened fire. The cold-faced man was infuriated after hearing his words. This medicinal pill seller had sinister motives and wanted to make a false countercharge to thoroughly ruin Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation. How could he tolerate? Just as the cold-faced man was about to make a move, he heard that mysterious voice again. No rush. You let that Lin Feng try using essence energy. Hearing this voice again, the cold-faced man's heart settled down a bit. Maybe this fellow was not SCREWINGM. Lin Feng, try testing a few moves and see if there's any change in essence energy, the cold-faced man suddenly shouted. When the medicinal pill seller heard this, the originally pleased look instantly faded, and he could not help flying into a great rage. This fellow, truly rude. You, and I have no grudge. I just said a few sentences about the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Just why do you keep repeatedly setting yourself against me? Could I have really hit the mark? You're Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's lackey? The cold-faced man ignored him and just said to Lin Feng, try testing a few moves. If there's really no issue, our team's gains this time will all belong to you. The cold-faced man really risked it all and directly took out all the gains from the operation, this time as the bargaining chip. The medicinal pill seller's expression changed when he heard this and was just about to stop it when he heard Lin Feng chuckle and say, S-H-I plus Kaiyong, you said it. All right, I'll test out a few moves. Finest. H-I plus ing, and without waiting for the medicinal pill seller to stop him, he directly unleashed several palm knives. Who knew that after a few palm knives were struck out, Lin Feng's face greatly changed. This medicinal pill really does have problems. My essence energy expenditure is actually 3 to 4 times faster than normal. Lin Feng cried out. These words are just like throwing down a bomb. All the martial artists' gaze locked onto the medicinal pill seller. Molly, malicious slanders. My medicinal pills don't have any issues. It must be that you guys colluded together. The medicinal pill seller remained stubborn and refused to admit it. Screw your uncle. Lin Feng, have worked in this occupation for so long. No one has ever said that about me, your father. You sold fake medicine to me, your father, and even said that your father is slandering you. Brothers, go and waste him. Lin Feng unwittingly flew into a great rage and was about to call his team to waste that medicinal pill seller. The medicinal pill seller was greatly alarmed and instinctively wanted to run. But the surroundings were encircled by demonic beast hunters. Where to flee to? Wait, Lin Feng's team was about to take action when S.H.I. plus Kaiyong stopped it. Chapter 165, Expert. Chapter 165, Expert what? S.H.I. plus Kaiyong, you weren't trying to protect him this time, right? Lin Feng asked in a harsh tone. Emotions were running high at the moment. Lin Feng himself was also the person who was swindled. His tone naturally would not be good. However, S.H.I. plus Kaiyong did not mind. He just said icily, Lin Feng, leave it to me. I have ways of making him yield everything. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. As he spoke, S.H.I. plus Kaiyong looked over to the medicinal pill seller. That ice-cold gaze made the medicinal pill seller unwittingly shudder. When S.H.I. plus Kaiyong said so, Lin Feng was no longer so insistent. He dusted his hands and said, Fine, up to you. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong looked at the medicinal pill seller and asked coldly, Are you going to submit, or do you want me to take action? The medicinal pill seller gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating as he attacked S.H.I. plus Kaiyong. But before he even touched S.H.I. plus Kaiyong, a person shot out from the side to attack his flank. The medicinal pill seller was greatly shocked and hurriedly evaded. But another person cut off his path of retreat. Boom! The medicinal pill seller took a blow to his back and staggered as he charged over towards S.H.I. plus Kaiyong. What greeted him was a solid punch, right in the abdomen. The medicinal pill seller was in so much pain that his mouth went wide open. Right then, a tiny thing which shot out from who knew where flashed past and accurately landed inside his mouth. Gulp! The medicinal pill seller involuntarily swallowed on his own and immediately felt that things were not good. Ugh! Herc! The medicinal pill seller desperately tried to vomit out the thing he swallowed, but that thing melted once it entered his mouth. Just a short while, and it vanished with trace. Immediately after, he felt his divine soul tremble, and then he became unaware of anything. When S.H.I. plus Kaiyong saw this scene, he also felt slightly afraid. Just now, he wanted to find who threw that object, but did not manage to do so. That mysterious person was clearly an expert. You can ask now. Ask him anything, and he will answer. At this time, that voice appeared inside S.H.I. plus Kaiyong's mind once again. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong was stunned. Only now did he know why that mysterious person wanted him to pry that medicinal pill seller's mouth open. Could that be a medicinal pill which was thrown in just now? What kind of medicinal pill could actually have such an effect? S.H.I. plus Kaiyong collected his emotions and opened his mouth and asked the medicinal pill seller, Just who in the world are you? Why did you come here to peddle medicinal pills? The medicinal pill seller answered woodenly, I'm called Huang Song, a retainer of the Wan family. The owner sent me to the endless forest to sell medicinal pills to you all. At the same time, plan to defame the fragrant medicine pavilion to make them unable to rise again. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong instantly felt his blood boil when he heard that. This drunken star manor will really stop at nothing. They already occupied such a huge advantage, yet they had to drive the fragrant medicine pavilion to their wits' ends. Did one Dong Hai make you sell these fake medicinal pills? S. H. I. Plus Kaiyong gnashed his teeth as he held his patience and asked. No, it's the second boss, W. A. N. G. Dongyong. He said that those demonic beast hunters are all miserable wretches, unworthy of using such fine medicinal pills. Hence, he refined these medicinal pills anew, lessened the medicinal strength, and even added some stuff to make you all temporarily unable to feel the decline in medicinal effect. But as long as essence energy is utilized, it will be exposed. Pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, it directly turned the whole matter upside down. I'm going to F***CK him, that W. A. N. G. Dongyong. He's the miserable wretch. His whole family is all miserable wretches. F***CK your mom. Your father won't ever go to the Drunken Star Manor to buy medicinal pills anymore. Mother. Indeed, none of those brothers are good things. Who supported the Drunken Star Manor? Isn't it us, these demonic beast hunters? To actually scold us miserable wretches, and even sell fake medicine. Briefly, public sentiments were raging. With this, the Drunken Star Manor's reputation among demonic beast hunters is already utterly rotten. Next, S. H. I. Plus Kaiyong asked a few more inner circle questions, but Huang Song did not know much. Even so, some behind the scenes were still dug out by S. H. I. Plus Kaiyong, such as killing demonic beast hunters to rob them and etc. All these touched the bottom line of the demonic beast hunters even more. The demonic beast hunters present most likely took up a significant percentage of the state of Qin's demonic beast hunters. One could imagine how the Drunken Star Manor's business would be like in the future. After some time, Huang Song suddenly woke up. Seeing the countless vicious gazes, his heart instantly trembled. What happened to me earlier? WH, what are you thinking of doing? I'm someone from the Drunken Star Manor. You dare to touch me? Huang Song stammered. Lin Feng looked at Huang Song and kept smiling. Except that the smile, no matter how one looked at it, did not appear too friendly. Brothers, we bought so many medicinal pills just now. Since these medicinal pills are all fake, then shouldn't we return them to him? Lin Feng suddenly said to everyone. These demonic beast hunters were all experienced. When Lin Feng said that, they guessed Lin Feng's intentions and could not help praising. The outcome that followed was apparent. This Huang Song was stuffed by those medicinal pills until he exploded. It was an extremely tragic end. Big brother, just who was the person secretly directing you just now? A member of S.H. I. Plus Kaiyong's team could not resist asking out of curiosity. S.H. I. Plus Kaiyong shook his head and said, Don't know, but this person is undeniably an expert. I've never even heard of this type of secret transmission skill. And that medicinal pill, which made Huang Song tell the truth, is completely unheard of. In my opinion, this person definitely has deep relations with Pavilion Lord Yi and is extremely powerful. Big Brother is right. This person is abnormally mysterious. Just now, you made me pay attention to the surrounding people, but I didn't even get a clear view of how that expert moved to fire out that medicinal pill. This person actually saw through those fake medicinal pills easily and also possess such incredible medicinal pills. Definitely also an alchemy Dao expert. S.H. I. Plus Kaiyong nodded and said, That's right. From my conjecture, this person has the strength of Alchemy Grandmaster at the minimum. But since there's such a powerful aid behind Pavilion Lord Yi, why hasn't there been any movements? I have a feeling that as long as this person is willing to lend a hand, the Drunken Star Manor is surely no match. The teammates said in shock, Alchemy Grandmaster? Doesn't that mean that there's a crystal formation realm expert among us? The teammates lifted their heads to scan around and felt rather worried. A crystal formation realm expert hiding among a bunch of spirit condensation realm martial artists. This is absolutely not a good feeling. S.H. I. Plus Kaiyong frowned and said, Dumba. S.S. What are you looking for? That senior is hiding among us, so he definitely doesn't wish to expose his identity. One tie. Otherwise, he also wouldn't be so cautious. With his capabilities, just a slap, and he can smack Huang Song to death. Why would he cause such a mess for? This matter is concluded. I'll also talk to the two of them in a while. Just take it as if this incident never happened. Those team members broke into a cold sweat again after hearing S.H.I. plus Kaiyong say that, and hurriedly nodded like chicken pecking rice. S.H.I. plus Kaiyong also lowered his voice and said, "The treasure-seizing event this time. We'll just do our best. Take utmost care to not irritate some dreadful existences. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die." I reckon that there's already no small number of crystal formation realm martial artists among the humans. And I have a feeling that there will be even more amazing experts appearing. Before S.H.I. plus Kaiyong finished talking, a surge of mighty aura abruptly appeared. The crowd, which had already calmed down, was once again stirred up. This aura was powerful to the point it was suffocating. These people were all spirit condensation realm martial artists, but they could not even muster up the courage to resist. Chapter 166. See Transformation Realm Expert. Chapter 166. See Transformation Realm Expert. So powerful. Nanfeng Jiro clenched her jaw and was clearly straining to withstand this pressure. Just then, a faint soul strength extended in front of her. The pressure instantly reduced. Nanfeng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, but saw Yi Yuan flash her a light smile. This fellow, towards the utilization of soul strength, he has actually already reached such a degree? Nanfeng Jiro was very amazed in her heart. To her, Yi Yuan was just like a map which could never be fully unfurled. Every time she felt that she understood Yi Yuan more, she would discover that her understanding was only a part of him. This person is so strong. What's his background? Nanfeng Jiro asked. How would I know? I only know that there's that few crystal formation realm martial artists in the state of Qin. I don't know anything else. Furthermore, I don't feel like the state of Qin has sea transformation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. His predecessor was a top-tier noob, so no need to talk about that. Ji Qingyun was also utterly unfamiliar with the boundless world. Such a long time, and he had not even heard of any powerhouse's name. Sea transformation realm? Nanfeng Jiro's eyes popped out. This was her first time seeing a sea transformation realm expert. If not, it's also impossible for 9th-level crystal formation realms to release such powerful pressure, right? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said. Just then, a shadow cut across the skies. A large bird-like creature stopped in midair, just like that. On it, an elder stood upright with a majestic aura. I'll get lost for old me. Within a mile radius from the gorge entrance, any trace sirs will be killed without mercy. The elder's words were just like rolling heavenly thunder, spreading out in all directions and entering everyone's ears. He left these words extremely arrogantly and drove the large bird to fly towards the entrance of the gorge. Who's that person? So rampant. He asked your father to leave. And your father leaves? Your father just refuses to leave. The people by the sides looked at him like they were looking at a fool. Then you stay. We're going. I don't. Together, go together. Just who on earth is that person? Why is he so powerful? Glancing once at him gave the feeling like I was crumbling. If I didn't see wrongly, that old man is the Black Crow old man who went missing for many years. When he went missing, he was only at the crystal formation realm. I didn't think that not only did he not die, but he also even advanced a step and stepped into sea transformation realm. My God, sea transformation realm. It's hopeless in my entire life. We all know. The crowd retreated like tidal water. Even the crystal formation realm martial artists who arrived previously also fell back sensibly. In front of sea transformation realm martial artists, crystal formation realm martial artists were simply not worth looking at. Sea transformation realm did not lie within the major realms carved out by martial artists, but it lay between the crystal formation realm and soul sea realm. It was a special type of state. The C transformation, its full name should be shattering the core, transforming into C. After martial artists enter the crystal formation realm, the compression of essence energy already reached the limits. It was no longer possible to want to continue storing essence energy inside the body. When crystal formation realm martial artists reached the 9th level crystal formation realm, the Dantian became the greatest obstacle of shackling martial artists' breakthrough. Instead, thereupon, ancient sages used powerful soul strength to shatter the Dantian's fetters, creating this step of shattering the core, transforming into C, which also laid a solid foundation for martial artists to continue breaking through their limits. Crystal formation realm martial artists pulverized the Dantian along with the crystallized state essence energy and transform into a miraculous state. This process was C transformation. This C was called the Dantian C. After the Dantian transforms into a C, martial artists could take their first steps to communicate with the outer world's heaven and earth essence energy, transferring the outside world's heaven and earth essence energy for their own use. Their strength would experience a substantial increase. Invoking the outside world's heaven and earth essence energy, when compared to using the heaven and earth essence energy within the body, the former was naturally more superior. Hence, the strength of C transformation realm martial artists and crystal formation realm martial artists were not even on the same level. No matter how powerful crystal formation realm martial artists were, it was impossible to make everybody feel such pressure. But C transformation realm martial artists who borrowed heaven and earth essence energy could easily do this. However, shattering the core, transforming into C was only a special state. It should be said that it was the embryonic form of the Soul C realm. Therefore, it could not be categorized as a major realm. Even so, the might of C transformation realm martial artists already exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. It could be said that crystal formation realm martial artists still belong to mortal martial artists, while C transformation realm martial artists already took the first step to transcending beyond mortal and the secular. Yi Yuan looked at the back figure of that old man who floated away and could not resist sneering. Just the first level C transformation realm. What's there to be arrogant about? Nanfeng Jiro hurriedly covered his mouth. You don't want to live anymore? That's a C transformation realm expert. Feeling the faint aroma coming from Nanfeng Jiro's palm, Yi Yuan felt very comfortable and invigorated. Isn't it just C transformation realm? Give me 10 years. I guarantee that you will break through to the Soul C realm. However, 10 years seemed to be a little too long. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice. The 10 years being too long was Yi Yuan saying that he might not stay in the boundless world for 10 years. Even if he could stay in the boundless world for 10 years, he would also leave the state of Qin in the future and leave the tranquil cloud sect. It was not possible to keep staying by Nanfeng Jiro's side to be a nanny. But Nanfeng Jiro did not think so. 10 years? Soul C realm? Even though it was a voice transmission, Nanfeng Jiro felt tongue-tied. 10 years to break through to the Soul C realm, forget about the state of Qin, even in the tranquil cloud sect, and body dared to boast like this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not say it was in breaking through, but to help her break through. Also, Yi Yuan did not say break through to the C transformation realm, but break through to the Soul C realm. Is there a mistake? This feeling did not feel like they were talking about breaking through cultivation realm, but more like playing a game, casually talking about it, to break through cultivation realms. Yi Yuan also misunderstood. He glanced at Nanfeng Jiro and said, 10 years too long? 8 years is also possible, but it can't be any lesser. With your talent, just 8 years is somewhat overly forceful already. Your foundation will be unstable. Pucci, Nanfeng Jiro nearly vomited a mouthful of old blood. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very amazing, why did these words feel so unreliable? Yi Yuan also could not be blamed. Not too much time had actually passed since his rebirth. Even though he already gradually adjusted to the state of Qin's lifestyle, Many concepts were still stagnated in his previous life. The way he saw it, with the assistance of medicinal pills, as long as talent was not too poor, breaking through to the Soul Sea realm was something that was easy to accomplish. Nanfeng Jiro's talent was not considered bad, but compared to genuine geniuses, there was still quite a disparity. Hence, Yi Yuan saying 10 years was actually already a broader time frame. But these words totally did not sound like that from how Nanfeng Jiro heard it. It was simply like bragging to the skies. Will you die if you don't brag? 10 years to break through to the Soul Sea realm. Then you can be the Tranquil Cloud sect leader already. Nanfeng Jiro said with a face full of disdain. Only now did Yi Yuan react, as he seemed to realize that what he just said was a little over the top. With Nanfeng Jiro's horizons, she simply could not understand it. Haha, this was also found out by you. We'd better hurry up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if we will get killed by that old freak. I know that you were bragging, but can't you just think first before saying all that? Nanfeng Jiro rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan. Chapter 167, Essence Fireborn. Chapter 167, Essence Fireborn. Roar. Right then, a colossal cry sounded out. A large bird howled through the air and stopped in front of the bunch of demonic beasts, facing off with Black Crow Old Man across a distance. After that large bird demonic beast appeared, the demonic beast side also retreated far away. Hey, what demonic beast is that? Seems to be very amazing. What rubbish. Plus to think that you're a demonic beast hunter, to actually not even recognize the Golden Sword Condor. That's a Tier 4 demonic beast. I heard that this Golden Sword Condor is the Lord of the Lotus Moon Gorge. Before this, it was lurking D knows where. Now that it saw the Black Crow Old Man appear, it also could not resist coming out. Look at what you're saying. While I may be a demonic beast hunter, do you feel that I have the ability to hunt a Tier 4 demonic beast? It would be pretty good if he doesn't come to kill me. The appearance of the Golden Sword Condor also caused a commotion over at the human martial artist side. Initially, they all felt that the treasure this time was most likely the Black Crow Old Man's already. But now, a Tier 4 demonic beast actually appeared. It was a good show to watch now. While the Sea Transformation realm was not a major realm, the power of Sea Transformation realm martial artists could already match the power of early-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts. Like human martial artists, Tier 4 demonic beasts, at this level, the span of power is exceptionally huge. The vast majority of demonic beasts would all stop at Tier 4 in the end, because the advancement from Tier 4 to Tier 5 is too tough. From Tier 4 to Tier 5, they would experience the most important phase for demonic beasts that is taking form. Demonic beasts who successfully took form would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, becoming an extremely powerful existence. Demonic beasts who failed to take form would become ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Hence, the entire stage for Tier 4 demonic beasts was virtually all for the sake of preparing for this heavenly tribulation. This also resulted in the differences in strength being extremely huge for Tier 4 demonic beasts. Normally speaking, early stage and middle stage Tier 4 was equivalent to human Sea Transformation realm. But late-stage Tier 4 demonic beasts was equivalent to human Soul Sea realm. This Golden Sword Condor should have just broken through to Tier 4 not long ago. In terms of power, it was probably the same as the Black Crow Old Man. Therefore, the current situation became quite subtle. Seeing a Tier 4 demonic beast appearing, the human martial artists were close to losing all hope. A Black Crow Old Man already made them lose all chances of King the treasure. With the addition of a Tier 4 demonic beast, wouldn't that be deadly? Yi Yuan was not surprised to see this Tier 4 demonic beast. This place was the Endless Forest. It was the territory of demonic beasts right from the start. It would be even weirder if no high-level demonic beasts came over. Moreover, Yi Yuan was currently secretly delighted. These two fellows would surely battle it out to seize the treasure. At that time, he could just sit down and reap the spoils without lifting a finger. The Black Crow old man shot a glance at the golden sword condor not far away, gave a cold snort, and simply sat down to meditate. Tier 4 demonic beast had extremely high intellect. It clearly did not wish to strike at this moment, so it similarly landed on the ground to conserve strength and build up energy. Senior apprentice sister, I reckon that the treasure will be born today. To be able to attract a sea transformation realm and tier 4 demonic beast over, this treasure most likely isn't simple. In a while, you'd better enter the spatial artifact. This way, I can search for the treasure with full force. I have a feeling that this treasure is very important to me, so senior apprentice sister will have to put up with this a little, Yi Yuan advised very earnestly. Nanfeng Jiro clenched her jaw tightly, and her face changed a few times. Was she still going to be of no help at all in the end? A fierce unwillingness was born in her heart, but she also knew that with sea transformation realm experts here, she really could not help Yi Yuan with anything. Not dragging him down was already pretty good. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was not great, he had endless streams of means and methods. Searching for the treasure alone might be somewhat safer instead. Fine then. Nanfeng Jiro finally relented. Yi Yuan was overjoyed. He brought Nanfeng Jiro to a place within, body around, and put her away inside the spatial artifact. Right at this time, an extremely powerful heat wave spread out from the depths of the gorge, making all the martial artists feel like they were being cooked. But everyone perked up, because they all knew that the treasure came into being. Yi Yuan saw the situation, and his expression was also one of joy. Is it possible that an essence fire came into being? Such a powerful essence fire. I'm afraid that it's at least tier 4. This trip was indeed the right call. Yi Yuan's experience was far beyond what these people could compare to. He could guess from this wave the general situation of the treasure born this time. The so-called essence fire referred to the fire seed born from the heaven and earth. Its might was extremely powerful. The moment a martial artist owned an essence fire, their combat power would shoot straight up. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could subdue the essence fire. Many martial artists wanted to obtain essence fires, but were finally burnt until not even cinders were left. However, there was another application of essence fire, and that was to aid alchemists in refining pills. Tier 1 and 2 medicinal pills did not have a high requirement towards a flame. Ordinary earth fire could satisfy the requirement, but using earth fire for tier 3 and above medicinal pills would be very forced. As for tier 4 medicinal pills, earth fire would be completely insufficient. Hence, what an alchemist dreamed for the most was to be able to own essence fire. Even for alchemy apprentices and alchemy masters, if they could own a tier 1 or 2 essence fire, the success rate and quality of their pill refinement would increase tremendously. It was just that compared to the number of alchemists, there were too few essence fires. So scarce to the degree it made people despair. Hence, the vast majority of alchemists did not have essence fires. Yi Yuan's previous life was an alchemy emperor. Tier 9 essence fire was the standard. It was just that after the death of his flesh body, the essence fire was unable to be brought over for rebirth. If it turned out as expected, that essence fire was obviously taken away by Ji Kanglin. The essence fire in Yi Yuan's previous life was named Songli True Fire. It was prepared for Yi Yuan personally by Ji Xingyang. In reality, Ji Qingyun could be considered to have grown up in a honey jar. Since the beginning when he came into contact with alchemy, from tier 1 to tier 9, Ji Xingyang would help him prepare the essence fire nicely. What he had to do was to refine those essence fires. Ji Qingyun did that very well. After the heat wave pass said, the Black Crow old man and the golden sword condor exchanged glances and swept towards the depths of the Lotus Moon Gorge at virtually the same time. Other people and demonic beasts only dared to flood inside by following the footsteps of others after those two major powers left. Of course, there were some people who saw this sort of situation and sensibly retreated. However, they normally did not even dare to come to Lotus Moon Gorge this sort of place. With such a fine chance this time, why would they let that pass by? Apart from that treasure which was born, There were a lot of good stuff in the Lotus Moon Gorge. However, Yi Yuan saw that it might be an essence fire which came into being. How would he have the thought to bother with those things? His figure moved, and he swept over to the depths of the gorge. Hey, you guys saw that? Just now, a first-level spirit condensation realm brat rushed inside. Forget it, don't bother about him. He's in a rush to reincarnate. What has it got to do with us? We'd better hurry and source for some precious herbs. There are quite a few tier 3 herbs here. Ah, you're despicable. I saw that dragon serpentine S first. The deeper Yi Yuan went inside, the more he sensed that there were several powerful auras ahead. They were definitely the few human crystal formation realm martial artists and those tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan was just pondering what should he do when White Light, who had been following by his side all along, suddenly moved away, following a small path, and darted in. Yi Yuan was about to stop him when he suddenly thought of something. A smile crept into the corner of his mouth, and he also hurried after it. Chapter 168, Earth Flame Lizard. Chapter 168, Earth Flame Lizard, where White Light pass, said by were all deserted and precipitous places. Yi Yuan followed the whole way, but hardly be imped into anybody. Could this little thing really have the ability to search for treasure? Yi Yuan became more and more certain about this view. If that was really the case, then the white tigerback then should have been led by White Light to search for the blood bodhi, but did not expect to encounter the 7-colored flowing cloud python occupying that place. After the two parties fought a great battle, the white tiger lost. This way, everything could be explained. Do flowing light white tigers have such abilities? This little fellow is really extraordinarily talented. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. Yi Yuan had researched very thoroughly into demonic beasts and had never heard of the flowing light white tigers having this treasure-seeking skill. Looks like it was this little fellow's own attribute. He really picked up a treasure. Thinking back, then, when he found White Light to be a hindrance, Yi Yuan could not help sweating heavily. The further into the gorge they went, the hotter Yi Yuan felt. It looked like 9 out of 10 it was essence fire. It was just he did not know what rank it was. Following White Light, Yi Yuan's terrain grew increasingly higher, but that treasure was obviously at the bottom of the gorge. This little fellow isn't blindly leading the way, right? Or is he just finding food to eat? Yi Yuan could not help criticizing. Although it felt like they were getting progressively closer to that treasure, this route did not seem too right. Right at that instant, Yi Yuan suddenly heard intense fighting sounds from the bottom of the gorge. Wicked beast, are you trying to fight to the bitter end with me? His answer was several bird cries with extremely powerful penetrative force. They were precisely the Black Crow Old Man and that tier 4 golden sword condor. Yi Yuan withdrew his aura and poked his head out to sea. Indeed, he saw a human and a bird in a fierce battle at the bottom of the gorge. A sea transformation realm powerhouse and a tier 4 demonic beast battle. That aura, indeed, could not be mentioned in the same breath. Those hair-raising class plusing sounds, even if one was thousands of meters away, they would also feel waves of palpitation. If it was close up, just the aftershocks of the battle would probably be enough for him to suffer, right? Yi Yuan looked at the place the pair were fighting, and his heart inevitably felt a chill. The place the Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor was fighting was precisely the entrance of a cave. Very clearly, that cave was precisely the sage leading to the whereabouts of the essence flame. With these two major powers guarding the cave entrance, who could enter? And them fighting so intensely was clearly also to the initiative of entering the cave. Truly dangerous. Could it be that this time he would really have to enter the treasure mountain but return empty-handed? No way. If it was some other treasure, then forget it. But to the current me, essence fire is very important. I must get this essence fire. Right then, White Light suddenly bit the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeve, wanting to pull him away. You're saying to make me follow you still? But the entrance is over that side. You heading this way. Isn't that reversed? Yi Yuan also criticized another bout in his heart. The direction white light pulled him towards was the back of the mountain. It was simply far apart from that cave. White light ignored Yi Yuan, left him behind, and ran down the mountain. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. And could it be that there's another entrance? Once this thought popped up, Yi Yuan quickly displayed his movement technique and tagged along. Before long, a small cave that could allow a person to pass through really appeared in front of Yi Yuan. White light wagged his tail in front of the cave with a cute face, as if he was claiming credit. Yi Yuan was elated when he saw that. Rubbing White Light's tiger head, he said in a lowered voice, "Well done, little fellow. There will be rewards for you after we return." White Light seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words as he jumped twice on the spot, appearing to be ecstatic. Yi Yuan arrived at the cave entrance. An extremely gargantuan heat wave came from face-on and nearly pushed him directly down the mountain. Yi Yuan was not alarmed when he saw this, but became thrilled instead. This signified that this tiny cave entrance should really connect to the bottom of the gorge. White Light, you also go inside the spatial artifact. The temperature here is exceedingly high, so you probably can't withstand it, Yi Yuan said, and then directly put away White Light inside the spatial artifact. Then, a strand of faint essence energy poured out and completely enveloped Yi Yuan's body. He entered this small cave without any hesitation. This cave was extremely narrow, but Yi Yuan could sense that it really linked to the direction of the gorge floor. And the further in he went, the more scorching the air in the cave became. Yi Yuan had no choice but to strengthen the essence energy shroud to withstand this heat. Without knowing how much time passed, the front suddenly brightened up, but the scenery in front of his eyes exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were actually all lava. This cave actually linked directly to the gorge floor. Just what kind of essence fire actually came into being here? Forget about it. I'll G inside to retrieve the essence fire first before anything else. Any later, after those two fellows determine a victor and loser, it would probably not be so easy to want to subdue the essence fire anymore. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan no longer hesitated. He swept directly towards the depths of the cave. Just having walked several dozen steps, Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle and instinctively sensed that things were not good. Whose? H. Plus a green-colored shadow abruptly appeared in front of Yi Yuan and directly confronted him head-on. Yi Yuan wielded the Tsanghua sword without any hesitation. A sword beam flashed past. That green figure seemed to know its power and actually jumped aside in midair. SSS. Earth Flame Lizard. Yi Yuan instantly recognized this green silhouette. The Earth Flame Lizard is just a tier 2 demonic beast, but it was just like the long-armed stone apes. Both were social demonic beasts. One Earth Flame Lizard appeared in this place, so there was definitely a large group following behind. Indeed, at the back of the underground rocks, dense green figures suddenly appeared, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle when he saw it. This number simply stretched to infinity. Immediately after, the Earth Flame Lizard automatically opened up a path. An enormous Earth Flame Lizard appeared in Yi Yuan's sights. Tier 3 demonic beast, Earth Flame Lizard King. The Earth Flame Lizard King's colossal eyes stared at Yi Yuan, and its mouth emitted the sound chi-chi. It was unmistakably giving a warning to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan tried using the universal beast language to communicate with the Earth Flame Lizard King, but to his dismay, it had not awakened its inherited memories from start. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. He did not have time to waste here, so he directly made his move. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus in a blink, countless long-armed stone apes appeared and formed a face-off with the Earth Flame Lizards. Yuan Fei, I'm out of time. I'll leave this place to you. Just an Earth Flame Lizard King that did not awaken its inherited memories. It shouldn't be an issue for you, right? Rest assured, young master. Leave this place to me. All right, I'll pass the spatial artifact to you. Clean this place up, and then hide inside the spatial artifact, and don't come out. There are two powerful fellows up there. You aren't their match. All right, Yuan Fei understands. Yuan Fei, A.S., assists young master to open up the path. Finus, H.I. plus ing. Yuan Fei brought along a large number of long-armed stone apes and directly headed for the Earth Flame Lizard King to crush it. While they were both Tier 3 demonic beasts, having awakened inherited memories and not awakening inherited memories were two completely different concepts. And Yuan Fei brought along the long-armed stone apes to attack the Earth Flame Lizard King at once. He simply could not hold his own and instantly made S.P. A.C. for a path. Yi Yuan hesitated no more and directly rushed over. Chapter 169. Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus. Chapter 169. Cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus. The counterattack was not as tragic as imagined. Yuan Fei brought along a bunch of long-armed stone apes and directly burst open a large entrance. That Earth Flame Lizard King was taken by surprise when he saw Yuan Fei, who suddenly appeared. It was not prepared to react with an effective response. Yuan Fei had awakened his inherited memories. His intelligence already did not lose out to humans. It was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to Tier 5, taking form demonic beasts. Making him lead a team was clearly much formidable compared to the Earth Flame Lizard King. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and directly rushed over to the big entrance. His movement technique was extremely fast, and very quickly he vanished from within the tangled melee troops and headed deeper into the cave. Yi Yuan discovered that the deeper he went, the wider this underground cave became. Finally, he arrived at the end of the cave. This place was actually a vast underground plaza. The plaza was entirely empty. Other than underground rocks, there was the lava which occasionally shot up. At the end of the place was a very large magma pool. Yi Yuan took a step into the plaza and instantaneously felt the exceedingly horrifying heat wave coming from the direction of the magma pool, as if it wanted to incinerate some into oblivion. Really didn't expect that the treasure, which came into being this time, is actually the cleansing sandal flame lotus. This underground magma can actually give birth to the cleansing sandal flame lotus, truly inconceivable. Although it's newly formed, it already possesses the tier for cleansing sandal sacred flame. Seeing that horrifying heat wave, Yi Yuan did not get worried. Instead, he was delighted that it went beyond his expectations. In this stretch of heaven and earth, apart from the divine realm, there were countless lower realm planes. The types of essence fires were also beyond count. There was once a major power from the divine realm who added up the statistical data, CLA, sifting all the known essence fires into categories and compiling them into a book. Listed on it were several thousand types of essence fires from Tier 1 to Tier 9. And the newborn cleansing sandal sacred flame was a pinnacle existence among Tier 4 essence fires. The cleansing sandal sacred flame could not exist independently. Instead, it was the accompanying essence fire of the cleansing sandal flame lotus. As long as one refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, the cleansing sandal sacred flame would become theirs. Not only that, the cleansing sandal sacred flame was the most suitable essence fire for alchemists among all the Tier 4 essence fires, and even among higher tier fires, because the cleansing sandal sacred flame had a built-in attribute, and that was cleansing all creation. A lotus symbolized sanct. 1. Tai. And this cleansing sandal flame lotus was exceptional even among lotuses. If alchemists could properly employ the cleansing sandal sacred flame, they could purify the impurities in medicinal pills when refining pills and make the quality of the medicinal pills rise to another level. Apart from this, the cleansing sandal sacred flame by itself could even refine an avatar body, which could allow Yi Yuan's power to improve a step further. Hence, when Yi Yuan saw the cleansing sandal sacred flame at first sight, he was also indescribably excited. This cleansing sandal sacred flame was simply custom-made for him. If it were during his previous life, a newborn Tier 4 essence fire naturally would not be placed in his sights. But now, this could become an extremely huge aid to him. Even with Yi Yuan's heart like still water realm, his heart also could not help palpitating with excitement. Yi Yuan took a step forward towards the cleansing sandal sacred flame. But right then, an instinctive warning suddenly arose. Even though he did not turn his head back, Yi Yuan could sense that there was an extremely powerful palm wind attacking from behind. Yi Yuan directly displayed the 9 swords stance movement technique without thinking at all and turned into 9 Yi Yuans. Bang! Not far off, a rock was struck by the palm wind and instantly turned into fine powder. The might of a single palm was overwhelmingly powerful. TCH, I didn't think that a paltry little first-level spirit condensation realm could not only recognize the cleansing sandal sacred flame, but you can also even avoid my soul-chasing palm. Truly remarkable. Your movement technique just now seemed to be quite interesting. The ambusher did not seem to have the intention of hunting him down, instead started to praise Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned around. A middle-aged man who appeared slightly aged showed up on the path he came from and actually cut off his path of retreat. It looked like this fellow knew that someone was coming and had long laid an ambush here. Senior, as a crystal formation realm martial artist, you sneak attacked a junior. If this spreads out, it wouldn't be proper, don't you think? Yi Yuan said icily. There's only the 2 of us here. As long as you die, it naturally won't spread out. We demonic beast hunters put the word benefit as the top priority. We have never bothered with these conventional rules. As long as I can kill you, I don't mind sneak attacking. The middle-aged man was not ashamed, but took pride in it instead. Yi Yuan was also secretly astonished when he saw this middle-aged man. This person can actually hide from the eyes and ears of Black Crow Old Man and the Golden Sword Condor and secretly sneak into the cave. It seemed like he had some capabilities. Without talking about other things, just this one ability of concealment was most like eminent among the demonic beast hunters. However, to actually encounter a crystal formation realm demonic beast hunter made Yi Yuan feel quite surprised. Crystal formation realm martial artists tended to be proud and normally would not impersonate as demonic beast hunters. According to what Yi Yuan knew, the state of Qin did not seem to have crystal formation realm demonic beast hunters. And this demonic beast hunter was also an alchemy grandmaster. It seemed like this person should be a reclusive powerhouse or some other country's crystal formation realm martial artist. From the undulation of the middle-aged man's divine soul, Yi Yuan could determine his strength. But pity, Senior still failed to kill me. Yi Yuan said lightly. It doesn't matter. You already have no way of escaping. You can only fight head-on with me. I don't think that a first-level spirit condensation realm brat can escape with his life under my Feng Yaojiang's hands. Yi Yuan's face darkened. It was clear what his Feng Yaojiang said was the truth. The situation was very unfavorable to him right now. Senior really have the confidence to kill me just like this? Or should I say, do you have a certainty of killing me in this short time? Don't forget, Senior, there are still 2 even more powerful people outside, glaring covetously. If I try everything to delay Senior and wait until any one of those 2 arrives, at most the outcome is everyone fights it out to the death. Even if Senior really kills me, I'm afraid that you also won't have the time to retrieve the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Am I right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Feng Yaojiang's face changed. It was clear that Yi Yuan struck his sore spot. Yi Yuan's movement skill just now made him feel quite fearful. Although a first-level spirit condensation realm did not pose any threat to him, with that movement technique there, it probably would not be such an easy matter to have a quick battle. Initially, he saw a spirit condensation realm brat breaking in here recklessly and thought that he could get some petty gains. But he did not expect it to become a burning potato. What a rampant junior. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Feng Yaojiang said stubbornly with a black face. It's not that I'm rampant. I'm just stating a fact. And even if Senior kills me, I'm afraid that you will also find it hard to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame, right? Yi Yuan said calmly. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a tier 4 essence fire, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus itself was not something to be messed with. This Fang Yaojiang was only a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His sole strength only at the low-rank alchemy grandmaster. Wanting to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame was way too difficult. He himself already knew about this point. That was why he was in no rush to make a move, but laid in here to ambush Yi Yuan. When martial artists were subduing essence fires, the vast majority would subdue essence fires close to the level of their own strength. Leaping ranks to subdue essence fires would basically result in the outcome of being burned to ashes. Of course, this excluded Yi Yuan. As an alchemy emperor, he was the ancestor of playing with fire. Even though his strength was a little poor at the moment, he still had the means to subdue a tier 4 essence fire. Chapter 170. Capital to Negotiate. Chapter 170. Capital to Negotiate. Humph. Whether I'm able to obtain the cleansing sandal sacred flame or not, that is my business. But you must die now. I'll kill you first, and then slowly think of a plan. Having Yi Yuan expose his awkward situation, Fang Yaojiang appeared to have turned angry from Embark's meant. His current situation was just like walking into a gold mountain, but lacking the tools to take away this gold mountain. This sort of feeling was really quite unpleasant. Yet, Yi Yuan just had to mercilessly expose this point. How could this not make Fang Yaojiang said. Yi Yuan ridiculed relentlessly. Slowly think of a way? You aren't naive enough to think that those two fellows outside will leave you alone to slowly think of a way, right? Fang Yaojiang's face was rather black. Killing a first-level spirit condensation realm brat did not affect the overall situation. Those two outside were the truly troublesome existences. He expended enormous effort before managing to conceal himself from those two's eyes and ears and entering here. Yet, he could see the things but not eat them. How could this not upset him? Just what are you trying to say? Fang Yaojiang could also tell that Yi Yuan's words had another meaning as he asked with a black face. If I can help Senior get the cleansing sandal flame lotus, I wonder if Senior is willing to let me off? Yi Yuan asked. Fang Yaojiang burst into laughter when he heard him and said, You? Stop joking. Even I, a crystal formation realm martial artist, can't do it. You're only at the first level spirit condensation realm, and yet you say that you can help me subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus? Seriously making me die of laughter. Don't rack your brains to make me let you off. That's impossible. Is that so? Yi Yuan also did not waste his breath anymore. With a step forward, he arrived at the edge of the magma pool. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a spiritual object born from heaven and earth. Although it had not unlocked sentience, it had its instinctive consciousness. It noticed that somebody approached and seemed to have suffered a shock. The lotus actually spat out a bundle of flame tongues, which attacked Yi Yuan. Fang Yaojiang snickered coldly and did not plan on stopping Yi Yuan's actions. This brat courting death himself saved him some trouble. The cleansing sandal sacred flame was a tier 4 essence fire. A first-level spirit condensation realm rookie would die upon contact with it. Even if this was just the instinctive attack of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, its might was very terrifying. Even Fang Yaojiang himself did not dare to easily challenge this cleansing sandal sacred flame, let alone a first-level spirit condensation realm. Fang Yaojiang seemed to have seen the outcome of Yi Yuan being burned to cinders. But in the next moment, when that bundle of flame tongues extended in front of Yi Yuan, Fang Yaojiang's pupils constricted as if he witnessed something unbelievable. How is this possible? That's a tier 4 essence fire. Even if crystal formation realm martial artists touched it, it would virtually be certain death. This first-level spirit condensation realm brat is actually completely fine? Even though there were 100 disbeliefs in his heart, the reality that happened in front of his eyes left him no choice but to believe it. The cleansing sandal sacred flame really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. That bundle of cleansing sandal sacred flame was surging with tumultuous momentum, just like a fierce tiger. But when that fierce tiger arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it became incomparably docile, just like a tame little kitty. After which, Yi Yuan waved a single hand, and that bundle of cleansing sandal sacred flame dissipated into nothing. This was too incomprehensible. Oh, right, that brat seemed to have formed a set of seals. It was just that with Feng Yaojiang's realm and horizon, he actually could not understand at all. This brat is bizarre. Yi Yuan showed this move, and then floated back, saying to Feng Yaojiang with a smile, "Not sure if I have the capital to negotiate with Senior now." Only now did Feng Yaojiang recover, and said, "Of course. To think that you actually have such an ingenious fire-controlling seal. Since that's the case, of course you have the chips to negotiate. However, I want to add a condition, and that is you have to teach this fire-controlling seal to me." A greedy look flashed across Feng Yaojiang's eyes. A complex expression appeared on Yi Yuan's face. This is pious, set down for my ancestors. My family's elders will punish me if I rashly impart this to Senior. There's only the two of us here. You don't say, I don't talk, who would know? At the very most, I'll swear an oath to never display this seal in front of others in the future. But if you don't teach me the seal, I'd rather kill you. If you don't even have your life, then what's the talk about punishment? The current Feng Yaojiang was like a big gray wolf as he started to intimidate with threats and beguile with benefits. Yi Yuan was silent for a moment and seemed to be having an intense inner struggle. Feng Yaojiang also did not rush him. He was grasping Yi Yuan's life and death right now. There was no need to rush. Fine then, but Senior must swear to never display this seal in front of other people. Otherwise, Junior's name will be removed from the family clan. Yi Yuan said rather worriedly. But of course, Feng Yaojiang agreed right away. Looks like this brat came out of some hermit family clan for a trial test, but is a fledgling who has yet to experience worldly affairs. After your father learns this seal technique, how can I let you leave? If you were to return and call for reinforcements or something, then wouldn't I, Feng Yaojiang, have no path to the heaven and no door into the earth? A hermit family clan that can possess such a remarkable seal is definitely extremely powerful. Hence, a dead person is more reliable. Feng Yaojiang laughed coldly in his heart. It was very evident that Feng Yaojiang did not plan on letting Yi Yuan leave from the start, and already had the intent to kill. An overjoyed expression showed up on Yi Yuan's face when he heard that Feng Yaojiang agreed. Okay, Senior, swear a heavenly Tao oath first, and then we'll work together to subdue the cleansing sandal sacred flame. After subduing the cleansing sandal sacred flame, and we leave, I'll then teach this fire-controlling seal to Senior. Otherwise, our small lives will be hard to keep if we wait for those two to come in. Feng Yaojiang also felt that Yi Yuan's arrangements were very appropriate when he heard it. So he nodded and answered, "Fine, do as you said. My strength is still insufficient and can only forcefully pin down the cleansing sandal sacred flame. The matter regarding subduing the cleansing sandal flame lotus will have to be up to Senior yourself," Yi Yuan said. That's natural. As long as you lure the cleansing sandal sacred flame away, leave the rest for me to do. Feng Yaojiang patted his chest and said. What he dreaded was the cleansing sandal sacred flame. As long as Yi Yuan could draw away the cleansing sandal sacred flame, wouldn't refining the cleansing sandal flame lotus be very easy for him? All right, there's no time to lose. We'll make a move now. We can't drag any longer. Yi Yuan finished talking and directly turned around and headed for the magma pool. At this moment, he was not worried that Feng Yaojiang would suddenly deal a preemptive strike from the back, because the benefits Yi Yuan brought him was too great. The cleansing sandal flame lotus plus the fire-controlling sea was enough to let Feng Yaojiang's strength rise several levels. How could he let this pass? As for Feng Yaojiang's schemes, how could Yi Yuan not know? He was just playing along with the other party's acting. Yi Yuan arrived at the edge of the magma pool. That cleansing sandal flame lotus was startled again and took the initiative to attack Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan repeated the same trick, and that cleansing sandal sacred flame dispersed once again. The cleansing sandal flame lotus seemed to have suffered stimulation and spat out a strand of cleansing sandal sacred flame again. The blaze this time was much more powerful than previously. Even Fang Yaojiang could feel that scorching heat. Yi Yuan formed the seals once more. But this time, it just held down the cleansing sandal sacred flame and could not make it dissipate. The flame spat out by the cleansing sandal flame lotus became increasingly stronger, but ultimately could not do anything to Yi Yuan. All the way until the end, a small faint yellow fireball flew out from the lotus flower. The temperature in the entire underground cave soared as if it wanted to melt everything. This faint yellow tiny fireball was the cleansing sandal sacred flame origin fire essence. Quickly get to work, senior. Yi Yuan had a very strained appearance as he shouted at Fang Yaojiang. Chapter 171. Digging a pit for you to jump. Chapter 171. Digging a pit for you to jump. Even without Yi Yuan's reminder, Fang Yaojiang would also not let this chance pass. Right when Yi Yuan and the cleansing sandal sacred flames origin fire essence were having a confrontation, Fang Yaojiang finally made a move. He flew over to the vicinity of the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body and rapidly formed seals with both hands, wanting to bind the flame lotus up using a bundle of essence energy. The cleansing sandal flame lotus seemed to have noticed that things were not good and tried to pull the origin fire essence back with full force. But the origin fire essence was currently locked down dead by Yi Yuan. No matter how it called, the origin fire essence would not return. A bundle of essence energy promptly enveloped the cleansing sandal flame lotus's main body. The flame lotus kept on twisting nonstop. It was actually trying to break free from the restraint. To think that I, Fang Yaojiang, can actually subdue a Tier 4 essence fire. The heaven really opened its eyes. Cleansing sandal flame lotus stopped struggling any longer and obediently become my lifeblood fire essence. Fang Yaojiang roared madly with laughter. He was obviously very ecstatic. Yi Yuan could not help reproving him in his heart when he saw the situation. Is this fellow sane? Dug a pit for him, and he just jumped inside like this? It was one thing to jump inside, but he was even so pleased with himself. Was his brain missing some neuron connections? Yi Yuan was drenched in sweat currently as he clenched his jaw tight, appearing to be straining himself heavily. It seemed as if he could be swallowed up by the cleansing sandal sacred flame at any moment. But in reality, he did not want it to be too effortless and without any pressure at all. The reason why he pretending to be straining himself was so to create a false impression of facing off with the origin fire essence to make Fang Yaojiang jump into the pit by himself. Yi Yuan was initially worried that Fang Yaojiang would not fall for it. Then his elaborately planned trap would not take effect. After all, Yuan Fei was not around. What he could rely on now was only this cleansing sandal flame lotus. Who would have thought this fellow, Fang Yaojiang, would really be so silly and naive to directly jump into the pit? It was fine if he just jumped inside, but he just had to cry out the heaven opened its eyes so arrogantly. Even Yi Yuan found it hard to keep watching. In fact, Yi Yuan wronged Fang Yaojiang. He was a very cautious person originally. This point could be seen a little from how he was able to sneak into this underground cave and ambush Yi Yuan. Ordinary martial artists, no matter how stunning they were, would also be in extreme peril under this sort of situation, facing off with the origin fire essence. Regardless who was facing this sort of situation, they also would not dare to easily pull back essence energy. Otherwise, if there were a backlash from the origin fire essence, the outcome would be tragic. Hence, Fang Yaojiang felt that under this sort of circumstances, Yi Yuan had no other choice but to cooperate with him to subdue the cleansing sandal flame lotus. He used common sense to comprehend Yi Yuan, but was unaware that Yi Yuan was simply an existence which Serpa said as common sense. There was no justice to not be tricked. How could Fang Yaojiang have known that Yi Yuan was essentially the ancestor of playing with fire. In his previous life, Yi Yuan refined a total of 9 types of essence fire, and it was from Tier 1 to Tier 9, without missing a single tier. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's attainments in Alchemy Dao, his skills with regards to essence fire already reached a transcendent level. In the entire divine realm, one could not find more than a few who were stronger than him in terms of playing with fire. Ji Qingyun and his father had their own specialized technique for gathering essence fires. It was called Fire Source True Sutra, and it was also a pinnacle fire controlling skill in the divine realm. Ji Qingyun had long practiced this set of technique to the acme of perfection. Even though his strength today was a little weak, it was really not too much trouble to deal with a newborn Tier 4 essence fire. However, even if Yi Yuan contained the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus's origin fire essence, refining its main body was also not something so simple. Feng Yaojiang revolved his essence energy to the limits, wanting to refine the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus as fast as possible. "Senior, is it done yet? I can't hold on any longer." Yi Yuan faked a look like he was not going to make it anymore. Both of his hands shuddered, and that origin fire essence nearly flew out. Feng Yaojiang jumped in fright at this scene, and his hand trembled along with it, nearly wasting all of his previous efforts. He only let out a long breath after waiting until Yi Yuan regained control of the origin fire essence. But the sweat on his forehead would not stop no matter what. "Hang on a little longer, little brother. It will be done very soon. Just a while more," Feng Yaojiang quickly said. "Okay. Hurry up, senior. I really can't hold on much longer." As Yi Yuan was talking, his hand trembled again, frightening Feng Yaojiang until his soul nearly flew out. "Little brother, after this matter is done, I'll give you a bottle. No, 5 bottles of Tier 3 medicinal pills, 5 bottles of Tier 2 medicinal pills. Just hang on a little while more." Feng Yaojiang sweated heavily. He thought that with his ident. 1. Tai is an alchemy grandmaster. Rewarding 10 bottles of medicinal pills was sufficient to move Yi Yuan. But he did not know that what Yi Yuan lacked the least was medicinal pills. The medicinal pills Feng Yaojiang refined, even if they were Tier 3 medicinal pills, were just a lump of S, H, I, plus T in Yi Yuan's eyes. "Fine then. You hurry up." However, Yi Yuan still pretended to be very reluctant and used a bit more force to stabilize the origin fire essence. Yi Yuan took in the whole of Feng Yaojiang's refinement. This fellow's speed is really not an ordinary kind of slow. The origin fire essence was already tied down by him. If it were him, he would have roughly finished refining in this time frame. But Feng Yaojiang did not even refine 30% of it, and he still talked about hanging on a while longer. If it were really somebody else doing this, they would probably have been burnt to cinders long ago during the short while. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not really let Feng Yaojiang finish refining. He was only wearing away Feng Yaojiang's cautiousness. Feng Yaojiang's refinement speed was slow because there was still a portion of attention placed on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan withdrew right away, Feng Yaojiang would definitely retreat with even greater speed. Bluntly speaking, Feng Yaojiang was not fully assured about Yi Yuan, nor was it possible to fully trust him. Hence, Yi Yuan used unable to hang on to force Feng Yaojiang to make him increase his refinement speed. Once he increased the speed to refine the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus, he naturally would not have the energy to monitor Yi Yuan's activity over here. Indeed, after Yi Yuan showed that he was unable to hang on 2 or 3 times, Feng Yaojiang indeed converged his mind and started to seriously refine. With this seriousness, the refinement speed indeed became much faster. Very quickly, Feng Yaojiang's refinement was drawing to an end. He could not help being elated in his heart. Just one more step, increase the speed a little more. This cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus is about to be mine. Feng Yaojiang's inner heart was trembling. But right at this time, warning bells sounded in his mind. Feng Yaojiang only felt his eyes blur, and a faint yellow glow instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Qi! A burned smell spread out, and Fang Yaojiang's entire person flew out backward without the slightest bit of suspense. Being struck head-on by a Tier 4 essence fire while completely defenseless, how could a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist withstand it? Fang Yaojiang was currently lying on the ground quietly like a roast pig. His injuries were extremely severe. Earlier, Yi Yuan released the constraint on the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Once the cleansing sandal flame lotus saw that it could communicate with the cleansing sandal sacred flame, it called it back to attack Fang Yaojiang without hesitation. This cleansing sandal flame lotus did not even think about attacking Yi Yuan at all, because it had not been him confronting Yi Yuan this entire time, but it was Yi Yuan's one-sided suppression of it. In the eyes of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, Yi Yuan's danger was much higher compared to Fang Yaojiang. The cleansing sandal flame lotus did not have intelligence. All of its actions were entirely out of instincts. Therefore, the first time he did was choose to attack Fang Yaojiang. The pitiful Fang Yaojiang was screwed over just like that by Yi Yuan.